The Laura Kempton Case, 42 Years of Silence. Introduction: a case that wouldn't stay cold. There are cases that detectives carry with them long after they've moved on to other assignments. Cases that haunt the quiet moments, that resurface in dreams, that refuse to settle into the comfortable numbness of filed paperwork and closed chapters. The murder of Laura Kempton was one of those cases. For 42 years, her killer walked free. For 42 years, her family waited for answers that seemed like they might never come. For 42 years, investigators in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, refused to give up on a young woman whose life was stolen on an autumn morning in 1981. This is the story of how modern science, old-fashioned determination, and the relentless march of technology finally brought justice to a case that had gone cold before most of today's investigators were even born. When we talk about cold cases, we're really talking about promises. Promises made to victims who can no longer speak for themselves. Promises made to families who deserve to know what happened and why. Promises made to communities that need to believe justice is still possible, even when years turn into decades and hope begins to feel like a luxury no one can afford anymore. The Laura Kempton case represents all of that and more. It's a story about the evolution of forensic science, about how DNA technology that didn't exist in 1981 would eventually identify a killer who had been dead for nearly 2 decades by the time he was finally named. It's a story about a police department that never stopped working the case, even when leads dried up and witnesses disappeared and the evidence seemed to point nowhere at all. But more than anything else, this is Laura's story. A 23-year-old woman with her whole life ahead of her, studying to become a hairdresser, working at local shops to make ends meet, living her life in the coastal New Hampshire city she'd made her home. She was described by everyone who knew her as an outgoing free spirit, with a big personality and a love for new wave fashion. She was the kind of person who lit up a room, who made friends easily, who had dreams and plans and a future that should have stretched out for decades ahead of her. Instead, that future was cut brutally short on September 28, 1981, in a crime so violent and senseless that it shocked a community and left investigators scrambling for answers that wouldn't come for more than 4 decades. Part 1, September 27th to 28th, 1981. The last day. September 27th, 1981, started like any other Sunday for Laura Kempton. The 23-year-old was settling into life in Portsmouth, a historic coastal city in New Hampshire, known more for its colonial architecture and maritime heritage than for violent crime. Portsmouth, in 1981, was a city in transition, still holding on to its working-class roots while beginning to attract artists and young professionals drawn to its walkable downtown and proximity to the ocean. Laura had found her place in this community. She was enrolled at Portsmouth Beauty School, pursuing her dream of becoming a hairdresser. Those who knew her said she had a natural gift for connecting with people, for making anyone feel comfortable in her presence. The beauty school wasn't just a career path for Laura, it was a calling. She understood that hairdressing was about more than cutting and styling hair. It was about the conversations that happened in the salon chair, about making people feel good about themselves, about the small moments of human connection that make up a life. To support herself while going to school, Laura worked at Macro Polo, a gift store on Market Street in downtown Portsmouth. She'd just started the job but her co-workers were already charmed by her energy and enthusiasm. She also worked at Karen's Ice Cream Parlor, another local establishment where her big personality made her a favorite among customers. These weren't glamorous jobs, but Laura didn't complain. She was building a life, one shift at a time, one hairdressing technique mastered at a time, one day closer to the future she was working toward. That Sunday evening, Laura spent time socializing with friends. She was actively dating, enjoying the freedom of being young and single in a small city where there was always something happening, always someone to meet, always a reason to go out and experience life. The night before, she'd had a date with a man she'd been seeing casually. He'd spent the night, and they'd parted ways that morning with plans to see each other again soon. It was all perfectly normal, the kind of casual relationship many young people navigate as they figure out what they want from life and love. As the evening of September 27th turned into the early morning hours of September 28th, Laura made her way back to her apartment. She lived at 20 Chapel Street in downtown Portsmouth, in a ground-floor apartment in an older building typical of the area. These were the kinds of buildings that had been converted from larger single-family homes into multiple units with high ceilings and period details that gave them character, even if the apartments themselves were modest. Witnesses would later tell police that they saw Laura entering her apartment alone in those early morning hours. She was returning from her evening out, ready to call it a night and rest up before another week of classes and work shifts began. She had no way of knowing that someone had been inside her apartment, waiting for her to return. She had no way of knowing that she would never see another sunrise. The discovery. The morning of September 28, 1981, dawned bright and clear over Portsmouth. It was a Monday, and the city was coming to life with the usual rhythms of the work week beginning. Office workers grabbed coffee on their way to their desks. Shop owners opened their doors. Students headed to classes. It was an ordinary autumn morning in every way, except for what was about to be discovered at 20 Chapel Street. Portsmouth police officer Ron Grivois had a routine task that morning. He needed to serve Laura Kempton with a court summons for unpaid parking meter violations. It was the kind of mundane police work that fills up most days on the job: paperwork, summonses, traffic violations, nothing dramatic, nothing that would suggest his morning was about to take a horrifying turn. When Officer Grivois arrived at 20 Chapel Street sometime during the morning hours, he immediately noticed something wrong. One of the panels in the wooden door leading to Laura's ground floor apartment was missing. The door itself was closed, but that missing panel created an opening that shouldn't have been there. Based on what investigators would later determine, someone had broken that panel, then reached through the opening to unlock the door from the inside. Looking through the broken panel, Officer Grivois could see into the apartment. What he saw made his blood run cold. A body was lying on the floor. He could see legs, visible and bound with some kind of cord. There was blood spattered on the far wall of the apartment. Officer Grivois immediately called for backup and secured the scene. Within minutes, more officers arrived, along with detectives and crime scene technicians. What they found inside Laura Kempton's apartment would be seared into their memories for the rest of their careers. The crime scene. The apartment was in disarray. There were clear signs of a struggle in the living room and bedroom area. Furniture had been moved or knocked over. Personal belongings were scattered. This hadn't been a quick, clean killing. This had been violent and chaotic, a scene that spoke of terror and desperation. Laura's body lay on the floor, and the scene around her told a grim story. Her legs were bound with an electric blanket cord. A kitchen phone cord was wrapped around her neck and shoulder area. There was a large amount of blood on the rug beneath her head, and investigators noted a pattern of bloodstains on the wall at an upward angle, which could suggest the mechanics of the attack, someone striking her repeatedly while she was already on the ground. Near her body, investigators found a glass bottle. Based on the injuries and the blood evidence, this bottle appeared to be the murder weapon. Some sources would later describe it specifically as a wine bottle. Whatever its original purpose, it had been used with devastating effect to inflict massive trauma to Laura's head. Also near the body, crime scene technicians found a cigarette butt. This seemed significant. Laura wasn't a smoker, and the positioning of the cigarette butt suggested it had been left by someone else. Based on where it was found and the blood evidence in the apartment, investigators theorized that the killer had spent time in the apartment after the murder, possibly trying to clean up or simply catching his breath after the violence. The cigarette butt was carefully collected and preserved as evidence. Other physical evidence was meticulously documented and gathered. Investigators collected fingerprints from various surfaces throughout the apartment. They took photographs from every angle, documenting the crime scene in exhaustive detail. They collected samples of blood, hair, and fiber evidence. In 1981, DNA profiling wasn't yet widely used in criminal investigations, but investigators had the foresight to preserve biological evidence properly, understanding that forensic science was always advancing and that techniques that didn't exist today might be available tomorrow. The apartment had been ransacked, but this didn't appear to be a simple burglary gone wrong. Nothing of obvious value seemed to have been taken. Instead, the evidence suggested something far more sinister. The sexual assault kit performed during Laura's autopsy would later confirm what investigators suspected from the crime scene. This had been a sexually motivated attack. The autopsy. The autopsy performed on Laura Kempton that afternoon provided crucial information about what had happened to her. The medical examiner determined that Laura had died from massive trauma to the left side of her head. The injuries were consistent with being struck repeatedly by a blunt object, the glass bottle found at the scene. She had suffered contusions and lacerations of the brain, along with extensive skull fractures. These were devastating injuries that would have caused rapid death. The autopsy also confirmed that Laura had been sexually assaulted. Vaginal swabs and other samples were collected and preserved. In 1981, these samples couldn't tell investigators much beyond confirming that sexual assault had occurred, but they would prove crucial decades later when DNA technology advanced enough to extract genetic profiles from old evidence. The medical examiner concluded that Laura had died in the early morning hours of September 28, 1981, which aligned with witness statements about when she'd been seen entering her apartment alone. The timeline was beginning to come together. Laura had returned home in the early hours of the morning, unaware that someone had broken into her apartment and was lying in wait. An attack had occurred, violent and brutal. And then Laura was dead. Her life ended at just 23 years old, her dreams and potential snuffed out in an act of senseless violence. Part 2. The initial investigation. The first 48 hours. In any homicide investigation, the first 48 hours are critical. This is when memories are freshest, when witnesses are most likely to come forward, when physical evidence is still abundant and uncontaminated. The Portsmouth Police Department understood this, and they threw every available resource at Laura Kempton's case. Detectives began by interviewing everyone who had known Laura or had any connection to her. Her friends from beauty school were questioned about her recent activities, her mood, whether she'd mentioned any problems or conflicts with anyone. Her co-workers from Macro Polo and Karen's ice cream parlor were asked the same questions. Had Laura seemed worried about anything? Had she mentioned any threatening encounters? Had anyone been hanging around, paying unwanted attention to her? The man Laura had been dating, the one who'd spent the night before her murder with her, immediately became a person of interest, as would be standard in any homicide investigation. Statistics show that when a woman is murdered, the perpetrator is often someone she knows, frequently a current or former intimate partner. But this man had an alibi for the early morning hours when Laura was killed, and he agreed to provide a DNA sample. The results, which wouldn't be available for years when the technology advanced enough to process them properly, would eventually clear him completely. Investigators canvassed Laura's neighborhood, knocking on doors, asking if anyone had seen or heard anything unusual in the early morning hours of September 28th. Had anyone noticed someone loitering around 20 Chapel Street? Had anyone heard sounds of a struggle or screams? The apartment building's other residents were interviewed extensively. This was delicate work. Investigators needed information, but they also didn't want to cause panic in a community already shaken by such a violent crime. The broken door panel became a key focus of the investigation. Someone had broken that panel to gain access to Laura's apartment. Based on the evidence, this appeared to have happened before Laura returned home. The killer had broken in and waited for her. This suggested a level of calculation, of intent, that made the crime even more chilling. This wasn't a random encounter that escalated. Someone had targeted Laura's apartment specifically and had been willing to wait for her to return. But why? That was the question that would haunt investigators for decades. Was there something about Laura specifically that had drawn the killer's attention? Or was this more random than it appeared? Someone looking for an apartment to break into, choosing Laura's for reasons that had nothing to do with her as a person? Developing a profile. As the investigation continued through those first critical days and weeks, investigators began to develop a profile of the crime and the likely perpetrator. The break-in suggested someone with criminal experience, someone comfortable with committing burglary. The sexual assault indicated a predator, someone who saw an opportunity for violence and took it. The level of violence used, striking Laura repeatedly with the bottle even after she would have been incapacitated, suggested rage, possibly drug or alcohol-fueled, possibly just the nature of this particular offender. Portsmouth, in the early 1980s, like many American cities, was dealing with property crime. Burglaries were not uncommon, and investigators looked into whether there had been other break-ins in Laura's neighborhood. Were there any patterns that might connect to her murder? Had anyone else reported suspicious activity around their apartments? The police also looked into known sex offenders in the area. In 1981, sex offender registries weren't what they would later become, but police maintained their own records of individuals who'd been convicted of sexual assault or other sex crimes. Any such individuals living in Portsmouth or the surrounding area were looked at closely. As weeks turned into months, the investigation expanded outward. Detectives contacted police departments in surrounding communities, asking about similar unsolved murders or sexual assaults. Was it possible that Laura's killer had struck before elsewhere, or might he strike again if he wasn't caught? The evidence problem. The physical evidence collected from Laura's apartment was carefully preserved and analyzed using the forensic techniques available in 1981. Fingerprints were compared against prints in police databases, but no matches came back. The cigarette butt was preserved, but in 1981, there was no way to extract useful identification information from it beyond blood type. This was the frustrating reality of criminal investigation in the early 1980s. Forensic science had come a long way since mid-century. Fingerprint analysis was well established, blood typing could narrow down suspects, hair and fiber analysis could provide circumstantial evidence. But the kind of definitive identification that DNA analysis would later provide simply didn't exist yet. Investigators knew they had evidence from the killer. They knew he'd left biological material at the scene. In the cigarette butt, in the sexual assault evidence, possibly in other samples as well. But they had no way to use that evidence to identify him. No database to compare it against. No technology that could turn those biological samples into a name and face. This is one of the cruel realities of cold cases. Sometimes the evidence that could solve a case exists from day one, carefully preserved and documented, but it sits uselessly in an evidence room because the technology to analyze it properly doesn't exist yet. It's like having a locked door with the key sitting right in front of you, but no understanding of how keys and locks work. You know the answer is there. You just can't access it. For investigators working Laura's case, this must have been maddening. They had evidence. They had DNA, though they didn't fully understand that yet. They had a killer's genetic fingerprint, unique in all the world, just waiting for the right technology to come along and identify its owner. But that technology was years away, and in the meantime, all they could do was follow traditional investigative methods and hope for a breakthrough. Leads and dead ends. Over the following months and years, Portsmouth police pursued hundreds of leads in Laura Kempton's case. Every tip that came in was investigated, no matter how unlikely it seemed. Every person who'd had any connection to Laura was looked at and, if necessary, ruled out. The investigation was thorough and professional, following every standard protocol for homicide investigations. But despite all this work, no clear suspect emerged. There were people of interest, certainly. There were individuals who couldn't quite account for their whereabouts during the critical hours. There were known criminals who lived in the area and had histories that made them worth investigating. But nothing ever solidified into probable cause for an arrest. The investigation also had to contend with the natural limitations of witness memory and the passage of time. Witnesses who might have seen something important in those early morning hours might not have realized it was significant. By the time they were interviewed, days or weeks might have passed, and memories faded. Details got confused or forgotten. This is why the first 48 hours are so critical. The more time that passes, the harder it becomes to get reliable information from witnesses. As 1981 turned into 1982 and then into 1983, Laura Kempton's case began that inexorable slide from active investigation to cold case. It wasn't that anyone gave up on it, not exactly. New leads were still pursued. The case file was still reviewed periodically. But with no new evidence and no new witnesses coming forward, there was only so much detectives could do. Other crimes happened, demanding attention and resources. Slowly, inevitably, Laura's case became one of those files that lived in a back room, a reminder of justice delayed and perhaps denied. Part 3. a second tragedy, and growing fears. October 19th, 1982. Tammy Little. Just over a year after Laura Kempton's murder, Portsmouth was rocked by another horrific crime that seemed impossible to ignore. On October 19th, 1982, 20-year-old Tammy Little was found dead in her apartment at 315 Maplewood Avenue. Like Laura, Tammy was a student at Portsmouth Beauty School. Like Laura, she lived in a first-floor apartment. And like Laura, she had died from massive head injuries. The similarities were striking and deeply unsettling. Two young women, both beauty school students, both killed in their own apartments in brutal attacks. The question that everyone in Portsmouth was asking, and that investigators were asking themselves, was whether they were dealing with a serial killer. This is one of those moments in criminal investigation where the truth can feel almost as disturbing as confirmation would be. On one hand, if the same person killed both Laura and Tammy, that meant there was a serial killer operating in Portsmouth, someone who might strike again. On the other hand, if these were two separate killers, that meant Portsmouth had been struck by random, horrific violence twice in just over a year, a statistical improbability that raised its own disturbing questions about what was happening in their community. Investigators looked closely for connections between the two cases. Were there any physical evidence similarities? Did the crimes share a signature or method of operation that would suggest the same perpetrator? They compared witness statements, timelines, evidence collected from both crime scenes. But frustratingly, despite the surface similarities, there wasn't enough to definitively link the cases. The evidence was circumstantial. The similarities could be coincidental, or they could indicate a copycat, or they could indeed mean the same person had killed both women. Without more concrete evidence, investigators couldn't say for certain. For the Portsmouth community, this uncertainty was perhaps worse than knowing. Parents worried about their daughters. Young women in the city found themselves looking over their shoulders, double-checking locks, maybe rethinking that ground-floor apartment they'd been considering. The psychological impact of unsolved violent crimes on a community can't be overstated. It erodes the sense of safety that people need to live their lives fully. At the July 20th, 2023 press conference announcing the resolution of Laura Kempton's case, New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella was asked directly about Tammy Little's murder and whether Ronnie James Lee might also be responsible for her death. His answer was carefully measured. That case remains under investigation. It is our hope that what we're announcing today may lead to some additional information about that case. In other words, as of 2023, Tammy Little's murder remains unsolved, and while investigators haven't ruled out a connection to Lee, they also haven't found evidence definitively linking him to her death. The impact on the investigation. The Tammy Little murder had a complex effect on the Laura Kempton investigation. On one hand, it refocused attention and resources on both cases. If there was a serial killer operating in Portsmouth, that was obviously a major priority, but it also meant spreading investigative resources across two complex cases rather than focusing on one. Investigators looked for any common denominators beyond the obvious ones. Did Laura and Tammy know each other? They'd both attended Portsmouth Beauty School, though they were in different classes, and there's no indication they were friends or even acquainted. Did they frequent the same places, shop at the same stores? Did they have any friends or acquaintances in common? The investigators also had to consider the possibility that someone connected to the beauty school was involved. Was there an instructor, a maintenance worker, someone with access to student information who might have targeted these two women? Background checks were conducted, alibis were verified, and people were interviewed and re-interviewed. But once again, despite exhaustive investigation, no clear connection emerged. The cases stubbornly refused to reveal their secrets. Ronnie James Lee enters the picture. What makes all of this particularly interesting in hindsight is that during this exact period, Ronnie James Lee was very much on Portsmouth Police's radar, just not for murder. In November 1982, just a month after Tammy Little's murder, Lee was arrested on an attempted theft charge. This was the beginning of a series of encounters between Lee and Portsmouth Police that would continue through 1983. Between 1982 and 1983, Lee was linked to 4 residential burglaries and 1 commercial burglary in the Portsmouth area. This was exactly the kind of criminal activity that investigators had been looking for when trying to develop leads in Laura's case. Someone with a history of breaking into apartments. But Lee was never connected to the murders at the time. There was no physical evidence linking him to either crime scene, no witness testimony placing him near either apartment building at the relevant times, and apparently nothing in his behavior during questioning that raised red flags about possible involvement in the homicides. This is one of the great frustrations of criminal investigation. In hindsight, with the benefit of knowing what we know now, it seems obvious that Lee should have been looked at more closely for Laura's murder. He was the right age. He lived in Portsmouth. He was actively committing burglaries in the area during the exact time period when someone broke into Laura's apartment. The pattern of behavior was right there. But hindsight is always clearer than foresight. In 1982 and 1983, Lee was one of many people in Portsmouth who had criminal records, who might theoretically have been capable of murder. Without physical evidence connecting him to the crime scene, there was no reason to focus on him more than anyone else. And crucially, DNA technology that could have definitively placed him at Laura's apartment wouldn't become widely available for several more years. 1987. Lee's criminal pattern becomes clearer. In 1987, Ronnie James Lee's criminal trajectory took a darker turn. He was convicted of charges stemming from a burglary in Keene, New Hampshire, a city about 50 miles west of Portsmouth. But this wasn't just a burglary. While burglarizing a home, Lee sexually assaulted a woman who was present during the break-in. This conviction is significant for several reasons. First, it definitively established that Lee was capable of sexual violence, not just property crime. Second, it showed that Lee's pattern of breaking into homes could escalate to violence against the occupants. Third, it demonstrated that Lee was willing to act on sexual impulses during the commission of other crimes. For this crime, Lee was sentenced to prison, where he remained from December 1987 until July 1990. During his incarceration, investigators working Laura Kempton's case, and presumably Tammy Little's as well, continued their work, unaware that one of their answers was sitting in a state prison cell about 50 miles away. When Lee was released in 1990, he returned to civilian life. The nature of his subsequent years isn't entirely clear from public records, but we know he continued living in New Hampshire for some period. His criminal record from this point forward, at least as it pertains to arrests and convictions, isn't publicly detailed. We know that he struggled with substance abuse. His eventual cause of death would be acute cocaine intoxication, but the specifics of his life in the 1990s and early 2000s remain mostly opaque. Part 4. The Long Wait. The 1990s, a case going cold. As the 1990s dawned, Laura Kempton's case was more than a decade old. The detectives who'd worked it initially were retiring or moving on to other assignments. The case file, thick with reports and witness statements and dead-end leads, sat in the Portsmouth Police Department's storage, a reminder of a job left unfinished. But cold doesn't mean forgotten. Police departments, particularly smaller ones where violent crime is relatively rare, don't forget their unsolved homicides. Someone was always responsible for maintaining the case file, for reviewing it periodically to see if new information had come to light, for being ready to pursue any new leads that might develop. For Laura's family, these years must have been agonizing. The acute grief of the first months and years after her death would have evolved into a chronic ache, a permanent wound that never quite healed. Birthdays and holidays were marked by absence. The anniversary of her death came around every year, a brutal reminder of what had been lost and what remained unknown. This is the hidden toll of unsolved crimes. The direct victim's suffering ends with their death, terrible as that is. But the family's suffering continues day after day, year after year, complicated by the not knowing. Without answers, without resolution, the grieving process can't complete itself. Questions hang in the air, unanswered and unanswerable. Who killed Laura? Why? Did they know her? Was it random? Are they still out there? Will there ever be justice? The dawn of DNA. The 1990s brought revolutionary changes to forensic science that would eventually crack Laura's case wide open. Though no one knew it at the time, DNA profiling, first used in criminal investigations in the late 1980s, became increasingly sophisticated and reliable throughout the 1990s. The science behind DNA profiling is elegant in its simplicity and power. Every person, except identical twins, has a unique genetic code. When someone leaves biological material behind, blood, saliva, semen, skin cells, they're leaving their genetic fingerprint. By analyzing this material, forensic scientists can create a DNA profile that can then be compared to other profiles. In 1994, the FBI established CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System. This national database allowed law enforcement agencies to upload DNA profiles from crime scenes and compare them against DNA profiles from convicted offenders. The theory was simple: many criminals are repeat offenders. Someone who commits a burglary in 1985 and leaves DNA behind might get arrested for something else in 1995 and be required to provide a DNA sample. When that sample gets uploaded to CODIS, it can be automatically compared against unsolved crime scene DNA profiles. If there's a match, a case that's been cold for a decade suddenly has a viable suspect. This was revolutionary. For the first time, evidence that had been sitting uselessly in evidence rooms for years or decades could potentially solve cases. Cold cases that had seemed hopeless could be reopened with renewed vigor. 2003, a major step forward. In January 2003, investigators working Laura Kempton's case took a significant step. They obtained a DNA sample from the man Laura had been dating, the one she had spent time with the night before her murder. He'd always been a person of interest, simply by virtue of his relationship with Laura. But he'd had an alibi and had cooperated fully with investigators. Still, with DNA technology now available, it made sense to definitively rule him out or implicate him. The results were definitive. He was not a match to the DNA found at Laura's apartment. This was good news for him, obviously, but it was also important information for the investigation. It meant the killer was someone else, someone who hadn't yet been identified. That same year, 2003, investigators took another crucial step. Using the biological evidence collected from Laura's apartment in 1981, the cigarette butt, samples from the sexual assault kit, and other materials, forensic scientists were able to develop a complete DNA profile of Laura's killer. This was a major accomplishment. After 22 years, they finally had a genetic fingerprint of the person responsible for her death. This DNA profile was uploaded to every database available, CODIS, naturally, but also state and local databases, Interpol's international database, anywhere that might yield a match. The hope was that Laura's killer had been arrested somewhere, sometime, for something, and had been required to provide a DNA sample. If that had happened, they'd get a match and finally have their suspect. But no match came back. Whoever had killed Laura either had never been arrested for a serious enough crime to require DNA collection, or had died before providing a sample, or had somehow slipped through the cracks of the system. This was deeply frustrating. They had the genetic equivalent of a photograph of the killer, but they couldn't identify who it was. 2003 to 2021, the waiting continues. From 2003 to 2021, Laura's DNA profile sat in databases, automatically compared against every new profile that was uploaded. This is one of the beautiful things about CODIS. It's not a static system. Every time someone is convicted of a qualifying crime and provides a DNA sample, that sample is automatically compared against all unsolved crime scene profiles in the database. All it would take is for Laura's killer to get arrested anywhere in the country for a serious crime, and the system would flag a match. But year after year, no match came. The databases grew larger. More states passed laws requiring DNA collection from arrestees, not just convicted offenders. The pool of profiles expanded dramatically, but still nothing. During these years, Portsmouth police continued to investigate the case when resources allowed. Periodically, a detective would pull the file and review it, looking for something that might have been missed, some lead that could be pursued with fresh eyes. Cold case units, which became more common in police departments during this period, sometimes took a look at Laura's file. The evidence was all there, carefully preserved according to proper chain of custody protocols. The DNA profile was solid and reliable. They just needed a name to go with it. Part 5. The Breakthrough. 2018. The Golden State Killer. On April 24, 2018, something happened in California that would eventually reverberate through cold case investigations across the entire country, including Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Authorities announced the arrest of Joseph James DeAngelo, the infamous Golden State Killer who had terrorized California in the 1970s and 1980s with a series of murders, rapes, and burglaries. DeAngelo had evaded capture for decades, and the case had long been cold. But investigators had used a revolutionary technique to identify him: forensic genetic genealogy. They'd taken DNA from old crime scenes and uploaded it to GEDmatch, a public genealogy database where people who'd taken commercial ancestry tests could voluntarily upload their results to find relatives. The DNA from the Golden State Killer's crimes, didn't match anyone directly in the database, but it found distant cousins, third and fourth cousins who shared segments of DNA with the killer. From there, genetic genealogists built family trees, identified common ancestors, and eventually worked their way down through the generations to identify D'Angelo as a suspect. When investigators confirmed his identity by collecting his DNA from items he'd discarded in public, it was a definitive match. The technique sent shockwaves through law enforcement. If it worked for a case as old and as complex as the Golden State Killer, it could work for other cold cases. Suddenly, DNA that had been sitting uselessly in databases for decades because it didn't match anyone directly could be used in an entirely new way. Even without a direct match, even if the killer had never provided a DNA sample to any database, their relatives might have, and relatives were enough to build a family tree that could lead to the killer. This was a paradigm shift. For decades, DNA evidence had been powerful but limited. You needed something to compare it to. Now, with genetic genealogy, you could potentially identify suspects even if they'd never had any contact with law enforcement, never provided a DNA sample, never appeared in any database. All you needed was for enough of their relatives to have taken ancestry tests. 2021, considering new options. In 2021, investigators working cold cases in New Hampshire, including Laura Kempton's, began seriously discussing the potential of forensic genetic genealogy. The technique had proven itself not just with the Golden State Killer, but with dozens of other cold cases across the country. Cases that had seemed hopeless were being solved. Killers who'd thought they'd gotten away with murder decades ago were being identified and, if still alive, arrested. Laura's case seemed like a perfect candidate for this approach. The DNA profile from her crime scene was strong and complete. The crime had occurred in the United States, which increased the odds that relatives might be in American genealogy databases, and there were no legal barriers preventing the use of genetic genealogy. It had been tested in courts across the country and had consistently been upheld. But there was a significant obstacle: funding. Forensic genetic genealogy isn't cheap. The process involves not just uploading DNA to databases, but then having trained genetic genealogists spend weeks or months building family trees, tracking down records, and identifying potential suspects. For a small city police department, the cost, which could run into tens of thousands of dollars, was prohibitive. Investigators in Portsmouth and in the New Hampshire Attorney General's Cold Case Unit began exploring options. There were grants specifically designated for cold case investigations. There were federal programs that might help with funding. And there was always the possibility of private donations, perhaps from community members who remembered Laura's case and wanted to see it solved. This is one of the frustrating realities of modern criminal investigation. The technology exists to solve many cold cases, but it's expensive, and police budgets are tight. Agencies have to make difficult choices about how to allocate limited resources. Do you fund the genetic genealogy analysis that might solve a decades-old case? Or do you use that money to hire an additional patrol officer for active cases? Both are valid uses of limited funds, but someone has to make the choice. May 2022, the match. In May 2022, Detective Eric Widerstrom of the Portsmouth Police Department received a notification that would change everything. A DNA profile that had been uploaded to a third-party public genetic genealogy database showed a familial relationship to the DNA profile from Laura Kempton's crime scene. This wasn't a direct match. Laura's killer wasn't in the database himself, but someone who was related to him was. The genetic markers indicated this person was a close enough relative that they likely shared great-great-grandparents with the killer. This was exactly the kind of break that investigators had been hoping for. The Portsmouth Police Department immediately began working with a multi-agency task force that included the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Maine State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Attorney General's Cold Case Unit, and Identifinders International, a private company specializing in forensic genetic genealogy. The process that followed was painstaking and methodical. Genetic genealogists examined the match and began building family trees. Using public records, census data, birth certificates, death certificates, marriage licenses, obituaries, and other documents, they worked backward from the genetic match to identify common ancestors. These ancestors had lived generations ago, possibly in the 1800s, and had had multiple children who in turn had multiple children, creating sprawling family trees with hundreds or thousands of descendants. The genealogists then had to work forward through those family trees, identifying every descendant of those common ancestors. Somewhere in that vast network of relatives was the person whose DNA had been left at Laura Kempton's crime scene. The challenge was narrowing down from potentially hundreds of candidates to a specific individual. This required considering various factors. The killer had been in Portsmouth, New Hampshire in 1981, so investigators could eliminate anyone who could be proven to have been living far away from New Hampshire at that time. The killer was almost certainly male, based on the nature of the crime and the DNA evidence, so female descendants could be eliminated. The killer was likely in his teens, 20s, or 30s in 1981, based on typical demographics of violent offenders, so anyone too young or too old could be eliminated. Through this process of elimination, the genealogists began to narrow the field. Certain branches of the family tree became more promising than others. Certain individuals emerged as more likely candidates. And eventually, one name kept appearing in the research: Ronnie James Lee. June 2023, confirmation. Lee had several factors that made him a strong candidate. He was born in 1960, making him 21 years old in September 1981, the right age profile. He had served in the US Army and had been discharged in May 1981, just a few months before Laura's murder. Crucially, after his discharge, he had worked as a security guard at Liberty Mutual in Portsmouth from June 1981 until August 1982. He was living in Portsmouth at the exact time of Laura's murder. Moreover, his criminal history fit the profile of Laura's killer. Between 1982 and 1983, Lee had been linked to 4 residential burglaries and 1 commercial burglary in Portsmouth. He was someone who broke into people's homes, and his 1987 conviction for a burglary that included sexual assault demonstrated he was capable of exactly the kind of crime that had been committed against Laura. But being a promising candidate wasn't enough. Investigators needed definitive proof. They needed Lee's actual DNA to compare against the crime scene evidence. There was one major complication. Ronnie James Lee had died on February 9, 2005, at the age of 45, from acute cocaine intoxication. He'd been dead for more than 17 years by the time investigators identified him as a suspect. This meant they couldn't simply approach him and ask for a DNA sample. However, Lee had undergone an autopsy following his death. This was standard procedure for deaths involving drug overdoses, particularly in cases where there might be questions about whether the death was accidental, intentional, or possibly involved foul play. During that autopsy, blood samples had been collected and preserved on what's called a blood card, filter paper that absorbs blood and can be stored long-term. Investigators contacted the office of the medical examiner that had performed Lee's autopsy. In 2022, they were able to obtain Lee's blood card from his 2005 autopsy. This blood card still contained viable DNA, even after 17 years of storage. In June 2023, forensic scientists extracted DNA from Lee's blood card and compared it to the DNA profile from Laura Kempton's crime scene. The samples they compared included the cigarette butt found near Laura's body, vaginal swabs from the sexual assault kit, and other biological evidence collected in 1981. The results were definitive. Ronnie James Lee's DNA matched the DNA from Laura's crime scene. The statistical probability that the DNA came from someone other than Lee was approximately 1 in 9.4 trillion, essentially impossible. After 42 years, Laura Kempton's killer had been identified. Part 6. The Resolution. Preparing for the announcement. Once Lee's identity was confirmed, investigators faced the delicate task of preparing to make their findings public. This involved several considerations. First, they needed to inform Laura's family before any public announcement was made. After more than 4 decades of waiting, they deserved to hear the news directly from law enforcement, not from the media. Second, investigators needed to compile a comprehensive report documenting their findings. This report would need to detail the original investigation, the DNA evidence, the genetic genealogy process that led to Lee's identification, and the confirmation through his autopsy blood card. The report needed to be thorough enough to withstand scrutiny from the media, the public, and potentially from legal challenges if any arose. Third, there was the question of what exactly they were announcing. Lee was dead. He couldn't be arrested. He couldn't stand trial. There would be no criminal prosecution, no day in court, no opportunity for a jury to hear the evidence and render a verdict. In the strictest legal sense, Lee would never be convicted of Laura's murder because he was no longer alive to be charged. But investigators and prosecutors were confident in their conclusions. The DNA evidence was overwhelming. Lee's presence in Portsmouth at the time of the murder, his history of burglaries in the area, his pattern of escalating to sexual violence during break-ins, everything fit. As the Attorney General's report would later state, the evidence establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that Ronnie James Lee committed first-degree murder. If Lee had still been alive, New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella said, his office would have sought charges of first-degree murder against him on 2 alternative theories: knowingly causing Laura Kempton's death before, during, or after engaging in or attempting to engage in aggravated felonious sexual assault, and purposely causing her death by striking her with a blunt object. July 20th, 2023, the press conference. On Thursday, July the 20th, 2023, New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella and Portsmouth Police Chief Mark Newport held a press conference at Portsmouth City Hall. The announcement they were about to make had been 42 years in the making. Formella began by providing the basic facts of the case. On September 28, 1981, Laura Kempton, a 23-year-old beauty school student, had been found murdered in her Portsmouth apartment. The case had remained unsolved for more than 4 decades, despite hundreds of leads being pursued and numerous potential suspects being investigated. Then, Formella revealed what everyone had gathered to hear. Through the use of forensic genetic genealogy technology, investigators had identified Ronnie James Lee as the person responsible for Laura's death. Lee, who had been 21 years old at the time of the murder, had died in 2005 from acute cocaine intoxication. No arrest would be made and no prosecution would occur because the perpetrator was deceased. Formella provided details about Lee's background, his military service, his employment in Portsmouth at the time of the murder, his subsequent criminal history, including the 1987 conviction for burglary with sexual assault. He explained how genetic genealogy had led investigators to Lee and how Lee's DNA from his 2005 autopsy had confirmed the match. Chief Mark Newport spoke about the Portsmouth Police Department's commitment to the case over the decades. Laura was a victim of an unspeakable act of violence, Newport said. The members of the Portsmouth Police Department have never forgotten about Laura and any of the other victims of our unsolved homicides. Formella characterized the day as bittersweet. There was satisfaction in finally solving the case, in being able to tell Laura's family who had killed her. But there was also sadness that Lee had died before being held accountable, that Laura's family would never see him face trial, that true justice in the courtroom sense would never be achieved. It is my hope that this conclusion and announcement will be the long-awaited first step in providing what closure the criminal justice system can provide for Laura Kempton's family and community, Formella said. The Portsmouth Police Department should be commended for its commitment and perseverance in seeking justice for Ms. Kempton and her family. Formella also used the announcement to send a broader message. I hope it will also send a message that we will never stop working these cases and never forget about these victims. And we will never stop looking for new leads, new technologies to solve these cases. And then, perhaps most importantly, he added what could be interpreted as a warning to anyone else who thought they'd gotten away with murder. We're never going to stop looking for you. We're never going to stop coming for you. The family's response. Laura's family released a statement through the Attorney General's office. The statement expressed what they must have been feeling after 42 years of waiting for this moment. The Kempton family wishes to express our deepest gratitude to the Portsmouth Police Department for solving Laura's case. Their diligence and determination, along with extraordinary personal commitment over the past decades, have led to this moment for Laura. The statement specifically acknowledged retired Captain John Paraki of the Portsmouth Police Department's Investigative Division and his team members, past and present, who had worked on Laura's case. Many other hands have touched Laura's file over the past 41 years, and the family expresses our deepest gratitude to all who contributed. The statement continued. The family also requested privacy as they processed this news. After more than 4 decades of living with uncertainty, they finally had answers. But answers, while necessary and important, don't erase grief. They don't bring Laura back. They don't undo 42 years of living with a hole in their family where she should have been. What they do provide is a different kind of peace. The peace of knowing, of having the mystery solved, of being able to finally close one chapter even as the larger chapter of grief and loss continues. The family could now know with certainty who had killed Laura and why. They could stop wondering if the killer was still out there, still a threat. They could stop hoping that each year might finally be the year that brought answers. The answers had finally come. And while they came far too late, 42 years too late, they came. The public reaction. The announcement of the Laura Kempton case resolution made national news. This was partly because of the 42-year gap between the crime and its resolution, but also because it represented another successful application of forensic genetic genealogy to a seemingly unsolvable cold case. News outlets from New Hampshire to California covered the story. Cable news channels discussed it. True crime podcasts analyzed it. Laura's story, which had faded from public consciousness decades ago, was suddenly being told to a national audience. For many people, especially those interested in criminal justice and forensic science, the case represented both the power and the promise of genetic genealogy. Here was a woman who'd been brutally murdered in 1981, when DNA profiling didn't even exist yet. Evidence had been carefully collected and preserved even though there was no way to use it at the time. 42 years later, using technology that would have seemed like science fiction to the investigators who'd worked the case initially, that evidence finally revealed the killer's identity. The case also sparked discussions about the ethics and privacy implications of forensic genetic genealogy. When people submit their DNA to ancestry websites, are they consenting to have that information used by law enforcement? What about their relatives who never submitted DNA themselves but can be identified through genetic connections? Different people had different views on these questions, and the debate continues. For Portsmouth itself, the announcement brought a complex mix of emotions. There was satisfaction that a decades-old mystery had been solved, that Laura's family finally had answers, that the case demonstrated how far forensic science had come. But there was also frustration that Lee had died before facing justice, and concern about the one other major unsolved case that continued to haunt the city, the murder of Tammy Little. Part 7. Understanding Ronnie James Lee. Who was he? With Lee identified as Laura's killer, the question naturally arose. Who was this man? What kind of person breaks into a stranger's apartment, lies in wait, and then brutally murders and sexually assaults a young woman? Ronnie James Lee was born in 1960. His mother had moved to Portsmouth in 1960, and Lee grew up in the area. His early life isn't well documented in public records, but we know he joined the U.S. Army as a young man. He served until May 1981, receiving an honorable discharge. There's no indication from his military records of any disciplinary problems or red flags that would have predicted future violent behavior. After leaving the Army in May 1981, Lee moved back to Portsmouth and lived with his mother. He found work as a security guard at Liberty Mutual, a position he held from June 1981 until August 1982. On the surface, he might have seemed like many other young men in Portsmouth at the time, a veteran trying to establish himself in civilian life, working a job, figuring out his future. But beneath that surface, something darker was operating. Within months of starting his security guard job, in September 1981, Lee broke into Laura Kempton's apartment and killed her. Over the following 2 years, he would be linked to 4 residential burglaries and 1 commercial burglary. This pattern suggests someone for whom breaking into homes had become almost routine, someone who didn't see other people's spaces or safety as deserving of respect. Then came the 1987 incident in Keene. Lee burglarized a home, and when he found a woman there, he sexually assaulted her. This crime resulted in his only significant prison sentence, incarceration from December 1987 to July 1990. It also demonstrated that his criminal behavior wasn't limited to property crime. When the opportunity arose, Lee was willing and able to commit acts of sexual violence. The psychology of a killer. Based on what we know about Lee and his crimes, what can we infer about his psychology? It's important to note that without extensive psychological evaluation, which obviously can't be conducted posthumously, any analysis is somewhat speculative. But certain patterns are evident. Lee exhibited what criminologists call instrumental criminal behavior. His break-ins weren't crimes of passion or the result of sudden impulses. They were calculated acts. He planned them, prepared for them, executed them. The break-in at Laura's apartment, breaking the door panel to gain access, then waiting inside for her to return, showed planning and patience. The escalation from burglary to sexual assault and murder is a pattern seen in some serial offenders. Investigators often describe a progression. Property crimes lead to crimes against people. Voyeurism leads to assault. Initial crimes with lower levels of violence escalate to more serious violence. Lee's trajectory fits this pattern. He started with burglaries, or at least that's the earliest crime we know about with certainty. Then came murder with sexual assault in 1981. Then more burglaries in 1982 to 1983. Then burglary with sexual assault in 1987. This could suggest that when Lee broke into homes, he was looking for more than just property. He was looking for opportunities for violence, for sexual assault, for exercising power and control over others. The fact that his 1987 Keene crime involved assaulting a woman who was home during the burglary is particularly significant. A burglar who's solely interested in theft typically chooses times when homes are empty. A burglar who encounters an unexpected occupant typically flees. Lee didn't flee, he attacked. The level of violence used against Laura, striking her repeatedly with a bottle even after she would have been incapacitated, suggests rage or a complete lack of empathy, or both. This wasn't the minimal violence necessary to commit the robbery or assault. This was excessive, brutal, the kind of violence that speaks to something deeply wrong in the perpetrator's psyche. The substance abuse connection. Lee's death from acute cocaine intoxication in 2005 points to another factor that may have played a role in his life and crimes: substance abuse. We don't know when Lee's drug use began, or how severe it was at various points in his life. We don't know if he was using drugs at the time of Laura's murder, though it's certainly possible. What we do know is that substance abuse and criminal behavior often intersect. Drugs lower inhibitions, impair judgment, and can lead people to commit crimes they might not otherwise commit. Drug addiction also creates financial pressures that can motivate property crimes like burglary. And for some people, drugs become a way of coping with guilt or trauma, including guilt over crimes they've committed. It's possible that Lee's drug use was both a contributing factor to his crimes and a consequence of them. The man who killed Laura in 1981 was 21 years old. The man who died in 2005 was 45, having spent roughly half his adult life as a drug user and criminal offender. That's a tragic trajectory, though it doesn't excuse anything he did or diminish the harm he caused. Why Laura? One of the most painful questions for Laura's family, and one that can never be fully answered, is why Laura? Why did Lee choose her apartment to break into that night? Was there something about her specifically that drew his attention, or was it more random than that? Based on the evidence and Lee's criminal history, investigators believe Laura was likely a victim of opportunity rather than a targeted victim. There's no indication that Lee knew Laura or had any previous connection to her. He wasn't a stalker who'd been following her. He wasn't someone from her social circle or workplace. They moved in entirely different worlds until the moment he broke into her apartment. The Attorney General's report describes the crime as a calculated break-in and a sexually motivated crime that resulted in more violence than the perpetrator originally anticipated. This could suggest that Lee's initial intent was sexual assault and that the murder happened when Laura fought back or when things escalated beyond what Lee had planned. Or it's possible Lee had burglarized Laura's apartment at some earlier point, had seen that a young woman lived alone there, and had returned specifically targeting her. The broken door panel suggests forced entry, but we don't know if Lee had broken in before using a different method. What seems clear is that Lee chose Laura's apartment because she was a young woman living alone in a ground-floor apartment that he could access relatively easily. She fit a victim profile: vulnerable, accessible, alone. That's the cold, terrible logic of predatory criminals. They choose victims based on opportunity and vulnerability, not because of anything specific about the victim as a person. This is both horrifying and, in a strange way, important for Laura's family to understand. Laura didn't do anything wrong. She didn't somehow invite this attack or make herself a target through any action or inaction. She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, in her own apartment where she should have been completely safe. What happened to her was a complete violation of the fundamental right we all have to feel secure in our own home. The years after 1981. What was Lee's life like after he killed Laura? He continued working his security guard job through August 1982, about 11 months after the murder. During this time, he was apparently committing burglaries in the Portsmouth area, eventually being arrested in November 1982 on an attempted theft charge. Did he think about Laura? Did he feel guilt or remorse? Did he worry about getting caught? We can't know, but his continued criminal activity suggests he wasn't consumed by guilt. He kept breaking into homes, kept taking what wasn't his, kept putting himself in situations where he had access to vulnerable people. The 1987 Keene assault and his subsequent prison time from 1987 to 1990 represent the only time Lee faced serious consequences for his actions. 3 years in prison isn't nothing, but it's a relatively short sentence considering the crime. When he was released in July 1990, he'd served his time and was theoretically rehabilitated, ready to re-enter society as a productive citizen. But clearly, Lee continued to struggle. His death in 2005 from cocaine intoxication suggests that whatever demons he was wrestling with, guilt, trauma, addiction, underlying mental health issues, he never successfully overcame them. He lived only 45 years, dying more than 2 decades younger than the average life expectancy for American men. In a sense, Lee was both a perpetrator and a victim. Not a victim in any way comparable to Laura, of course, but a victim of his own choices, his own addictions, his own inability to function successfully in society. That's a tragedy too, though a self-inflicted one that pales in comparison to the tragedy he inflicted on Laura and her family. Could he have been stopped? One of the most difficult questions to contemplate is whether Lee could have been stopped before he killed Laura. With the benefit of hindsight, we can see warning signs. He was breaking into homes, showing a pattern of behavior that could escalate to violence. After Laura's murder, he continued burglarizing homes, demonstrating that her death hadn't deterred him or caused him to change his behavior. But in 1981, without DNA technology that could have connected him to Laura's crime scene, how could he have been stopped? He was arrested for burglaries, but burglary is typically treated as a property crime, not a violent crime. Prison sentences are relatively short, and rehabilitation programs that might address the underlying issues driving criminal behavior are often underfunded and ineffective. This points to larger questions about the criminal justice system. How do we identify people who are at risk of escalating from property crimes to violent crimes? How do we intervene effectively? How do we balance punishment with rehabilitation? How do we protect potential future victims while also respecting the rights of people who've served their time for previous offenses? These questions don't have easy answers, and Lee's case doesn't provide them. What his case does provide is one more data point in the ongoing discussion about criminal behavior, risk assessment, and the challenges of preventing violent crime before it happens. Part 8. The science that solved the case. The evolution of DNA technology. To truly appreciate how Laura Kempton's case was solved, it's important to understand the technological journey from 1981 to 2023. When Laura was murdered, DNA profiling in criminal investigations essentially didn't exist. The science behind DNA had been understood for decades. James Watson and Francis Crick had discovered the double helix structure of DNA in 1953, but translating that scientific knowledge into a tool for criminal investigation took time. The first use of DNA profiling in a criminal investigation came in 1986 in England, when geneticist Alec Jeffreys used DNA to identify the killer in 2 rape-murder cases. The technique was crude by modern standards, but it worked. By the late 1980s and early 1990s, DNA profiling was being used in criminal investigations in the United States and other countries. But these early techniques required relatively large samples of biological material and could be time-consuming and expensive. The DNA profiles they produced, while useful, weren't as detailed as what modern techniques can achieve, and crucially, there was no national database to compare DNA profiles against. If you had DNA from a crime scene, you needed a suspect to compare it to. Without a suspect, the DNA just sat there, potentially useful, but actually useless. The establishment of CODIS in 1994 changed this. For the first time, DNA profiles from unsolved crimes could be compared against a growing database of DNA from convicted offenders. States began passing laws requiring certain categories of offenders to provide DNA samples. Over time, these laws expanded to include more categories of crimes and, in some states, even arrestees who hadn't been convicted yet. By 2003, when investigators in Portsmouth were able to develop a DNA profile from Laura's case, the technology had advanced significantly. DNA could be extracted from smaller samples. Profiles were more detailed and reliable, and the databases were much larger. The profile from Laura's case was uploaded to every available database, and every time a new offender's DNA was added to those databases, it was automatically compared against Laura's profile. But still, no match came. This was the fundamental limitation of database searching. It only works if the person you're looking for is in the database. Genetic genealogy, a new paradigm. The development of commercial ancestry testing in the 2000s and 2010s created an entirely new paradigm for identifying suspects through DNA. Companies like 23andMe, Ancestry DNA, and others began offering affordable DNA tests that could tell people about their ethnic heritage and connect them with genetic relatives they might not have known about. These companies built massive databases of DNA profiles from millions of customers who had voluntarily submitted samples, hoping to learn about their ancestry or find relatives. And crucially, some of these databases allowed users to download their DNA data and upload it to third-party sites like GEDmatch, which specialized in helping people find genetic relatives. The key insight that led to forensic genetic genealogy was this: if you have DNA from a crime scene, you don't need to find the perpetrator in a database. You just need to find their relatives. Even distant relatives, third or fourth cousins, share enough DNA that genealogists can use them as a starting point to build family trees and eventually identify the perpetrator. This is exactly what happened with the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Investigators uploaded the killer's DNA profile to GEDmatch. It didn't match anyone directly, but it found several distant cousins. Genetic genealogists then built family trees for those cousins, identified common ancestors, and worked forward through the generations until they identified Joseph James DeAngelo as a likely suspect. Traditional investigation confirmed his identity. The technique was revolutionary. Suddenly, DNA that had been sitting uselessly in evidence rooms because it didn't match anyone in CODIS could potentially solve cases. All that was needed was for enough of the perpetrator's relatives to have taken ancestry tests and uploaded their results to accessible databases. The GEDmatch controversy. The use of GEDmatch by law enforcement sparked significant controversy. The people who'd uploaded their DNA to GEDmatch had done so to find relatives or learn about their heritage, not to help police solve crimes. By using the database for criminal investigations, law enforcement was arguably using people's genetic information for purposes they hadn't consented to. GEDmatch responded to this controversy by changing their policies. Users now have to explicitly opt in if they want their DNA to be searchable by law enforcement. This reduced the size of the database available for forensic searchers, but made the use of the database more ethically sound. The broader debate about privacy and forensic genetic genealogy continues. Privacy advocates argue that people have a right to genetic privacy, and that using ancestry databases for law enforcement purposes violates that right. They also point out that you don't need to submit your own DNA to be identified through genetic genealogy. If enough of your relatives have submitted DNA, genealogists can potentially identify you even if you've never taken an ancestry test yourself. Law enforcement and victims advocates counter that solving violent crimes, bringing justice to victims and their families, and potentially preventing future crimes by identifying and apprehending dangerous offenders outweighs privacy concerns. They note that the databases being used are public databases where users have voluntarily uploaded their information, and that anyone uncomfortable with law enforcement access can simply not use these databases. There's no easy answer to this debate. Both sides raise valid points. The balance between privacy rights and public safety is one that society continues to grapple with, not just in the context of genetic genealogy, but in many areas where technology and law enforcement intersect. How it worked in Laura's case. When investigators uploaded Laura's suspect DNA profile to a genealogy database in 2022, they got matches to people who were distant relatives of the killer. These weren't close relatives, not parents or siblings or even first cousins. These were third or fourth cousins, people who shared great-great-grandparents with the killer. Genetic genealogists from Identifinders International then took over. They built family trees for each of the genetic matches, working backward through the generations using census records, birth certificates, death certificates, marriage licenses, and other public documents. Eventually, they identified common ancestors that the matches all shared. These ancestors had lived generations ago, possibly in the 1800s. From those common ancestors, the genealogists then worked forward through time, identifying all the descendants. This created massive family trees with hundreds or potentially thousands of individuals. Somewhere in those trees was the person whose DNA had been left at Laura's crime scene. The genealogists then began eliminating candidates. They could rule out women, since the DNA was male. They could rule out anyone who could be shown to have been living far from New Hampshire in 1981. They could rule out anyone who was too young or too old to fit the likely age profile of the offender. Through this process, they narrowed the field down to a manageable number of candidates, and one name kept appearing as more and more likely: Ronnie James Lee. He was the right age, had lived in the right place at the right time, and had a criminal history that fit the profile. But being a likely candidate wasn't enough. The genealogist's work had pointed investigators toward Lee, but they needed definitive proof. That's where Lee's autopsy blood card came in. By extracting DNA from that blood card and comparing it to the crime scene DNA, investigators could definitively confirm whether Lee was the killer. When the results came back showing a match, the case was solved. The genetic genealogy had led them to the right person, and the direct DNA comparison had confirmed it beyond any reasonable doubt. The future of forensic genetic genealogy. Laura Kempton's case is one of hundreds that have been solved using forensic genetic genealogy since the technique was pioneered in 2018. As databases grow and techniques improve, more cases will be solved. Cold cases that have languished for decades, that seemed hopeless, that families had given up hope of ever seeing resolved, many of these will eventually be solved. This represents an unprecedented opportunity for justice. There are tens of thousands of unsolved homicides in the United States, many of them decades old. Evidence from many of these cases has been preserved and includes DNA. With genetic genealogy, any case with good DNA evidence and where the perpetrator's relatives might be in genealogy databases is potentially solvable. But this also raises questions. As databases grow and techniques improve, we're moving toward a future where it may be nearly impossible to commit a violent crime and escape identification, at least in cases where DNA is left behind. Is that a good thing? Most people would probably say yes. A world where violent criminals can't escape justice is a safer world. But it also means a world where genetic surveillance is increasingly pervasive, where your relative's decision to take an ancestry test could expose you even if you've never submitted your own DNA anywhere. These are complex questions without simple answers. What seems clear is that genetic genealogy is here to stay, that it will continue to solve cold cases, and that society will continue to grapple with the ethical and privacy implications of this powerful technology. Part 9. The Other Case. Tammy Little, the Unsolved Question. Throughout the investigation into Laura Kempton's murder, and particularly after Ronnie James Lee was identified as her killer, one question loomed large. What about Tammy Little? Tammy Little, 20 years old, was found murdered in her apartment at 315 Maplewood Avenue in Portsmouth on October 19, 1982, just over a year after Laura's murder. Like Laura, Tammy was a student at Portsmouth Beauty School. Like Laura, she lived in a first-floor apartment. Like Laura, she died from massive head injuries. The similarities were impossible to ignore. For decades, many in Portsmouth believed the same person had killed both women. The timing, the victim profile, the method, it all seemed to point toward a serial killer targeting beauty school students. When Lee was identified as Laura's killer in 2023, many people assumed the Tammy Little case would be solved at the same time. But at the July 20th, 2023 press conference, Attorney General Formella made clear that wasn't the case. That case remains under investigation, he said, when asked about Tammy Little. He expressed hope that the announcement about Laura's case might generate new tips or information about Tammy's murder, but he stopped short of saying Lee was responsible for it. This is frustrating, but not surprising. Just because Lee killed Laura doesn't mean he killed Tammy, even though the cases share surface similarities. Without physical evidence connecting Lee to Tammy's crime scene, without witnesses placing him there, without some definitive proof, investigators can't and shouldn't declare her case solved. There are several possible explanations for why Lee hasn't been definitively linked to Tammy's murder. He didn't do it. The simplest explanation is that Lee killed Laura, but someone else killed Tammy. The similarities between the cases could be coincidental or could be the result of a copycat who read about Laura's murder and recreated it. This would mean Portsmouth suffered two similar but unrelated tragedies in the span of 13 months. Unlikely, but not impossible. Evidence is insufficient. It's possible Lee did kill Tammy, but there isn't enough evidence to definitively prove it. Maybe DNA wasn't successfully collected from Tammy's crime scene, or maybe it was degraded and can't be analyzed. Without DNA evidence to compare against Lee's profile, investigators would have to rely on circumstantial evidence, and that might not be enough to declare the case solved. Investigation is ongoing. It's possible investigators have evidence that Lee killed Tammy, but are still working to confirm it. They may have DNA that they're analyzing, or they may be building a circumstantial case. If so, they wouldn't want to announce conclusions prematurely. Better to wait until they're certain than to declare the case solved and then have to walk it back. What we know about Tammy's case. Public information about Tammy Little's murder is more limited than information about Laura's case, partly because Laura's case has been officially solved and closed while Tammy's remains open. But we know the basic facts. Tammy was found dead in her apartment on the evening of October 19, 1982. Like Laura, she had been killed in her own home. Like Laura, she died from massive head trauma. The specific details of her injuries, the crime scene, and any physical evidence collected haven't been made public, which is standard practice for unsolved cases. Tammy, like Laura, was described as a vibrant young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She was pursuing the same dream Laura had been pursuing: to become a hairdresser, to build a career helping people feel good about themselves. The fact that both victims were beauty school students fueled speculation about a connection, about someone targeting these particular women for their profession or their attendance at this particular school. But connections like that can be misleading. Portsmouth is a small city. The Portsmouth Beauty School was likely one of the main places to study hairdressing in the area. The fact that both victims attended the same school might be coincidence rather than causation. The impact of uncertainty. For Tammy Little's family, the resolution of Laura Kempton's case must have been bittersweet. On one hand, seeing justice finally served in a similar case must have given them hope that Tammy's case might be next. On the other hand, learning that Lee has been identified as Laura's killer but not definitively linked to Tammy's murder must have been deeply frustrating. They're still waiting, still hoping, still living with the not knowing that makes cold cases so particularly painful for families. Every time there's an announcement about advances in forensic science or the solving of another cold case, it must reopen the wound, make them wonder if this will finally be the year their questions get answered. This is one of the hidden tolls of violent crime. For every resolved case like Laura's, there are many more that remain unsolved. For every family that finally gets closure, there are many more still waiting. The advances in forensic science that solved Laura's case after 42 years give hope to these families, but hope can be painful when it's repeatedly deferred. Could genetic genealogy solve Tammy's case? If Tammy Little's murder remains unsolved, could genetic genealogy crack that case too? The answer is maybe, if certain conditions are met. First, there would need to be DNA evidence from Tammy's crime scene. If biological material from the killer was collected and preserved, and if it's in good enough condition to be analyzed, then yes, genetic genealogy could potentially identify the killer the same way it identified Lee in Laura's case. Second, the killer would need to have relatives in genealogy databases. This becomes more likely as time passes and more people take ancestry tests, but it's not guaranteed. If the killer's family simply hasn't participated in ancestry testing, genetic genealogy might not work. Third, funding and resources would need to be available. Genetic genealogy analysis is expensive, and police departments have to prioritize how they allocate limited resources. Portsmouth and the New Hampshire Attorney General's office have shown they're willing to invest in this technology for cold cases, which is encouraging for Tammy's case. If all these factors align, Tammy Little's case could be next in line for the genetic genealogy treatment. Her family and the Portsmouth community can hope that advances in technology will eventually bring the same closure to her case that they brought to Laura's. A warning and a promise. At the press conference announcing the resolution of Laura's case, Attorney General Formella made comments that seemed directed at whoever killed Tammy Little, if it wasn't Lee. His message was clear. We're never going to stop looking for you. We're never going to stop coming for you. This isn't just rhetoric. The successful use of genetic genealogy in Laura's case sends a message to anyone who committed a violent crime years or decades ago and thinks they've gotten away with it. Time is no longer on your side. Evidence that couldn't identify you in 1982 or 1992 or 2002 might be able to identify you today or tomorrow. The case might be cold, but it's not closed. It's not forgotten. And justice, while delayed, is still possible. For Tammy Little's killer, if they're still alive, this should be a wake-up call. The same technology that identified Lee could identify them. The same determination that wouldn't let Laura's case die won't let Tammy's case die either. The clock is ticking. For Tammy's family, Formella's words represented both hope and a renewed commitment from law enforcement. After 41 years of waiting, they have reason to believe that their wait might eventually end, that the same miracle of science and determination that solved Laura's case might solve Tammy's too. Part 10. Reflections and Implications. What Laura's case teaches us. The resolution of Laura Kempton's case, coming 42 years after her murder, offers several important lessons for law enforcement, for families of victims, and for society as a whole. The importance of evidence preservation. The investigators who worked Laura's case in 1981 couldn't have known that DNA technology would eventually solve the case, but they had the foresight to properly collect and preserve biological evidence, even though they had no way to use it effectively at the time. That evidence, carefully maintained for more than 4 decades, ultimately identified Laura's killer. This underscores the critical importance of thorough evidence collection and preservation, even when the immediate utility of that evidence isn't clear. Persistence matters. The Portsmouth Police Department never gave up on Laura's case. Even as leads dried up and years turned into decades, someone was always responsible for maintaining the file, reviewing it periodically, and being ready to pursue new investigative avenues as they became available. When genetic genealogy emerged as a viable option, Portsmouth PD was ready to use it. This persistence, this refusal to let cases go truly cold, is what eventually brings justice. Technology evolves. In 1981, DNA profiling didn't exist. In 2003, DNA profiling existed, but genetic genealogy didn't. In 2018, genetic genealogy became viable for criminal investigations. Who knows what technologies might exist in another 10 or 20 years? Cases that seem unsolvable today might be routinely solvable tomorrow. This should give hope to families waiting for answers and should give pause to criminals who think time will protect them. Justice delayed is still justice. Lee died in 2005, 18 years before being identified as Laura's killer. He never faced arrest, never stood trial, never served time for Laura's murder. In that sense, he escaped earthly justice, but his identification brings a form of justice nonetheless. His name is now forever linked to this terrible crime. Laura's family knows who killed her. The community knows, history knows. Lee's reputation, such as it was, is permanently tarnished. That's not the same as a conviction, but it's not nothing either. The human cost. Numbers and statistics can make us forget the human stories behind criminal cases. So let's be clear about the human cost of Ronnie James Lee's actions. Laura Kempton died at 23 years old. She never became the hairdresser she was training to be. She never fell in love, never got married, never had children. She never saw her 30th birthday, or her 40th, or got to grow old. She never had the chance to travel, to pursue hobbies, to make mistakes and learn from them, to experience all the joys and sorrows and mundane moments that make up a full human life. All of that was taken from her in an act of brutal violence. Laura's family has spent 42 years living with her absence. Her parents, if they're still alive, had to bury their daughter and then live with unanswered questions for more than 4 decades. They missed her at holidays and birthdays. They wondered about what she might have become. They lived with the knowledge that her killer was out there somewhere, unknown and unpunished. That's a particular kind of torture that most people can't imagine. Laura's friends lost someone who made them laugh, who brightened rooms, who was supposed to be at their weddings and baby showers, who should have been part of their lives for decades. The Portsmouth community lost a vibrant young member and gained a shadow of fear and uncertainty. And for what? So that Ronnie James Lee could satisfy some twisted impulse, could exert power over someone weaker, could commit an act of violence that served no purpose except his own gratification. There's no greater good served by Laura's death, no silver lining to find. no meaning to extract. It was senseless violence, period. Cold cases in America. Laura Kempton's case is just one of tens of thousands of unsolved homicides in the United States. The FBI estimates that as of 2020, there were approximately 250,000 unsolved murders in the country, dating back decades. Behind each of those statistics is a human story like Laura's, a life cut short, a family left with questions, a community impacted by unsolved violence. Cold case investigations are resource-intensive. They require dedicated detectives who are willing to spend countless hours reviewing old files, pursuing new leads, and waiting for breaks that might never come. They require labs that can process old evidence using new technologies. They require funding, which is always limited and has to be allocated among competing priorities. But Laura's case demonstrates why cold case work matters. It shows that these cases can be solved, that justice is still possible even decades later, that the families waiting for answers might eventually get them. Every cold case solved sends a message. We haven't forgotten, we're still looking, we won't give up. The advent of genetic genealogy has reinvigorated cold case investigations across the country. Cases that had seemed hopeless are being solved. Families that had given up hope are getting closure. Killers who thought they'd gotten away with murder are being identified. This is changing the landscape of criminal investigation in fundamental ways. Privacy versus justice. The use of genetic genealogy in criminal investigations raises difficult questions about the balance between individual privacy rights and society's interest in solving serious violent crimes. There's no easy answer, but it's a conversation worth having. On the privacy side, people who submit their DNA to ancestry companies do so to learn about their heritage and find relatives, not to help police solve crimes. Using those databases for law enforcement purposes without explicit consent feels like a violation of privacy to many people. Moreover, genetic genealogy can identify people who've never submitted their own DNA anywhere. If enough of your relatives have taken ancestry tests, you can potentially be identified, even if you've been careful to avoid providing DNA yourself. This raises questions about genetic privacy and whether we have a right to keep our genetic information private. On the justice side, violent crimes tear communities apart, traumatize victims and their families, and undermine our collective sense of safety. When someone murders another person, they forfeit certain moral claims to privacy. If using genealogy databases can identify murderers and rapists, doesn't society have an interest in doing so? And aren't the people who voluntarily upload their DNA to public databases implicitly accepting that their information might be used for purposes beyond just finding relatives? Both perspectives have merit. The solution might lie in making the choice explicit, allowing people to opt in or opt out of law enforcement use of their genetic data, as GEDmatch now does. This respects individual autonomy while still allowing those who want to help solve crimes to make their information available. What seems clear is that genetic genealogy isn't going away. The technology exists, it works, and it's solving cases. The question isn't whether it will be used, but how it will be regulated, and what safeguards will be put in place to protect privacy while still allowing criminal investigations to proceed. Looking forward. As of 2023, Laura Kempton's case is closed. Ronnie James Lee has been identified as her killer, and while he never faced justice in a courtroom, his identification brings a form of closure. The case stands as an example of how far forensic science has come and how persistence in investigation can eventually pay off. But the work continues. Tammy Little's case remains unsolved, as do roughly 130 other cold cases in New Hampshire alone. Across the country, families are still waiting, still hoping, still wondering if this will be the year they finally get answers. Law enforcement agencies are increasingly embracing genetic genealogy and other advanced forensic techniques. More officers are being trained in these methods. More funding is being allocated to cold case units. More evidence from old cases is being reanalyzed using modern techniques. This gives hope. Hope that other families will get the closure that Laura's family received. Hope that other communities will see justice served, even if delayed. Hope that the shadow of unsolved violence can eventually be lifted. For Laura's family, the resolution of the case marks the end of one phase of grief and the beginning of another. They finally know who killed Laura and why. They can stop wondering and start truly processing. It doesn't bring Laura back. It doesn't erase 42 years of absence, but it provides something they've been without for more than 4 decades. Answers. A final word on Laura. In all the discussion of DNA technology, genetic genealogy, and criminal investigation techniques, it would be easy to lose sight of the person at the heart of this story. So let's end by remembering Laura Kempton not as a case number or a murder victim, but as a person. Laura was 23 years old when she died. She was described by everyone who knew her as an outgoing free spirit with a big personality and a love for new wave fashion. She was pursuing her dream of becoming a hairdresser, working jobs to support herself while going to school, building a life in Portsmouth. She had friends who loved her. She had family who adored her. She had dreams and plans and a future that should have stretched out for decades. She was a person, a full, complex, interesting person, not just a victim. What happened to Laura was a tragedy. But Laura herself was not a tragedy. She was a young woman living her life, pursuing her dreams, being herself in all her colorful, free-spirited glory. That's what was taken from the world when Ronnie James Lee killed her. Not just a life, but a personality, a presence, a person who made the world around her brighter. The resolution of Laura's case doesn't bring her back. Nothing can do that. But it ensures that her story has an ending, that she's not lost to history as just another unsolved case, that she's remembered not just for how she died, but for how she lived. Rest in peace, Laura Kempton. After 42 years, you can finally rest. Epilogue, the press conference and family statement. On that July day in 2023, as Attorney General Formella and Chief Newport stood before cameras and reporters at Portsmouth City Hall, they were speaking not just to the media, but to history. They were closing a chapter that had been open for 42 years. They were honoring a promise made in 1981 to a young woman who'd been failed by the limits of technology at the time, but who was finally being served by the persistence of investigators and the power of modern science. The family statement, read by a representative, captured the complex emotions of the moment. The Kempton family wishes to express our deepest gratitude to the Portsmouth Police Department for solving Laura's case. Their diligence and determination, along with extraordinary personal commitment over the past decades, have led to this moment for Laura. We would like to acknowledge retired Captain John Paraki, Portsmouth Police Department Investigative Division, and his team members, past and present, who have worked tirelessly on Laura's case. Many, many other hands have touched Laura's file over the past 41 years, and the family expresses our deepest gratitude to all who contributed. Those words, this moment for Laura, are particularly poignant. After 42 years, Laura finally had her moment. Not the moment she deserved, not the moment she should have had when she was 23 and full of life and possibility, but a moment nonetheless, a moment when truth came to light, when questions got answers, when justice, delayed by more than 4 decades, finally arrived. In the audience at that press conference were investigators who'd worked the case, community members who remembered Laura, journalists there to tell the story to the world. And somewhere, though we don't know exactly where, were members of Laura's family, finally receiving the answers they'd waited so long to hear. The press conference lasted about 30 minutes. Questions were asked and answered. Details were provided. The story was told. And then it was over, and everyone went back to their lives, changed in small or large ways by what they'd just witnessed. For Laura's family, the journey continues. Grief doesn't end just because questions get answered, but they can move forward now with a completeness they didn't have before. They know. After 42 years of not knowing, they finally know. And for Ronnie James Lee, dead for 18 years before being identified as Laura's killer, his name is now forever linked to this crime. He escaped earthly justice, but he didn't escape history. He will be remembered, if he's remembered at all, as the man who killed Laura Kempton. That's his legacy, such as it is. The case is closed. The file is marked solved. Laura can rest. And somewhere in Portsmouth, in evidence rooms and on memorial pages and in the memories of those who loved her, Laura Kempton's story endures, not just as a victim, but as a person who mattered, whose life had value, whose death demanded justice. Justice came late, but it came. If you or someone you know has information about an unsolved crime, please contact your local law enforcement agency or the anonymous tip line in your area. Cold cases can be solved, but they need community involvement and support. If this story resonated with you, please consider subscribing to this channel. There are thousands of cold cases still waiting to be solved, thousands of families still waiting for answers. By staying informed and engaged, we can all play a small role in ensuring that no victim is forgotten and that justice, however delayed, remains possible. Thank you for listening to Laura's story. May she rest in peace, and may her case inspire hope for all those still waiting for answers. The Gilgo Beach murders, a decade-long hunt for Long Island's serial killer. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving into one of the most complex and haunting serial killer cases in recent American history. This is the story of the Gilgo Beach murders, a case that spans more than 3 decades, involves at least 11 victims, and took investigators over 13 years to make an arrest. It's a story about vulnerable women whose lives were tragically cut short, about a community living in fear, and about how modern forensic technology and dogged police work finally brought answers to families who had waited far too long for justice. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's explore this deeply troubling case together. The discovery, December 2010. The story of the Gilgo Beach murders begins, oddly enough, with a different case entirely. On a cold December morning in 2010, Suffolk County Police Officer John Mallia and his cadaver dog Blue were searching the thick brush along Ocean Parkway on Long Island's South Shore. They weren't looking for the remains that would make international headlines. They were searching for Shannon Gilbert, a 24-year-old woman from New Jersey who had vanished 7 months earlier after making a frantic 22-minute call to emergency services. Ocean Parkway is a desolate stretch of road that runs along the barrier beaches of Long Island's southern coast. It's a place where the Atlantic Ocean meets marshland and dense, almost impenetrable brush. The vegetation grows thick and wild here, creating a natural screen that had for years concealed secrets that would shock the nation. On December 11, 2010, Officer Malia and Blue were moving slowly along the north side of Ocean Parkway, staying close to the shoulder as they searched. Despite a light dusting of snow and vegetation so thick it seemed impossible to penetrate, Blue suddenly alerted to a scent. The dog led Malia to a skeleton wrapped in disintegrating burlap. The remains would later be identified as those of Melissa Barthelemy, a 24-year-old woman who had disappeared more than a year earlier. But this was just the beginning. Over the next 2 days, as investigators combed through the area with renewed intensity, they would make 3 more grim discoveries. Within a quarter-mile stretch of that lonely highway, they found the remains of 3 more women, all wrapped in burlap, all positioned within 500 feet of each other. These 4 victims would become known as the Gilgo Four, and their deaths would launch one of the most extensive and frustrating serial killer investigations in Long Island history. The Gilgo Four were Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Lynn Costello. Each of these women had advertised escort services on Craigslist. Each had disappeared between 2007 and 2010, and each had been found in remarkably similar circumstances, their bodies bound and wrapped in burlap sacks hidden in the dense underbrush just off a public highway. The similarities between the cases were immediately striking to investigators. All 4 women were relatively petite, standing between 4 feet 10 inches and 5 feet tall. All 4 had worked as escorts. All 4 had vanished after arranging meetings with clients, and all 4 had been disposed of in the same manner, their bodies carefully concealed but positioned close enough together to suggest a single perpetrator. As the investigation expanded in the spring of 2011, the scope of the horror became even more apparent. Between March and April of that year, investigators discovered 6 additional sets of remains along Ocean Parkway and in nearby areas. These discoveries included partial remains of women whose bodies had been found years earlier in other locations, an unidentified Asian male dressed in women's clothing, and the remains of a female toddler who would later be connected through DNA to one of the adult victims. In total, the remains of 11 people would be found in the area. Some had been there for more than a decade. Some appeared to be the victims of the same killer responsible for the Gilgo Four. Others seemed to represent different cases entirely, suggesting the possibility that this remote stretch of Long Island had been used as a dumping ground by multiple killers over many years. The question that haunted investigators and the public alike was simple but terrifying. Who was responsible for these murders? And more urgently, were they still active? For more than a decade, those questions would remain unanswered. The case would become one of the most high-profile, unsolved serial killer investigations in the country, spawning documentaries, books, and endless speculation. Families of the victims would wait years for answers, their grief compounded by the frustration of watching leads go cold and years pass without an arrest. Then, in July of 2023, everything changed. Police arrested Rex Heuermann, a 59-year-old architect from Massapequa Park, Long Island, charging him with the murders of 3 of the Gilgo Four. The arrest would shock Hoyerman's neighbors, who knew him as a quiet, if somewhat odd, family man. It would bring a measure of closure to families who had waited more than a decade for justice, and it would reveal the story of an investigation that had combined old-fashioned police work with cutting-edge forensic technology to finally identify a suspect. But even with Hoyerman's arrest, questions remain. He has been charged with 7 murders as of December 2024, but investigators believe he may be responsible for more. The full story of what happened along that desolate stretch of Ocean Parkway may never be completely known. This is the story of the Gilgo Beach murders. It's a story about the victims whose lives were tragically cut short, about the investigators who refused to give up even when leads went cold, and about how modern forensic science helped solve a case that had seemed unsolvable for more than 13 years. The Gilgo Four, lives cut short. To understand the Gilgo Beach case, we need to understand who these women were. They weren't just statistics or case files, they were daughters, sisters, mothers, and friends. Each had dreams and struggles, each had people who loved them, and each deserved so much better than the fate that befell them. Maureen Brainard Barnes, the first victim. Maureen Brainard Barnes was 25 years old when she disappeared on July 9, 2007. She was a mother of 2 young children and lived in Norwich, Connecticut. Like many single mothers, Maureen struggled financially, working seasonal jobs and doing whatever she could to provide for her family. When those legitimate options weren't enough, she had turned to sex work, traveling periodically to Manhattan to work as an escort. Maureen was petite, standing just 4 feet 11 inches tall, with a warm smile that her family remembers fondly. She would typically take an Amtrak train from New London, Connecticut, to Grand Central Terminal in Manhattan, where she would check into one of several hotels she regularly used. She would stay for a few days, advertise her services on websites like Craigslist and Backpage under the names Juliana or Marie, and then return home to her children. On July 6, 2007, Maureen made what would be her final trip to Manhattan. She checked into the Super 8 Motel at 59 West 46th Street in Midtown. She had been in contact with friends and family, and everything seemed normal. On July 9th, she called a friend in Connecticut and mentioned that she had an out call, meaning she was meeting a client at a location outside the hotel. That was the last time anyone heard from Maureen. Her friend reported her missing to the Norwich Police Department on July 14th, when Maureen failed to return home or make contact. The NYPD assisted with the investigation, eventually taking it over entirely as weeks turned into months, with no sign of Maureen. Her remains would be found on December 13th, 2010, more than 3 years after her disappearance, making her the first of the Gilgo Four to vanish, but one of the last to be discovered. She was found on the north side of Ocean Parkway, wrapped in burlap, positioned among the 3 other victims whose discoveries would follow within hours. Maureen left behind 2 children and family members who would spend years searching for answers about what happened. When Rex Heuermann was finally arrested in July 2023, her family was among those who publicly expressed both relief that an arrest had been made and continued grief over a loss that could never be undone. Maureen's daughter, Nicolette Brainard Barnes, was only 7 years old when her mother disappeared. Years later, she would speak publicly about how her mother's murder changed the trajectory of her entire life, robbing her of the chance to know who her mother would have become and depriving her of the normal childhood she deserved. Melissa Barthelemy. Taunting phone calls. Melissa Barthelemy was 24 years old when she vanished on July 12, 2009. She lived in a basement apartment on Underhill Avenue in the Bronx, New York, and like the other victims, she worked as an escort, advertising her services on websites including Adult Friend Finder. At 4 feet 10 inches tall, Melissa was petite and vulnerable looking, though friends described her as having a strong personality and determination. She had moved to New York City from Buffalo with dreams of making a better life for herself. When those dreams proved harder to realize than she'd hoped, she turned to sex work to make ends meet. The night of July 12, 2009, Melissa told a friend she was going to meet a client on Long Island and would return the next morning. Cell phone records would later show that she traveled from the Bronx to Manhattan, most likely by taxi, before heading east toward Long Island. After that night, she was never seen again. Her mother reported her missing on July 18th, but what happened next would add an especially cruel dimension to the case. About a week after Melissa disappeared, her younger sister, then just 15 years old, began receiving phone calls from someone using Melissa's cell phone. The caller, a man, taunted the teenage girl, making crude sexual comments and boasting that he had killed Melissa. These calls would come in a total of 7 times between July and August 2009. The caller would ask the teenager if she was a prostitute like her sister, make obscene sexual remarks, and laugh at the family's anguish. Police were able to trace some of these calls, determining that they were made from areas near Times Square and Madison Square Garden in Manhattan, as well as from Massapequa, Long Island, the area where Rex Heuermann lived. The phone calls stopped after approximately a month, but the psychological damage to Melissa's family was immense. Her little sister had to live with the knowledge that the man who had killed her sibling had taken pleasure in tormenting her, had derived some sick satisfaction from hearing the fear and grief in her voice. Melissa's remains were found on December 11, 2010, the first of the Gilgo Four to be discovered. She had been dead for more than a year, her body wrapped in burlap and hidden in the thick brush along Ocean Parkway, within sight of the highway, but concealed well enough that dozens of cars had likely passed by every day without anyone noticing what lay just feet away. The phone calls to Melissa's sister would become a crucial piece of evidence in the eventual case against Rex Heuermann. Family members who heard recordings of the calls later reported believing they recognized Heuermann's voice in a YouTube interview that surfaced after his arrest, though voice identification has not been forensically confirmed in court. Megan Waterman, a young mother. Megan Waterman was just 22 years old when she disappeared on June 6, 2010. Originally from Maine, Megan had a 3-year-old daughter whom she loved deeply. Friends and family said that despite her struggles, Megan was devoted to her child and would call regularly to check in, even when she was away working. Like the other victims, Megan worked as an escort, advertising on the same websites and platforms the others had used. On the evening of June 6th, she was staying at a Holiday Inn Express in Hauppauge, Long Island. Surveillance video would later show her leaving the hotel, presumably to meet a client. She was never seen alive again. Her family reported her missing on June 8, 2010, when she failed to call and check in on her daughter, as she always did. Her family knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. Megan would never have gone this long without contacting her little girl. Megan's disappearance came just a month after Shannan Gilbert's frantic call for help had set in motion the search that would eventually reveal the Gilgo Four. Tragically, Megan vanished during the very period when police were beginning to search for Shannan, unaware that multiple serial predators might be hunting in the same area. Her remains would be found on December 13, 2010, wrapped in burlap like the others, positioned within that horrifying quarter-mile radius where all four women had been left. Cell phone records would later show that Megan's phone had traveled to Massapequa Park, with the last known location pinging in that area around 3 in the morning on June 6th, shortly before she disappeared. Prosecutors would later allege that DNA evidence connected Rex Heuermann directly to Megan's murder. A male hair found on the burlap that wrapped her body would be tested using advanced DNA technology, yielding results that prosecutors said were a 99.96% match to Heuermann's DNA profile. Megan's daughter was too young at the time to fully understand what had happened to her mother, but as she's grown older, she's had to grapple with the loss and the knowledge that her mother was taken from her by violence. Victims' rights attorney Gloria Allred, who has represented several of the families, has spoken about the long-lasting trauma inflicted not just on the direct victims, but on the children, siblings, and parents left behind. Amber Lynn Costello, the last of the four. Amber Lynn Costello was 27 years old when she vanished on September 2, 2010. She lived at 1112 America Avenue in West Babylon, Long Island, sharing a home with 2 men and another woman, all of whom struggled with heroin addiction. Amber, who stood just 4 feet 11 inches tall, worked as an escort to support her addiction and help her roommates do the same. Despite her struggles, people who knew Amber described her as kind and caring. She had multiple tattoos, including one that read "Chaos" on her neck, a butterfly on her lower back, and the name Margaret on her leg. These tattoos would later help investigators identify her remains. On the evening of September the 2nd, Amber arranged to meet a client who would be picking her up from her home. Her roommate, Dave Schaller, later told police that he had seen Amber get into a vehicle driven by a large man he described as looking like an ogre. The man was driving a dark green first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche, a distinctive pickup truck with a unique design. Schaller's description would prove crucial years later when investigators were trying to piece together the identity of the killer. The vehicle he described was relatively uncommon, and the physical description he gave of a very large man, over 6 feet 4 inches tall, with dark bushy hair and large oval-style glasses from the 1970s era, matched Rex Heuermann almost perfectly. Amber never returned home that night. Her roommates, despite their own issues, reported her missing when they realized something was wrong. They knew Amber's routine, knew she would always come back, or at least call to check in. When she didn't, they knew to worry. Her remains were found on December 13, 2010, the same day as Megan Waterman's and Maureen Brainerd Barnes's remains were discovered. Like the others, she was wrapped in burlap, positioned within that narrow stretch of Ocean Parkway that would become synonymous with horror. DNA evidence would later connect Rex Heuermann to Amber's murder as well. Hairs recovered from her body would be tested and compared to DNA samples obtained from Heuermann's family members, yielding matches that prosecutors argued could only be explained by Heuermann's direct contact with the victims. All 4 of these women shared striking similarities. They were all petite, all in their 20s, All worked as escorts, all advertised online, and all had contacted their killer through those advertisements. They all vanished while meeting clients in the Long Island area, and they were all found in the same manner, their bodies bound and wrapped in burlap, hidden but not so well hidden that they couldn't eventually be found. The question that hung over the investigation for years was, who had done this? Who had targeted these women specifically, and why? Beyond the Gilgo Four, the other victims. While the Gilgo Four captured the most attention, they weren't the only victims whose remains were found along Ocean Parkway and in nearby areas during the expanded search. Between March and April of 2011, as police continued searching for Shannan Gilbert, they made a series of additional discoveries that both complicated the investigation and suggested the possibility that multiple killers might have been operating in the area. Jessica Taylor, a body in two places. Jessica Taylor was 20 years old and living in Manhattan when she disappeared on July 21, 2003. She worked as an escort in New York City, advertising her services online like many of the other victims. Her disappearance initially generated little attention, one more missing person in a city where people vanished with disturbing regularity. On July 26, 2003, just 5 days after her disappearance, a hunter's dog discovered her remains in a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, approximately 45 miles east of Gilgo Beach. But what was found was not a complete body. Jessica's torso had been discovered atop a pile of scrap wood at the end of a paved access road. Her head, arms, and legs were missing. A tattoo on her torso had been mutilated with a sharp instrument, apparently in an attempt to make identification more difficult. Plastic sheeting was found underneath the torso, and the dismemberment showed signs of being done with skill, suggesting the killer had some knowledge of anatomy, or at least had planned the disposal carefully. The mutilation of the tattoo was particularly chilling, suggesting a killer who was thinking ahead about how investigators might identify the victim. For years, Jessica Taylor remained a mystery, a partial Jane Doe whose identity wasn't confirmed until later. Then, on March 29, 2011, during the expanded search for Shannan Gilbert, investigators made a startling discovery. They found additional remains along Ocean Parkway, about 3 miles east of where the Gilgo Four had been found. These remains included a skull, forearm, and hands. DNA testing would confirm that these remains also belonged to Jessica Taylor. The discovery meant that Jessica's killer had disposed of different parts of her body in 2 different locations, both in the Manorville area and along Ocean Parkway, separated by dozens of miles and kept separated for years. This pattern of disposal suggested a killer who was familiar with both areas, who had the means to travel between them, and who had the composure to carefully plan where different parts of a victim's body would be hidden. In June 2024, more than 20 years after her murder, Rex Heuermann was charged with Jessica Taylor's death. Prosecutors presented DNA evidence linking him to the crime, including a hair found on a drape underneath her torso that matched Heuermann's genetic profile. They also revealed that searches on Heuermann's computer included content about bondage and dismemberment that, they argued, was consistent with the manner in which Jessica's body had been found. Valerie Mack, another dismemberment. Valerie Mack, who sometimes used the alias Melissa Taylor, was 24 years old when she disappeared in 2000. She had been working as an escort in Philadelphia when she vanished, leaving behind a young son and family who had no idea what had happened to her. In September 2000, hunters with a dog discovered partial human remains in a wooded area of Manorville, in the same general area where Jessica Taylor's torso would be found 3 years later. The remains were wrapped in garbage bags and secured with duct tape. Like Jessica Taylor's remains, what was found was not a complete body. Valerie's head, hands, and right foot were missing, apparently removed to make identification more difficult. For 20 years, these remains remained unidentified. The case grew cold, and Valerie Mack became another Jane Doe, another number in an overburdened missing person system that struggles to identify and solve cases involving society's most vulnerable members. Then, in April 2011, during that same expanded search that had revealed Jessica Taylor's additional remains, investigators found more human remains east of Gilgo Beach. These included a skull, hands, and right foot. DNA testing would eventually confirm that these remains also belonged to Valerie Mack, the woman whose partial body had been found more than a decade earlier in Manorville. It took until May 2020, another 9 years, for investigators to finally identify Valerie Mack. They accomplished this by using genetic genealogy, a relatively new forensic technique that compares DNA from unidentified remains to DNA uploaded to genealogy databases by people researching their family trees. Through this method, investigators were able to develop a family tree and eventually identify Valerie Mack, finally giving a name to a woman who had been missing for 2 decades. In December 2024, Rex Heuermann was charged with Valerie Mack's murder. The evidence against him included DNA found on her remains that matched members of his family, as well as similarities in the method of dismemberment and disposal that connected her case to Jessica Taylor's. The similarities between how Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack were killed and disposed of are striking. Both were dismembered, with their heads, hands, and feet removed. Both had their torsos initially found in Manorville. Both had additional remains discovered years later along Ocean Parkway. Both appeared to have been killed by someone who wanted to make identification difficult, but who couldn't completely conceal what they had done. Sandra Castilla, the earliest known victim. On November 20th, 1993, 2 hunters discovered the body of Sandra Castilla in a wooded area near North Sea, a hamlet in Southampton on the eastern end of Long Island. Sandra was 28 years old at the time of her death and had been living in New York City. Unlike the other victims, Sandra's body was found relatively intact and relatively soon after her disappearance. She had last been seen on November 19, 1993, just 1 day before her body was discovered. But despite the quick discovery, her case went cold. No arrests were made, and over the years, investigators believed she might have been killed by a different serial killer named John Bittrolff, who was convicted in 2017 of murdering 2 other women on Long Island. For decades, Sandra Castilla's murder seemed to be a separate case, unrelated to the Gilgo Beach killings. Then, in June 2024, everything changed. Using advanced DNA testing, investigators re-examined evidence from Sandra's case and determined that hair found at the crime scene matched Rex Heuermann's DNA profile. The discovery was stunning. It meant that if Heuermann was indeed Sandra's killer, he had been hunting for more than 3 decades, far longer than anyone had previously suspected. It pushed the timeline of the Gilgo Beach case back to the early 1990s, suggesting that Heuermann had been perfecting his methods, learning how to hunt and kill, for years before the murders that would eventually lead to his arrest. Prosecutors revealed that Sandra had been found with a tattoo that had been mutilated, similar to what had been done to Jessica Taylor. They also noted that DNA evidence and the method of killing connected her case to the other murders Hoyerman was charged with. Karen Vergata, identified after decades. Karen Vergata was 34 years old when she disappeared in February 1996. She had been living in New York City and was involved in sex work. On April 20, 1996, partial skeletal remains were discovered on Fire Island, another Barrier Beach location off Long Island's South Shore. For years, these remains were known only as Jane Doe No. 7 or Fire Island Jane Doe. Despite investigators' best efforts, they couldn't identify who these remains belonged to. The case grew cold, and Karen Vergata's family didn't know what had happened to her. Then, on April 11, 2011, during the expanded search for Shannan Gilbert, additional remains were found at Tobay Beach in Nassau County. These remains would eventually be connected through DNA to the Fire Island Jane Doe, but it still took until August 2023 for investigators to finally identify the remains as belonging to Karen Vergata. The identification was made possible through genetic genealogy, the same technique used to identify Valerie Mack. By comparing DNA from the remains to genetic profiles in genealogy databases, investigators were able to construct a family tree and eventually determine that the remains belonged to Karen Vergata. As of now, Rex Hoyerman has not been charged in Karen Vergata's death, though investigators have indicated that they're continuing to examine possible connections. Peaches and her child, a heartbreaking connection. One of the most heartbreaking discoveries made during the investigation involved the partial remains of a woman who became known as Peaches due to a distinctive tattoo of a peach found on her body. Her remains were first discovered on June 28, 1997, stuffed inside a plastic container at Hempstead Lake State Park in Nassau County. For years, Peaches remained unidentified, another Jane Doe in a system overwhelmed with cases. Then, during the April 2011 search, investigators made a disturbing discovery. Among the remains found along Ocean Parkway was the skeleton of a female toddler, estimated to be between 16 and 24 months old. DNA testing would eventually prove that this child was Peach's daughter, that this little girl had been killed and disposed of near where additional remains belonging to her mother would be found. The discovery was particularly tragic because it suggested that the killer hadn't stopped at murdering Peaches, but had also taken the life of her innocent child, a toddler who had done nothing wrong, but had the misfortune of being connected to a woman who became a killer's target. In April 2025, investigators finally announced they had identified Peaches and her child. Using advanced forensic genealogy techniques, they determined that the remains belonged to Tanya Denise Jackson and her 2-year-old daughter, Tatiana Marie Dykes. The announcement brought answers to a family that had been searching for Tanya for nearly 3 decades, but those answers came with the unbearable knowledge that both Tanya and her baby had been murdered. As of now, no one has been charged in the murders of Tanya Jackson and Tatiana Dykes, though the investigation continues. The Asian male, an unidentified mystery. Among the remains discovered in April 2011 was the skeleton of an Asian male dressed in women's clothing. This victim has never been identified, and very little is known about who they were or how they came to be in that desolate stretch of Long Island. Updated forensic sketches released in September 2024 showed both male and female presenting versions of how this person might have appeared, recognizing that they might have been transgender or gender non-conforming. Despite these efforts, no identification has been made, and this victim remains a tragic mystery, someone whose life and death may never be fully understood. The discovery of so many different victims, killed in different ways and at different times, has led to ongoing debate about whether all of these murders were committed by the same person. Some investigators believe that multiple killers used the area as a dumping ground over the years. Others believe that at least some of the cases are connected, possibly all the work of Rex Heuermann, or perhaps one or two other individuals. What's clear is that this stretch of Long Island became a graveyard for vulnerable people, most of them sex workers, most of them women, all of them people whose lives mattered and who deserved so much better than they got. Shannan Gilbert, the search that changed everything. To truly understand the Gilgo Beach case, we have to talk about Shannan Gilbert, because without her disappearance and the desperate search that followed, the Gilgo Four and the other victims might never have been found. Shannan's case is controversial, tragic, and deeply sad, and it raises questions about how society treats vulnerable women and whether justice truly exists for everyone. Shannan Gilbert was 24 years old in May 2010. She was from Jersey City, New Jersey, and like many of the other victims in this case, she worked as an escort, advertising her services on Craigslist. She had dreams of being an actress and seemed to be a vibrant, energetic young woman despite the struggles she faced. On the night of April 30th, 2010, going into the early morning hours of May 1st, Shannan traveled from New York City to Long Island with her driver, Michael Pack. Pack, who also served as her security, brought her to meet a client in Oak Beach, a small gated community on Long Island's South Shore, not far from Gilgo Beach. The client was Joseph Brewer, who lived in a modest home in Oak Beach. Shannan went inside to meet with Brewer while Pack waited outside in the car. What happened next would remain mysterious and would ultimately lead to the discovery of a serial killer's dumping ground. At 4:51 in the morning, Shannan called 911 from inside Joseph Brewer's house. The call would last more than 21 minutes, though significant portions of it contained only silence or dead audio. In the parts where Shannan could be heard, she sounded terrified, alternating between calm, slurred speech and outright screaming. "There's somebody after me," she told the dispatcher, her voice rising in panic. "There's somebody after me." The dispatcher tried to get Shannan to say where she was, tried to understand what was happening, but Shannan seemed unable or unwilling to provide clear information. At various points on the call, Brewer and Pack could be heard trying to calm her down, trying to understand what had frightened her so badly. Eventually, Shannan ran from Brewer's house, still on the phone with 911, still screaming that someone was trying to kill her. She ran toward the home of Gus Coletti, a retired insurance fraud investigator who had lived in Oak Beach for more than 30 years. Coletti was shaving in his bathroom around 5 in the morning when he heard someone banging on his door and screaming for help. When he opened the door, he found Shannan Gilbert, terrified and incoherent, staring at him and crying out for help. Coletti could hear her 911 call still active, could hear the dispatcher on the other end trying to understand what was happening. "What's the matter?" Coletti asked her. Shannan wouldn't answer, just kept staring at him and repeating, "Help me, help me, help me." Coletti called 911 himself, telling the dispatcher that there was a young girl, maybe 14 years old, he thought, running around screaming with some guy chasing after her. When he told Shannon that the police were on their way, that she should sit down and wait, she suddenly turned and ran from his property, disappearing into the night. Shannon ran next to the home of Barbara Brennan, another Oak Beach resident, where she banged on the door. Brennan also called 911, reporting a woman screaming for help outside her home. But by the time police arrived, around 5:40 in the morning, Shannon Gilbert had vanished. Officers responding to the calls knew nothing about Shannon's 21-minute 911 call. Due to a communication breakdown, that call had been transferred to New York State Police when Shannon couldn't say exactly where she was, and the local Suffolk County officers who responded to Coletti's and Brennan's calls had no idea that the woman they were looking for had been calling for help for more than 20 minutes. When they arrived and found no sign of Shannon, they assumed she had left the area with her driver. They conducted a brief search, but found nothing. It would take nearly a month for police to connect Shannon's desperate call to the missing persons report her family had filed in New Jersey, where Shannon lived. By then, Shannon Gilbert had been missing for weeks, and the trail had gone cold. Shannon's mother, Mary Gilbert, refused to give up. She filed missing persons reports, contacted the media, and pressured police to search for her daughter. Mary knew something terrible had happened, knew her daughter wouldn't have just disappeared without a trace. She believed Shannon had been murdered, and she was determined to find out what happened. In December 2010, 7 months after Shannon's disappearance, Officer John Mallier and his cadaver dog Blue were searching the area around Ocean Parkway looking for any trace of Shannon. Instead, they found Melissa Barthelemy, the first of the Gilgo Four. Over the next few days, they found 3 more bodies, all of them women who had disappeared years earlier. None of them Shannon Gilbert. The search for Shannon expanded throughout 2011 as investigators combed the area. In December 2011, 19 months after her disappearance, Shannon's personal belongings were finally found in a marshy area near Oak Beach. Her purse, cell phone, shoes, and even her jeans were discovered, all in a remote area about 8 miles from Gilgo Beach. A week later, on December 13, 2011, Shannon's skeletal remains were found about a quarter mile from where her belongings had been discovered. She was in a marshy wetland where reeds grew 12 feet high, in an area so thick and impenetrable that it would be easy to get disoriented and lost. But here's where Shannon's case becomes controversial. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy couldn't determine a definitive cause of death. The remains were too decomposed, the environmental conditions too harsh. The official determination was that Shannon's death was undetermined, though investigators leaned toward believing she had died accidentally, possibly from drowning or exposure after becoming disoriented and lost in the marsh. Shannon's family hired their own pathologist to conduct a second autopsy. This pathologist found evidence, though not conclusive proof, that was consistent with strangulation. The hyoid bone in Shannon's throat showed signs that the pathologist believed could indicate homicidal strangulation, though he acknowledged that the evidence was insufficient to say definitively what had happened. The question of whether Shannon Gilbert was murdered or died accidentally continues to divide investigators and the public. Police have consistently said they don't believe Shannon's death is connected to the Gilgo Beach serial killer, that the timing and circumstances suggest she died in a tragic accident rather than at the hands of a murderer. But many people, including Shannon's family and their attorney, John Ray, believe she was murdered. They point to the terror in her voice during that 21-minute 911 call, to the fact that she was clearly fleeing from something or someone, to the involvement of a local doctor named Peter Hackett, who called Shannon's mother shortly after her disappearance. Dr. Hackett, a former Oak Beach resident, called Mari Gilbert 2 days after Shannon disappeared and told her he had seen Shannon, that she had come to his house, and that he had given her medication before she ran away. Hackett later denied making this call, then admitted he had called, but claimed he was simply trying to be helpful to the community, not that he had actually seen Shannon. The inconsistencies in his story have led to ongoing suspicion about his possible involvement. In any case, what's undeniable is that Shannon Gilbert's disappearance and the search for her body led directly to the discovery of the Gilgo Four and the other victims. Without Shannon's case, those women might still be lying in the brush along Ocean Parkway, unknown and unmourned. In that sense, Shannon Gilbert, whether she was a victim of the serial killer or died in a tragic accident, is inextricably linked to one of the most important serial killer investigations in American history. Tragically, Mari Gilbert, Shannon's mother, who fought so hard for justice for her daughter, would never see the arrest of Rex Heuermann. In July 2016, Mari was murdered by her daughter Sarah, Shannon's sister, who was suffering from severe mental illness. Sarah was convicted of murder and sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The Gilbert family's story is one of unimaginable tragedy, layered upon tragedy, of a family torn apart by violence, mental illness, and a system that too often fails to protect the most vulnerable among us. The investigation. Years of frustration. After the discovery of the Gilgo Four in December 2010, investigators knew they were dealing with a serial killer. The similarities between the cases were too obvious to ignore. But knowing you're dealing with a serial killer and actually catching that killer are two very different things. And for more than a decade, the investigation would be marked by frustration, dead ends, and growing questions about whether the case would ever be solved. From the beginning, investigators had some promising leads. They had the eyewitness descriptions from Amber Costello's roommate, Dave Schaller, who had seen the large man driving the Chevrolet Avalanche, who picked up Amber the night she vanished. They had cell phone data showing where the victims had been before they disappeared. They had the disturbing phone calls made to Melissa Barthelomy's sister, calls that suggested the killer was watching the family's anguish with satisfaction. They knew the killer was likely a white male in his mid-20s to mid-40s based on witness descriptions and profiler analysis. They knew he was familiar with the South Shore of Long Island, comfortable enough with the area to know where to dispose of bodies without being seen. They knew he had access to burner phones, which he used to contact the victims and later to taunt Melissa's family. They knew he used burlap sacks to wrap the bodies, suggesting he had access to these materials, possibly through work in construction or landscaping. What they didn't know was his name, and without that crucial piece of information, the case stalled. Part of the problem was jurisdictional complexity. The bodies were found in Suffolk County, but the victims had gone missing from multiple jurisdictions. Some lived in Connecticut, others in New Jersey or the Bronx. Some disappeared in Manhattan, others in Long Island. Coordinating between multiple police departments, each with their own procedures and priorities, slowed the investigation. But there was another problem, one that would come to significantly compromise the investigation in its early years: corruption and dysfunction. within the Suffolk County Police Department and District Attorney's Office. Suffolk County Police Chief James Burke was a controversial figure who had a history of internal affairs complaints against him. When the FBI offered to assist with the Gilgo Beach investigation in 2011, Burke refused, cutting off federal involvement and limiting the investigation to local resources. This decision would prove costly, as it prevented the case from benefiting from the FBI's extensive experience with serial killer investigations and their sophisticated forensic capabilities. Burke's motivations for refusing federal help remain unclear, but his subsequent downfall shed light on the dysfunction that plagued Suffolk County law enforcement during this period. In 2012, Burke beat a man who had stolen a duffel bag from Burke's official vehicle. The bag contained pornography and sex toys, and Burke allegedly committed this assault to prevent this embarrassing information from becoming public. Then, District Attorney Thomas Spota helped Burke cover up the assault, intimidating witnesses and obstructing the federal investigation into Burke's conduct. In 2016, both Burke and Spota were arrested on federal charges. Burke was convicted of civil rights violations and conspiracy to obstruct justice, sentenced to 46 months in prison. Spota was convicted of obstruction of justice and other charges in 2019, sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. The corruption at the highest levels of Suffolk County law enforcement meant that during the crucial early years of the Gilgo Beach investigation, when leads were freshest and the trail was warmest, the investigation was hampered by leadership more concerned with protecting their own interests than solving murders. For years, the case languished. The phone calls to Melissa's sister provided some leads, with investigators triangulating the calls to Massapequa and Manhattan. But without more specific information, they couldn't narrow down a suspect. The description of the man in the Chevrolet Avalanche was helpful, but there were likely hundreds or thousands of men on Long Island who fit that general description and owned that type of vehicle. DNA evidence from hairs found on the victims offered hope, but the hairs were degraded from years of exposure to the elements. Traditional DNA testing couldn't extract enough genetic information to build a complete profile. The case seemed stuck, with investigators following leads that went nowhere and families watching year after year pass without answers. By the late 2010s, the Gilgo Beach case had become one of the most notorious unsolved serial killer investigations in the country. It had been featured on numerous true crime shows, spawned books and documentaries, and become a source of ongoing fear and fascination for Long Island residents and true crime enthusiasts nationwide. Then, in January 2022, everything began to change. The task force, a fresh look at old evidence. In January 2022, the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, now under new leadership with DA Raymond Tierney, formed the Gilgo Homicide Investigation Task Force. This wasn't just another investigative committee, it was a comprehensive, multi-agency effort that brought together investigators from the Suffolk County Police Department, the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office, New York State Police, and the FBI. The task force was given a clear mandate: conduct a comprehensive review of every piece of evidence in the Gilgo Beach case. Start from scratch. Look at everything with fresh eyes. Use new technology where possible. And don't give up until there's nothing left to try. The timing was right for such an effort. DNA technology had advanced significantly since 2010. Techniques that hadn't existed or weren't widely available when the bodies were first discovered could now extract genetic information from degraded samples that previous technology couldn't analyze. Forensic genealogy, which had only recently been used to catch the Golden State Killer in 2018, offered a new tool for identifying both victims and potential suspects. The task force began by re-examining physical evidence that had been preserved for more than a decade. They looked at the hairs found on the victims' bodies, at the burlap used to wrap them, at the tape and belts used to bind them. They reviewed cell phone records, witness statements, and every tip that had come in over the years. In March 2022, just 2 months after the task force was formed, investigators made a crucial breakthrough. They discovered that a first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche had been registered to a man named Rex Heuermann at the time when Amber Costello was killed in September 2010. This was the vehicle that Dave Schaller had described seeing the night Amber disappeared. This was the distinctive pickup truck with the unusual design that had been mentioned in witness reports. And this vehicle was registered to a man who lived in Massapequa Park, Long Island, the same area where cell phone calls to Melissa Barthellemy's sister had originated. Suddenly, the investigation had a name: Rex Andrew Heuermann. Investigators began building a comprehensive profile of Heuermann. They discovered he was an architect who owned his own firm, RH Consultants and Associates, based in Manhattan. He had clients that included major corporations like Target and American Airlines. He lived in a modest house in Massapequa Park with his wife and 2 children. He had lived on Long Island his entire life, was familiar with all the areas where bodies had been found, and fit the physical description witnesses had provided. He was also 6 feet 4 inches tall, wore large glasses, had dark bushy hair, and drove a vehicle that matched the one seen picking up Amber Costello the night she disappeared. The task force began surveillance of Heuermann. They followed him to work in Manhattan, watched his movements, and looked for opportunities to obtain what law enforcement calls abandonment DNA, genetic material that someone discards in a public place that can be collected without a warrant. They tracked his digital life as well, obtaining warrants for his email accounts, his internet searches, and his phone records. What they found was deeply disturbing. Heuermann had been using burner phones and anonymous email accounts registered under fake names. He had been conducting searches about the Gilgo Beach investigation, looking up information about the victims and their families, searching for updates on the police investigation. Between March 2022 and June 2023, a 14-month period, Heuermann conducted more than 200 Google searches about the Gilgo investigation. He searched for photos of the victims. He searched for information about serial killers and how police catch them. He searched for news about the task force that had been formed to catch him. He also searched for torture pornography, violent sexual content, and material about bondage and dismemberment. Prosecutors would later argue that this material was consistent with how the victims had been found, particularly in the cases of Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack, whose bodies had been dismembered. But the most important breakthrough came in January 2023. On January 26th, investigators following Heuermann in Manhattan watched as he purchased a slice of pizza and ate it on the street before throwing the box into a trash can. A detective immediately retrieved the box, and crime lab specialists carefully swabbed the pizza crust for DNA. This was the abandonment DNA they had been hoping for, genetic material that Heuermann had discarded in a public place, which could be legally collected and tested without a warrant. The swabs were sent to the lab for processing, and in April 2023, a preserved hair sample from Megan Waterman's body was also sent for comparison. On June 12, 2023, the lab results came back. The DNA from the pizza crust matched the DNA from the male hair found on Megan Waterman's body with a 99.96% probability. Only 0.04% of the North American population wouldn't be excluded as a match. The breakthrough was stunning. After 13 years of frustration, after countless dead ends and false leads, investigators finally had physical evidence directly linking a suspect to one of the victims. But they weren't done. In July 2022, investigators had collected bottles that Hoyerman's wife and daughter had thrown away. DNA testing on those bottles revealed that female hairs found on Megan Waterman and Amber Costello matched the genetic profiles of Hoyerman's wife and daughter. The hairs couldn't have come from those women directly, as they were out of town when the murders occurred. Instead, prosecutors argued the hairs had been transferred from Hoyerman's clothing after contact with his family members. Cell phone records provided additional evidence. The task force analyzed records from burner phones that had been used to contact the victims. They compared the locations where those burner phones had been to the locations of Hoyerman's personal cell phone at the same times. The phones traveled together from Massapequa to Manhattan and back, following the same routes at the same times. Investigators found that they couldn't identify a single instance where Hoyerman's personal phone was in a different location from the burner phones when calls were being made. The correlation was too perfect to be coincidental. They also looked at Hoyerman's family travel records. They discovered that his wife and children were out of town, away from New York entirely during each of the times when the Gilgo Four were killed. Maureen Brainard Barnes disappeared in July 2007 while Hoyerman's family was away. Melissa Bartholomew vanished in July 2009 during another family trip. Megan Waterman and Amber Costello disappeared in June and September 2010, both times when Hoyerman's wife and children were traveling without him. The pattern was clear. When Hoyerman's family was away, he hunted. By July 2023, the task force had built what they believed was an overwhelming case against Rex Hoyerman. They had DNA evidence, they had cell phone records, they had vehicle registration documents, they had witness descriptions, they had internet search history, they had the pattern of his family's travel, matching the times of the murders. On July the 13th, 2023, they were ready to act. The arrest. A demon in plain sight. On the evening of July the 13th, 2023, Rex Hoyerman left his architectural office on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan and headed toward the street. It was a typical summer evening in Midtown, the sidewalks crowded with people heading home from work or out for dinner. Hoyerman blended into the crowd, just another businessman finishing his day. Then suddenly, he was surrounded. Suffolk County police officers, New York State Police, and FBI agents moved in, taking Hoyerman into custody right there on the street. He didn't resist, didn't run, didn't try to fight. He simply stood there, this massive man in glasses, as officers handcuffed him and placed him under arrest. At the same time, a large force of police vehicles descended on Hoyerman's home in Massapequa Park. His wife and children weren't there. They had left the property earlier. But neighbors came out to watch in shock, as dozens of officers surrounded the modest house where the Hoyerman family had lived for years. One neighbor later described the house as looking like a dump, noting that it stood out on the otherwise neat residential street. But Hoyerman had lived there his entire life. It was the house where he had grown up, where he had raised his own children, and where, prosecutors would later allege, he had planned and perhaps even committed some of his murders. The arrest sent shockwaves through Massapequa Park. Neighbors who had lived near Hoyerman for years or even decades couldn't believe what they were hearing. They described him as quiet, if a bit odd. He was a large man, hard to miss at 6'4", and he seemed to keep to himself. But he wasn't someone anyone would have suspected of being a serial killer. Actor Billy Baldwin, who had graduated from the same high school as Hoyerman in 1981, tweeted his shock at learning that a former classmate had been arrested as the Gilgo Beach serial killer. He described Hoyerman as having been quiet, a family man, an architect, an average guy. But prosecutors had a very different characterization of Rex Hoyerman. At a press conference the day after the arrest, Suffolk County District Attorney Raymond Tierney and Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison laid out the evidence against Hoyerman in stark terms. Rex Hoyerman is a demon that walks among us, Commissioner Harrison said, a predator that ruined families. Tierney presented the DNA evidence, the cell phone records, the witness descriptions, the internet searches. He revealed that Hoyerman had used burner phones and fake email addresses to arrange meetings with sex workers. He showed selfies that Hoyerman had taken of himself, apparently to send to women he was trying to solicit. He disclosed the disturbing searches Hoyerman had conducted, looking for information about the investigation, about serial killers, about the specific victims and their families. He revealed that searches on Hoyerman's devices included torture pornography and content about dismemberment. These young women went missing between July 2007 and September 2010, Tierney said. They were found in December 2010 by the Suffolk County Police Department, and then there was nothing. For more than a decade, there was nothing. But now, finally, there was something. Hoyerman was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of second-degree murder in the deaths of Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. He was also named as the prime suspect in the death of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, with prosecutors saying they had substantial evidence of his involvement but were continuing to build that case. On July 14, 2023, Hoyerman appeared in court for his arraignment. His attorney, Michael Brown, entered a plea of not guilty on his behalf. Brown told reporters that Hoyerman had told him, "I didn't do this," and that they would fight the charges. Hoyerman was ordered held without bail. The judge cited the serious nature of the charges, the strength of the evidence, and the risk that Hoyerman might flee as reasons for denying bail. Family members of the victims attended the hearing. Some cried, others sat stoically, but all of them seemed to be processing a complex mixture of relief, grief, and continued pain. After more than a decade of waiting, there was finally an arrest. But no arrest could bring back their loved ones, could erase the years of suffering and unanswered questions. Gloria Allred, the prominent victims' rights attorney who represented several of the families, spoke to the media after the hearing. She said it was long overdue to provide justice for vulnerable women who are missing and murdered, that these women's lives mattered, that their deaths demanded accountability. In the days following the arrest, police spent nearly 2 weeks searching Hoyerman's home. They used heavy equipment to dig up the backyard. They removed items from the basement, including guns that Hoyerman owned. They photographed every room, documented every piece of potential evidence. Investigators were looking for anything that might connect Hoyerman to the murders or to other potential victims. They were looking for trophies that serial killers sometimes keep, items belonging to their victims that serve as reminders of their crimes. They were looking for evidence of planning, for documents or notes that might reveal Heuermann's mindset. What they found was even more disturbing than they expected. They discovered what prosecutors described as a planning document, a Microsoft Word file that appeared to be a guide for how to hunt, kill, and dispose of victims without getting caught. The document, created in 2000 and modified as recently as 2002, included sections labeled Supplies, Problems, and Post-Event. Under Problems, DNA was listed as the top concern. The document discussed ways to avoid leaving genetic evidence at crime scenes. Under Supplies, the document listed items like rope, cutting tools, and materials needed for body disposal. Under Post-Event, the document appeared to outline steps for avoiding apprehension after a murder, including having a cover story ready and cleaning up potential evidence. The existence of this document suggested that Heuermann hadn't just committed these murders impulsively. He had planned them meticulously, thought through every detail, tried to anticipate every way he might get caught and how to prevent it. Prosecutors also revealed that they had found a significant collection of violent pornography on Heuermann's devices, including images depicting bondage, torture, and violence against women. Some of this material, they argued, was consistent with how the victims had been found. As the evidence mounted, public perception of Rex Heuermann began to shift. Neighbors who had initially described him as quiet and ordinary began to recall unsettling incidents. One woman said he had once tracked her down on a cruise ship where she was vacationing and told her, "I told you I could find you anywhere," a comment that seemed innocuous at the time but chilling in retrospect. Former co-workers described him as abrasive and demanding, a perfectionist who could be difficult to work with. Some said he had an intense, almost obsessive attention to detail, a quality that might have served him well as an architect, but that took on a sinister cast when considered in the context of the meticulous planning prosecutors alleged he had done for his murders. Heuermann's wife, Asa Ellerup, filed for divorce just days after his arrest. Her attorney said she had no knowledge of her husband's alleged crimes, that she had believed him to be an ordinary architect and father. Prosecutors confirmed that Ellerup and the couple's 2 adult children were not considered suspects, that all available evidence indicated they had known nothing about what Heuermann had allegedly been doing when they were away from home. The children, Victoria Heuermann and Christopher Sheridan, hired an attorney who described them as being caught in the crosshairs of a deeply unfortunate situation. They were 2 young adults whose lives had been upended, who had to grapple with the possibility that their father was a serial killer. In the months following the arrest, investigators continued working on the case. They were confident they had the right person, but they knew there was more to learn, potentially more victims to connect to Heuermann. Expanding the case. More victims, more decades. In January 2024, 6 months after Heuermann's arrest, prosecutors brought new charges. On January 16th, Heuermann was indicted for the murder of Maureen Brainard Barnes, the 4th member of the Gilgo Four and the first of the women to disappear. The evidence against Heuermann in Maureen's case centered on DNA. A hair found with her body had been tested using advanced mitochondrial DNA analysis and had been determined to match the genetic profile of either Heuermann's wife or his daughter. Like with the other victims, prosecutors argued that this hair had been transferred from Heuermann's clothing, that it was proof of his direct contact with Maureen. The completion of charges for all 4 of the Gilgo Beach murders was a significant milestone. The families who had waited more than 16 years since Maureen's disappearance and 13 years since the bodies were found finally had answers about all 4 women. But investigators weren't done. The task force had continued reviewing old evidence, looking for connections between Heuermann and the other victims whose remains had been found in the area. In late April 2024, police conducted a new multi-day search of woods in Manorville, the area where Jessica Taylor's and Valerie Mack's torsos had been discovered years earlier. They used K9 units and ground-penetrating radar to look for any additional evidence that might have been missed in previous searches. In May 2024, police served another search warrant on Heuermann's home, their second major search of the property. They removed additional evidence and spent several more days documenting the house. They were building cases for murders that stretched back decades, and every piece of evidence mattered. Then, on June 6, 2024, prosecutors dropped a bombshell. They filed a superseding indictment charging Heuermann with 2 more murders. Jessica Taylor, killed in 2003, and Sandra Costilla, killed in 1993. The Sandra Costilla charge was particularly stunning. It pushed the timeline of the case back 31 years, suggesting that Heuermann had been killing since at least the early 1990s, when he would have been in his early 30s. It meant that this was not a case of a man who had suddenly snapped and gone on a killing spree. This was someone who had been hunting and killing for decades, who had refined his methods over years of practice. The evidence in both cases included DNA. In Jessica Taylor's case, prosecutors revealed that a male hair found on a drape underneath her dismembered torso matched Heuermann's genetic profile. In Sandra Costilla's case, advanced DNA testing had reanalyzed evidence that had previously been attributed to another convicted killer, John Bitrolf, and determined that the DNA actually pointed to Heuermann. Prosecutors also revealed more about the planning document found on Heuermann's computer. The document, they said, included references to specific methods of dismemberment and disposal that were consistent with how Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack had been found. It mentioned techniques for removing tattoos from bodies, something that had been done to both Jessica and Sandra. During a press conference announcing the new charges, District Attorney Tierney described Heuermann as having meticulously planned and executed at least 6 separate murders. He presented a timeline showing how Heuermann had allegedly been active over decades, killing when the opportunity presented itself, always being careful to strike when his family was away. Tierney also revealed that the violent pornography found on Heuermann's devices notably coincided with how the remains of Sandra Costilla, Jessica Taylor, and Valerie Mack had been discovered. The images depicted dismemberment, bondage, and violence that mirrored the crime scenes. Heuermann appeared in court on June 6, 2024, to face the new charges. He pleaded not guilty, shaking his head as the charges were read. His attorney, Michael Brown, said his client was adamant that he hadn't committed these crimes and that they would contest the evidence. But prosecutors weren't finished. On December 17, 2024, they unveiled another indictment. Heuermann was charged with the murder of Valerie Mack, the 7th woman whose death he was accused of causing. The evidence in Valerie's case was similar to the others. DNA from hairs found on her remains matched the genetic profiles of Heuermann's wife and daughter. The method of dismemberment and disposal was strikingly similar to Jessica Taylor's case. Both women had been dismembered in the same general manner. Both had their remains split between Manorville and the Ocean Parkway area. Both appeared to have been killed by someone with the same methods and access to the same disposal locations. When Hoyerman was brought to court for arraignment on the Valerie Mack charge, he spoke for the first time, telling the judge, "Your Honor, I am not guilty of any of these charges." He shook his head no as he said it, appearing frustrated and defiant. Valerie's family attended the hearing. Gloria Allred, representing many of the victims' families, presented red roses to Valerie's parents, and family members of the other victims embraced them, sharing tears in an emotional moment that spoke to the bonds that had formed among these families united by grief. With the charging of Valerie Mack's murder, the case against Rex Hoyerman now encompasses 7 women allegedly killed between 1993 and 2010. The victims span 3 decades, multiple locations, and different methods of disposal. But prosecutors argue they are all connected by the same perpetrator, a man who they allege hunted vulnerable women, killed them when his family was away, and disposed of their bodies in areas he knew well. The sheer scope of the alleged crimes is staggering. If prosecutors' charges are proven at trial, Rex Hoyerman would represent one of the most prolific serial killers in New York history, a man who allegedly operated in plain sight for more than 3 decades while maintaining a seemingly normal life as an architect, husband, and father. The evidence building a case. The case against Rex Hoyerman relies on multiple types of evidence, each piece adding to a comprehensive picture that prosecutors argue can only point to one conclusion: that Hoyerman is responsible for at least 7 murders spanning 3 decades. DNA evidence. The DNA evidence is perhaps the most compelling aspect of the prosecution's case. Using advanced forensic techniques, including mitochondrial DNA analysis and whole genome sequencing, investigators were able to extract genetic information from hairs that had been preserved for years but were too degraded for traditional DNA testing. The key breakthrough came from a technique called whole genome sequencing, which analyzes the complete genetic code rather than just specific markers. This technique has never been used before in a New York courtroom, and its admissibility has been the subject of extensive legal arguments. In March 2025, a judge began a Fry hearing, a legal proceeding designed to determine whether this new scientific technique meets the standard for admissibility in court. The defense has argued that the technique is too new, not broadly accepted enough in the scientific community, and potentially unreliable. Prosecutors have countered that the technique is based on well-established science and simply uses more complete genetic information to make identifications. The outcome of this hearing could be crucial. If the judge rules that the whole genome sequencing results are admissible, prosecutors will be able to present DNA evidence linking Hoyerman to multiple victims. If the evidence is excluded, the prosecution will have to rely more heavily on other types of evidence. But even if the DNA from the degraded hairs is excluded, prosecutors have other genetic evidence. The pizza crust DNA, obtained through legal abandonment and tested using traditional techniques, provides a direct link between Hoyerman and the hair found on Megan Waterman's body. That evidence alone would be difficult for the defense to explain away. Cell phone evidence. The cell phone evidence creates a pattern that prosecutors argue is too consistent to be coincidental. Investigators analyzed records from Hoyerman's personal cell phone and from multiple burner phones that were used to contact the victims. What they found was that these phones traveled together. When the burner phones moved from Massapequa to Manhattan, Hoyerman's personal phone made the same journey at the same time. When calls were placed from the burner phones, Hoyerman's personal phone was in the same location at the same moment. Investigators couldn't find a single instance where Hoyerman's phone was somewhere else when the burner phones were active. The correlation was perfect. Additionally, cell phone records showed that after each murder, the burner phone used to contact that victim was never used again. It was as if the killer knew to dispose of the phone, to eliminate that piece of evidence connecting him to the victim. The phone calls made to Melissa Barthelемy's sister are particularly damning. Those calls were traced to locations in Manhattan and Massapequa, the two places where Hoyerman regularly spent time. The timeline of the calls, made in the weeks after Melissa's disappearance, corresponds with a period when Hoyerman would have had access to her phone. The Chevrolet Avalanche. The vehicle evidence provides physical corroboration of witness testimony. Dave Schaller's description of the dark green first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche that picked up Amber Costello matches the vehicle that Rex Hoyerman owned in September 2010 when Amber disappeared. This wasn't a common vehicle. The first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche, produced between 2002 and 2006, had a distinctive design with a unique rear panel that witnesses specifically remembered. It was this distinctive feature that made Schaller's description so valuable. When investigators searched vehicle registration databases, they found that Hoyerman had owned exactly this type of vehicle at the time of the murders. The vehicle has since been located in South Carolina, where Hoyerman owns property and has been seized for forensic examination. Internet search history. The internet searches found on Hoyerman's devices paint a disturbing picture of a man obsessed with the investigation into his own crimes and with violent sexual content. Over a 14-month period between March 2022 and June 2023, Hoyerman conducted more than 200 searches related to the Gilgo Beach investigation. He looked up news articles about the case. He searched for information about the victims and their families. He looked for updates on the task force that had been formed to catch him. He also searched for information about serial killers and how they are caught. He looked up details about how police use DNA evidence, cell phone tracking, and other forensic techniques. Prosecutors have argued these searches suggest someone trying to stay one step ahead, attempting to understand how investigators might be closing in on him. The violent pornography found on his devices is also significant to the prosecution's case. Prosecutors argue that the content, which depicted bondage, torture, dismemberment, and violence against women, appears consistent with how several victims were found. According to court documents, the types of images accessed notably and largely coincide with how the remains of Sandra Costilla, Jessica Taylor, and Valerie Mack were discovered, suggesting to investigators a connection between fantasy and alleged action. The planning document. Perhaps the most chilling evidence is the planning document found on Hoyerman's computer. This Microsoft Word file, created in 2000 and modified until 2002, appears to be a literal instruction manual for how to commit murder without getting caught. The document includes sections on supplies needed, problems to anticipate, and steps to take after a killing. It lists DNA as the primary concern, suggests techniques for avoiding leaving genetic evidence, and outlines methods for disposing of bodies. The existence of this document suggests premeditation on a scale rarely seen, even in serial killer cases. Based on its contents, prosecutors argue this wasn't someone who killed in the heat of passion, or even someone who killed impulsively. The document indicates someone who carefully planned out a process, who thought through details methodically, who approached murder with the same systematic planning one might apply to a complex architectural project. Family travel records. The correlation between when Hoyerman's family was traveling and when the murders occurred provides powerful circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors have documented that Hoyerman's wife and children were away from home, out of state or out of the country during each of the times when the Gilgo Four were killed. Maureen Brainard Barnes disappeared in July 2007 during a family trip. Melissa Bartholomew vanished in July 2009 while Hoyerman's family was away. Megan Waterman disappeared in June 2010 during another trip. Amber Costello vanished in September 2010, also while the family was traveling. This pattern suggests that Hoyerman may have waited for times when he would be alone, when his activities wouldn't be monitored by family members to hunt for victims. It also indicates that his family truly had no knowledge of what he was allegedly doing, that they were away and uninvolved during the critical moments. Witness descriptions. Multiple witnesses described seeing a very large man with dark hair and glasses picking up Amber Costello before her disappearance. These descriptions match Rex Hoyerman's appearance almost perfectly. At 6 feet 4 inches tall, with distinctive 70s-style oval glasses and dark, bushy hair, Hoyerman fits the profile that witnesses provided more than a decade ago. Dave Shaller's description of the man as looking like an ogre resonates with how some others have described Hoyerman, a large, somewhat intimidating figure who nonetheless seemed ordinary enough not to raise immediate alarm. Taken together, all of this evidence creates what prosecutors argue is a compelling case. No single piece might be conclusive on its own, but collectively, they paint a picture that prosecutors believe points toward Rex Hoyerman as the perpetrator of at least 7 murders. The defense, however, has argued that much of this evidence is circumstantial, that DNA can be transferred innocently, that cell phone records can be misleading, and that internet searches don't prove anyone actually committed a crime. They've maintained that the case against Hoyerman isn't as strong as prosecutors claim, that reasonable doubt exists, and that their client is innocent of these charges. The question of guilt or innocence will ultimately be decided by a jury, assuming the case goes to trial. But the evidence gathered over more than a decade of investigation, accelerated dramatically by the formation of the task force in 2022, represents one of the most comprehensive serial killer cases ever assembled in New York. The forensic science breaking through barriers. The breakthrough in the Gilgo Beach case wasn't just about dogged police work or luck. It was about the evolution of forensic science itself, about techniques that didn't exist or weren't widely available when the bodies were first discovered in 2010. To understand how investigators finally identified Rex Hoyerman, we need to understand the science that made it possible. DNA analysis has come a long way in the past 2 decades. When the Gilgo Four were first discovered, traditional DNA testing required relatively pristine samples with sufficient genetic material to create a complete profile. The hairs found on the victims' bodies were degraded from years of exposure to the elements, moisture, temperature fluctuations, decomposition fluids. Traditional testing methods couldn't extract enough usable DNA from these samples to create the kind of detailed genetic profile needed for comparison. But by the time the task force re-examined the evidence in 2022, new techniques had been developed. One of these was called touch DNA, or low copy number DNA testing, which can create genetic profiles from samples containing just a few cells. Another advancement was improved extraction methods that could recover DNA from degraded samples that previous technology would have deemed too compromised to test. The task force sent the preserved hair samples to laboratories with the most advanced equipment and expertise in handling degraded samples. They used techniques that could amplify tiny amounts of genetic material, creating copies of the DNA until there was enough to analyze. They used new chemical processes that could break through the degradation and access the genetic information locked inside cells that were decades old. But even with these advances, the hair samples alone might not have been enough to make an arrest. What really broke the case wide open was the combination of these forensic advances with old-fashioned surveillance and the legal concept of abandonment DNA. The pizza crust that Rex Heuermann threw away in January 2023 became the Rosetta Stone of the investigation. Unlike the degraded hairs found on the victims, the DNA from the pizza crust was fresh, complete, and unambiguous. It provided a full genetic profile that could be compared to the partial profiles extracted from the hair samples. When the laboratory confirmed that the DNA from the pizza crust matched the DNA from the male hair found on Megan Waterman's remains, it was a moment of scientific certainty in a case that had been plagued by uncertainty for more than a decade. The statistical probability was overwhelming. 99.96%, only 4 in 10,000 people in North America wouldn't be excluded as a match. But the forensic breakthroughs didn't stop there. The task force also used a technique called mitochondrial DNA testing on some of the evidence. Mitochondrial DNA is different from the nuclear DNA that most people think of when they hear about genetic testing. While nuclear DNA comes from both parents and is unique to each individual except for identical twins, mitochondrial DNA is passed down only through the mother and is shared by all maternal relatives. Mitochondrial DNA testing is particularly useful for degraded samples because each cell contains many more copies of mitochondrial DNA than nuclear DNA. Even when nuclear DNA has degraded beyond the point of useful analysis, mitochondrial DNA can often still be recovered and tested. The task force used mitochondrial DNA testing to examine hairs found on Amber Costello's remains. While they couldn't get a complete nuclear DNA profile from these hairs, they could determine the mitochondrial DNA sequence. Then they compared this sequence to the mitochondrial DNA from samples collected from Heuermann's wife and daughter after they had thrown away bottles. The results showed that the mitochondrial DNA from the hairs on Amber Costello matched the mitochondrial DNA from Heuermann's wife and daughter. This didn't mean that Heuermann's wife or daughter had been present when Amber was killed. Both were out of town during the time of the murder. Instead, prosecutors argued that the hairs had been transferred from them to Heuermann through normal contact, living in the same house, sharing furniture and vehicles, and then transferred from Heuermann to Amber's body during the commission of the crime. This phenomenon, called secondary transfer, is well documented in forensic science. When people live together, they constantly shed hair and skin cells that end up on each other's clothing and belongings. When Heuermann allegedly hunted for victims, he would have been carrying these microscopic traces of his family with him. During the alleged assaults and murders, some of these hairs would have been transferred to the victims' bodies. The concept of secondary transfer was crucial to the prosecution's case because it explained how genetic material from Hoyermann's family members ended up on multiple victims despite those family members being hundreds or thousands of miles away when the murders occurred. It also provided another layer of evidence connecting Hoyermann to the crimes beyond just his own DNA. The task force also made use of forensic genealogy, though not in the direct investigation of Hoyermann himself. Forensic genealogy is the technique that helped catch the Golden State Killer in 2018. It involves uploading DNA profiles from crime scenes to genealogy databases like GEDmatch, where people voluntarily share their genetic information to research their family trees. When investigators upload a DNA profile from a crime scene to these databases, they can find matches with distant relatives of the person who left that DNA. By constructing detailed family trees and following them forward through generations, skilled genetic genealogists can often narrow down the possible identities of an unknown DNA donor to a very small pool of candidates. The task force used this technique not to identify Hoyermann, but to identify some of the victims whose remains had been found. Valerie Mack, who remained a Jane Doe for 20 years after her dismembered remains were found in Manorville, was finally identified in May 2020 using forensic genealogy. Karen Vergata, whose remains had been found in 1996 and again in 2011, but who remained unidentified until August 2023, was also identified using this technique. The identification of these victims was important not just for giving their families closure, but also for strengthening the case against Hoyermann. Once investigators knew who the victims were, they could examine their backgrounds, their movements before they disappeared, and any connections they might have had to Hoyermann or his known locations. Beyond DNA, the task force also used advanced digital forensics to examine Hoyermann's online activity. When Hoyermann's devices were seized, forensic specialists created complete digital images of their contents, preserving everything for analysis. They recovered deleted files, examined browser histories, analyzed email accounts, and reconstructed Hoyermann's digital footprint going back years. What they found painted a disturbing picture. Hoyermann had been searching for information about the Gilgo Beach case hundreds of times. He had been visiting websites that featured violent pornography. He had been using anonymous email accounts and burner phones to communicate, behavior that prosecutors argued was consistent with someone who knew he was being careful to avoid detection. The digital forensics also revealed the existence of that planning document, the Microsoft Word file that appeared to be a manual for committing murder without getting caught. Created in 2000 and modified through 2002, this document was perhaps the most chilling piece of evidence the task force uncovered. It suggested not impulsive violence, but calculated, methodical planning. It indicated someone who approached murder with the same systematic thinking one might apply to an architectural project. The convergence of all these different types of forensic evidence, traditional DNA testing, advanced DNA extraction techniques, forensic genealogy, digital forensics, cell phone analysis, created a web of circumstantial and physical evidence that prosecutors believed was overwhelming. The psychological profile inside the mind. From the earliest days of the investigation, criminal profilers had been trying to understand who they were looking for. What kind of person kills multiple women over the course of years or even decades? What drives that kind of behavior? And what clues might the crime scenes themselves provide about the killer's psychology? Profiling is part science and part art. It's based on decades of research into criminal behavior, on interviews with convicted offenders, on statistical analysis of crime scene characteristics and their correlation with offender characteristics. But it's also based on experience, on the accumulated wisdom of investigators who have worked hundreds or thousands of cases and developed an intuition for the patterns that connect criminals to their crimes. In the Gilgo Beach case, profilers looked at several key factors. The victims were all sex workers, all found in similar conditions, all disposed of in remote locations. The killer used burlap to wrap the bodies, suggesting he had access to these materials and preferred their use. He used restraints, belts, and tape to bind the victims. He made taunting phone calls to at least one victim's family member, suggesting a desire for attention or a need to maintain some connection to his crimes even after they were complete. These details suggested a profile that was remarkably consistent. A white male, likely between his late 20s and mid-50s at the time of the murders, someone who lived or worked on Long Island and was familiar with the area. He would be organized and methodical, someone who planned his crimes rather than acting impulsively. He would likely have a job and possibly a family, living what appeared from the outside to be a normal life, while maintaining a hidden violent side that he kept carefully compartmentalized. The choice of victims, sex workers who advertised online, suggested someone who preferred targets who were vulnerable and whose disappearances might not generate immediate attention from law enforcement. The taunting phone calls suggested someone who felt powerful, who enjoyed the psychological manipulation of causing pain to the victim's loved ones. The use of the same disposal method for the Gilgo 4, wrapping them in burlap and placing them close together along Ocean Parkway, suggested what profilers call a signature, a distinctive aspect of the crime that goes beyond what's necessary to commit the offense. Signatures often have psychological significance to the offender, representing some internal need or compulsion that the crimes fulfill. When Rex Heuermann was finally arrested, investigators and profilers looked at how well he matched the profile they had developed. In many ways, he fit almost perfectly. He was a white male who had been in his 30s to 50s during the time period when most of the murders occurred. He lived on Long Island, in Massapequa Park, an area that was geographically central to the disposal sites and the locations where victims had last been seen. He worked as an architect, a profession that required organization, attention to detail, and systematic thinking, all traits that were evident in how the crimes appeared to have been planned and executed. He had a wife and children, maintaining what neighbors described as a relatively normal family life, albeit one that seemed a bit odd or eccentric at times. The presence of the planning document on his computer was perhaps the most striking confirmation of the profile. It suggested exactly the kind of organized, methodical approach that profilers had predicted. It showed someone who didn't just commit crimes, but who planned them like a project, who thought through contingencies, who considered problems and solutions. But beyond matching a general profile, investigators also looked for what are called stressors in Heuermann's life, events or circumstances that might have triggered or enabled his alleged criminal behavior. One pattern that emerged was the correlation between when his family was traveling and when the Gilgo 4 were killed. This pattern suggested that Heuermann may have needed his family to be absent in order to act on his violent impulses. Perhaps their presence provided a psychological restraint, or perhaps the practical reality of having them in the house made it impossible for him to prepare for or carry out his crimes. Either way, Their absence seemed to create windows of opportunity that he allegedly exploited. Psychologists who study serial killers often talk about the concept of a cooling-off period, a span of time between murders during which the offender returns to relatively normal behavior before the urge to kill builds up again. The time spans between when the Gilgo Four were killed, months or even years, would be consistent with this pattern. Some experts have also noted that Heuermann's alleged behavior appeared to escalate over time. If the charges against him are true, and he is indeed responsible for Sandra Costilla's death in 1993, then his first murder may have been relatively impulsive, with the body found intact and relatively quickly. But over the years, the methods appeared to become more sophisticated. By the time he allegedly killed the Gilgo Four, he had refined his approach: careful victim selection, use of burner phones, disposal methods designed to delay discovery and identification. The dismemberments of Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack suggested yet another evolution, a willingness to go further in attempting to prevent identification and perhaps also an escalation in the violence itself. The mutilation of tattoos on these victims indicated a killer who was thinking about how investigators might identify bodies and taking steps to prevent that. All of this painted a picture of someone who, if the allegations are true, wasn't just killing impulsively, but was refining his methods over time, learning from experience, becoming more sophisticated in his approach. This kind of evolution is characteristic of organized serial killers who operate over long periods. Investigators also looked at Heuermann's behavior after the bodies were discovered in 2010. The Google searches he conducted, hundreds of them over more than a year, showed someone who was obsessed with monitoring the investigation. He searched for photos of the victims, for updates on the case, for information about the task force that was hunting him. This kind of behavior is often called returning to the scene, though in this case, the return was virtual rather than physical. It suggests a psychological need to stay connected to the crimes, to relive them in some way, or perhaps to monitor whether investigators were getting close to identifying him. The violent pornography found on his devices is also significant from a psychological perspective. While viewing violent pornography doesn't make someone a killer, in this case, prosecutors argued that the specific types of content Heuermann allegedly viewed, content involving bondage, torture, and dismemberment, corresponded to how several of the victims were found. This suggested a link between fantasy and, if the charges are true, action. The community impact, fear, and aftermath. The Gilgo's Beach case didn't just affect the families of the victims or the investigators who worked it. It sent ripples of fear and uncertainty through entire communities, fundamentally changing how people thought about their safety and their neighbors. For residents of Long Island's South Shore, the discovery of the bodies in 2010 transformed familiar landscapes into places of horror. Ocean Parkway, once just a scenic drive along the beach, became associated with death and predation. Parents worried about their children playing near the beaches. Women, particularly sex workers, knew that a killer had been hunting in their community, and that realization created a climate of heightened fear and vigilance. The fact that the case remained unsolved for 13 years only amplified that fear. This wasn't a situation where someone had committed a terrible crime and been swiftly apprehended. This was a killer who had operated for years, possibly decades, without being caught. That suggested either extraordinary criminal skill or extraordinary failures in law enforcement, and neither possibility was comforting. Local residents followed the case obsessively, attending community meetings where police provided updates reading every news article, discussing theories online. Some people became amateur investigators themselves, researching the victims, mapping out disposal sites, trying to find patterns that might lead to the killer's identity. The case also brought national attention to Long Island, but not the kind of attention communities typically want. Gilgo Beach became synonymous with unsolved serial murders, with vulnerable women killed and discarded along a lonely highway. The area was featured in countless true crime shows, documentaries, and podcasts, its name forever linked to tragedy. For the town of Massapequa Park, where Rex Heuermann lived, his arrest in July 2023 brought a different kind of shock. This was a person who had lived in the community for decades, who had raised his family there, who had been seen at local businesses and community events. He wasn't a stranger who had come from somewhere else to commit crimes. He was, by all appearances, one of them. Neighbors struggled to reconcile the man they thought they knew with the charges against him. Some remembered him as quiet and polite. Others recalled finding him odd or unsettling. All of them wondered how they could have lived so close to someone who was allegedly responsible for such terrible crimes without ever suspecting anything. The house on First Avenue where Heuermann lived became a focus of morbid fascination. After his arrest, police spent weeks searching the property, tearing up the backyard, removing items from the basement, documenting every room. Neighbors and curiosity seekers lined the street, taking photos, creating a spectacle that further traumatized a community already reeling from the revelations. For Heuermann's own family, the impact was immeasurable. His wife filed for divorce within days of his arrest. His children, both young adults, found themselves at the center of a media storm. Their father accused of being one of the most prolific serial killers in New York history. They hired attorneys who described them as victims of circumstance, two people whose lives had been irrevocably changed by alleged crimes they knew nothing about. The broader sex worker community also grappled with the implications of the case. The Gilgo Beach murders highlighted the vulnerability of people working in the sex trade, how easily they can become targets, how often their disappearances generate less attention and fewer resources from law enforcement than disappearances of other citizens. Advocates used the case to push for decriminalization of sex work, arguing that the illegality of the profession drives it underground and makes workers more vulnerable to violence. They pointed out that all of the Gilgo Four had advertised their services online, meeting clients without the kind of screening or security that would exist in legal, regulated environments. They were forced to work alone, to meet strangers in private locations, because the alternative was risking arrest. The case also prompted discussions about society's treatment of missing person cases involving sex workers or people with substance abuse issues. Several of the Gilgo Beach victims had been reported missing, but their cases hadn't generated significant attention. They were seen as transient, as people who might have simply moved on or chosen to disappear. The reality that they had been murdered and disposed of like trash forced a reckoning with how society values different lives. Law enforcement in Suffolk County faced intense scrutiny in the wake of Heuermann's arrest. Why had it taken 13 years to make an arrest? How much had the corruption and dysfunction under former police chief James Burke hampered the investigation? Could the murders have been prevented if the FBI had been allowed to assist in 2011? These questions didn't have easy answers. The task force that finally broke the case pointed to advances in forensic technology that simply hadn't existed in 2010, as a crucial factor in solving the crimes. But they also acknowledged that the refusal of federal assistance in the early years had been a mistake, that corruption at the highest levels of the department had diverted attention and resources away from the investigation. The creation of the Gilgo Homicide Investigation Task Force in January 2022 represented a fresh start, a commitment to using every available resource to solve the case. The success of that task force offered a measure of redemption for Suffolk County law enforcement, proof that when investigators had the tools, the leadership, and the determination, they could solve even the most complex cases. But for the families of the victims, no amount of police work could undo the years of suffering and uncertainty they had endured. They had spent more than a decade wondering what had happened to their loved ones, hoping for answers, dreading what those answers might be. The arrest of Rex Heuermann provided some closure, but it also brought a new kind of pain, knowing exactly how their loved ones had died, having to sit through court proceedings where the details of those deaths would be revealed, facing the possibility that the legal process might drag on for years before reaching a final resolution. The legal proceedings, justice delayed. As of now, Rex Heuermann remains in the Suffolk County Correctional Facility, held without bail while he awaits trial. He has been incarcerated since his arrest in July 2023, spending his days in jail, his attorneys say, reviewing discovery materials and preparing for what will likely be one of the most high-profile criminal trials in Long Island history. The path to trial has been complex and slow, with numerous legal motions, evidentiary hearings, and procedural arguments delaying the process. This is typical for serial killer cases, which often involve massive amounts of evidence, complex forensic testimony, and extensive pre-trial litigation. One of the most significant legal battles has centered on the DNA evidence. In January 2025, Heuermann's defense team filed a motion requesting that the murder charges be tried separately. They argued for 5 separate trials, one for the Gilgo 4 murders, and individual trials for Sandra Costilla, Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. Defense attorney Michael Brown argued that trying all 7 murders together would create a cumulative effect that would prejudice the jury against his client. He suggested that if jurors hear about victim after victim after victim, they'll develop an "if there's smoke, there's fire" mentality, assuming Heuermann must be guilty simply because of the number of charges, rather than evaluating the evidence for each crime individually. Prosecutors opposed the motion, arguing that the cases are connected by common elements, including method of killing, disposal of bodies, and DNA evidence. They said that trying the cases together would be more efficient, would reduce trauma to families who would otherwise have to sit through multiple trials, and would allow jurors to see the full scope of Heuermann's alleged criminal enterprise. In September 2025, a judge ruled against the defense's motion. He determined that all 7 murder charges would be tried together in a single trial, that the indictments would remain intact, and that prosecutors would be allowed to present their theory that all 7 murders are connected. This ruling was a significant victory for the prosecution. It means they'll be able to present evidence showing a pattern of behavior spanning 3 decades, evidence that might be less powerful if each murder were tried separately. The admissibility of the DNA evidence remains the subject of ongoing litigation. The Fry hearing that began in March 2025 has involved extensive testimony from forensic experts on both sides debating whether whole genome sequencing meets the legal standard for admissibility in New York courts. In September 2025, according to court reports, the judge ruled that the DNA evidence, including the results from whole genome sequencing, would be admitted at trial, meaning prosecutors would be able to use this forensic evidence to connect Hoyerman to the victims. This represented another major development for the prosecution, as the DNA evidence forms a crucial pillar of their case. Hoyerman's defense team continues to argue that he is innocent, that the evidence against him is either circumstantial or susceptible to innocent explanations. Brown has emphasized that DNA can be transferred through innocent contact, that cell phone evidence can be misleading, and that internet searches don't prove someone committed murder. The defense has also raised questions about whether Hoyerman can receive a fair trial given the enormous media coverage the case has received. Brown has suggested he might request a change of venue, moving the trial away from Suffolk County where the murders occurred and where publicity has been most intense. As of the latest court dates in late 2025, no trial date has been set. Given the complexity of the case and the amount of evidence involved, it's likely that the trial, when it does begin, could last for months. It will involve extensive forensic testimony, DNA analysis, cell phone records, witness statements, and potentially testimony from Hoyerman's family members about his behavior and activities. The trial will be one of the most watched in recent New York history. It will draw national and potentially international media attention, given the notorious nature of the case and the decades-long mystery surrounding the Gilgo Beach killings. For the families of the victims, the legal proceedings represent both hope for justice and a prolonged reminder of their losses. Each court appearance, each legal motion, each delay means more time before there can be any sense of closure. But they have waited this long, and most have expressed willingness to wait longer, if it means ensuring that justice is ultimately served. What the trial will look like. When Rex Hoyerman eventually goes to trial, assuming the case isn't resolved through a plea agreement, which seems unlikely given the severity of the charges and Hoyerman's insistence on his innocence, the proceedings will likely last for months. Murder trials of this complexity rarely conclude quickly. The first major hurdle will be jury selection. Finding 12 people and several alternates who can be impartial in such a high-profile case will be extraordinarily difficult. Most people on Long Island have heard about the Gilgo Beach murders. Many have followed the case closely. The challenge for both the prosecution and defense will be finding jurors who are aware of the case but haven't already formed strong opinions about Hoyerman's guilt or innocence. During jury selection, called voir dire, attorneys from both sides will question potential jurors about their knowledge of the case, their ability to be impartial, their views on the death penalty. Though New York doesn't have capital punishment, the seriousness of the charges means this might come up, and anything else that might affect their ability to serve fairly. This process alone could take weeks. Once a jury is seated, the trial will begin with opening statements. The prosecution will lay out their case, explaining what they intend to prove and how they plan to prove it. They'll describe the victims, the evidence connecting Hoyerman to the crimes, and the timeline of events. They'll paint a picture of a methodical killer who hunted vulnerable women for decades. The defense will then present their opening statement, outlining their theory of the case and the reasonable doubts they intend to create about the prosecution's evidence. They might argue that the evidence is circumstantial, that DNA can be transferred innocently, that coincidences do happen, and that the prosecution hasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Heuermann committed these specific crimes. After opening statements, the prosecution will present their case in chief, calling witnesses and introducing evidence. This phase will likely include testimony from law enforcement officers who investigated the case, forensic specialists who analyzed DNA and other physical evidence, cell phone experts who can explain the location data and call records, digital forensics experts who examined Heuermann's computers and phones, and potentially witnesses who saw Heuermann with one or more of the victims. Each piece of physical evidence will need to be properly authenticated and admitted into the record. Crime scene photographs, DNA analysis reports, the planning document found on Heuermann's computer, cell phone records, all of this will be methodically presented to the jury with accompanying testimony explaining what it is and why it's significant. The DNA testimony will likely be particularly complex and time-consuming. Forensic scientists will need to explain to the jury how DNA analysis works, what makes a match reliable, how they handled and tested the samples, what the statistical probabilities mean, and how they can be certain the DNA found on the victims matches Heuermann and members of his family. Cross-examination by the defense will attempt to poke holes in this testimony, to find any weakness or uncertainty, any possibility of error or contamination, anything that might create reasonable doubt. This back and forth between direct examination by prosecutors and cross-examination by the defense will play out with witness after witness, potentially over the course of many weeks. The prosecution will also need to establish the chain of custody for all physical evidence, proving that each item was properly collected, stored, and tracked from the crime scene through laboratory analysis to the courtroom. Any break in that chain could provide an opening for the defense to argue that evidence was contaminated or tampered with. Expert witnesses will be crucial to both sides. The prosecution will call experts to testify about forensic pathology, explaining how the victims died and what the conditions of their remains revealed about the time and manner of death. They'll call experts in DNA analysis, in digital forensics, in cell phone technology. They may call criminal profilers or behavioral analysts to discuss the psychological aspects of the crimes and how they connect to Heuermann. The defense will have the opportunity to call their own experts, scientists who might challenge the prosecution's forensic conclusions, who might offer alternative explanations for the evidence, or who might testify about the limitations and potential errors in various types of forensic analysis. After the prosecution rests their case, the defense will have the opportunity to present their case in chief. They might call witnesses to provide an alibi for Heuermann, to testify about his character, or to challenge the prosecution's timeline or theory of the crimes. They might call expert witnesses to rebut the prosecution's forensic evidence. Or they might choose to present little or no affirmative defense, instead resting their case on the argument that the prosecution hasn't met their burden of proof. One of the most dramatic moments in any criminal trial is the decision of whether the defendant will testify. Rex Heuermann has the constitutional right to remain silent, to not testify in his own defense, and the jury is not allowed to hold that against him. But if he chooses to testify, he'll be subject to cross-examination by prosecutors, who will attempt to get him to admit to damaging facts or to catch him in inconsistencies. Given the complexity of this case and the significant forensic evidence against him, most defense attorneys would likely advise Heuermann not to testify. The risk of saying something that strengthens the prosecution's case or makes him appear guilty to the jury would probably outweigh any benefit his testimony might provide. But that decision ultimately belongs to Heuermann himself, and defendants sometimes insist on testifying against their attorney's advice. After both sides have presented their cases, the trial will move to closing arguments. The prosecution will go first, summarizing their evidence and arguing why it proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Heuermann committed the crimes. They'll connect the dots between the different pieces of evidence, creating a narrative that explains how and why Heuermann killed these women. The defense will then present their closing argument, pointing out weaknesses in the prosecution's case, emphasizing any inconsistencies or uncertainties, and reminding the jury that the burden of proof rests entirely on the prosecution. They'll argue that reasonable doubt exists, and that the jury must therefore find Heuermann not guilty. The prosecution then gets a final rebuttal, an opportunity to respond to the defense's arguments and to leave the jury with a final impression before deliberations begin. Finally, the judge will instruct the jury on the law. These jury instructions are crucial because they tell the jury what they must find in order to convict, what the legal definitions of the charges are, what reasonable doubt means, and how they should conduct their deliberations. Both sides will have fought over the exact wording of these instructions because small differences in phrasing can significantly affect how juries understand their task. The jury will then retire to deliberate. In a case of this complexity, with multiple victims and vast amounts of evidence, deliberations could take days or even weeks. The jury will need to consider each charge separately, evaluating whether the prosecution has proven each element of each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. If the jury reaches a verdict, they'll return to the courtroom and announce their decision. If they find Heuermann guilty, a separate sentencing phase will follow, where prosecutors will argue for the maximum sentence and the defense will argue for leniency. Though given the nature of the charges, leniency in this context would still mean many years or life in prison. If the jury finds Heuermann not guilty, he'll be immediately released and cannot be tried again for the same crimes due to the Constitution protection against double jeopardy. If the jury cannot reach a unanimous verdict, a hung jury, the judge will declare a mistrial and prosecutors will have to decide whether to try the case again with a new jury. The burden of proof. What prosecutors must demonstrate. In American criminal trials, the prosecution bears the entire burden of proof. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a very high standard, intentionally so, based on the principle that it's better for 10 guilty people to go free than for one innocent person to be convicted. But what does beyond a reasonable doubt actually mean? It's a standard that's difficult to quantify precisely. It doesn't mean beyond any possible doubt. That would be impossible in almost any case. It doesn't mean beyond all doubt or to a certainty. It means that the evidence must be so convincing that a reasonable person wouldn't hesitate to act on it in the most important matters of their own life. In the Gilgo Beach case, prosecutors must prove that Rex Heuermann intentionally killed each of the victims he's charged with murdering. They must prove that he caused their deaths, that he did so with the required mental state. In New York, this means with intent to cause death or with depraved indifference to human life, and that he did so during the time periods alleged. This might seem straightforward given the forensic evidence, but it's more complex than it appears. The DNA evidence shows that Heuermann's hair and hairs consistent with his family members were found on some of the victims. But how did those hairs get there? The prosecution says through commission of the murders. The defense might argue through innocent secondary transfer at some other time, perhaps if the victims had been in Heuermann's vehicle or office for legitimate reasons. The cell phone evidence shows that burner phones used to contact the victims traveled in tandem with Heuermann's phone. But can prosecutors prove that Heuermann possessed those burner phones? Might someone else have been using them while traveling near him? These seem like remote possibilities, but the defense only needs to create reasonable doubt, not to prove an alternative theory. The planning document found on Heuermann's computer appears to be a murder manual. But can prosecutors prove that Heuermann created it? Might it have been created by someone else using his computer? Might it be fiction or fantasy rather than an actual plan? Again, these possibilities might seem unlikely, but they're the kinds of questions juries will have to grapple with. The prosecution's job is to make the connections between these different pieces of evidence so clear, so overwhelming, that the jury cannot reasonably conclude anything other than that Heuermann committed these murders. They must anticipate every alternative explanation the defense might offer and eliminate those possibilities through their evidence and arguments. The role of media and public opinion. From the moment Rex Heuermann was arrested, his case has been intensely covered by media outlets. The Gilgo Beach murders were already one of the most well-known unsolved cases in the country, featured in numerous documentaries, podcasts, books, and television shows. When an arrest was finally made, after 13 years, it generated massive public interest. This media attention creates challenges for both the prosecution and defense. On one hand, extensive coverage can make it difficult to find impartial jurors. On the other hand, it keeps pressure on all parties to ensure that justice is done and that the process is transparent. True crime enthusiasts have followed every development in the case, dissecting evidence, debating theories online, creating detailed timelines and maps. While this public engagement demonstrates the community's investment in seeing justice served, it also creates noise that can complicate the legal process. Rumors and speculation can spread quickly online, sometimes making it harder for the public to distinguish between verified facts and theories. Some media coverage has focused on Heuermann's appearance, his demeanor, his oddities of behavior. This kind of attention can be prejudicial, creating an impression of guilt based on superficial characteristics rather than evidence. It's a reminder of why the jury system requires that verdicts be based only on evidence presented in court, not on media reports or public opinion. The victims' families have had to navigate this media landscape carefully. They want their loved ones to be remembered, for their stories to be told, for the public to understand that these were real people with real lives who were taken too soon. But they also don't want to do anything that might compromise the prosecution's case or give the defense grounds for appeal. Some families have worked with victims' rights advocates like Gloria Allred, who has helped them speak publicly while also protecting their interests in the legal process. Others have chosen to remain more private, processing their grief away from cameras and microphones. Both approaches are valid, and there's no right way to handle being thrust into the public eye because your loved one was murdered. The families living with loss. Throughout this entire story, from the initial disappearances to the discovery of bodies to the arrest and ongoing legal proceedings, there are people who have suffered immeasurably. The families of the victims. These are mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, children, and friends who have had to live with loss, uncertainty, and grief for years, in some cases, decades. Family members of Maureen Brainard Barnes spent more than 16 years not knowing what had happened to her. They searched through emails and phone records, stayed in touch with other victims' families, and never gave up hope that answers would come. When Rex Heuermann was finally arrested, Maureen's family was among the first to speak publicly about their relief that someone had been charged, though they acknowledged the pain would never fully heal. Nicolette Brainard Barnes, Maureen's daughter, was just 7 years old when her mother disappeared. She's grown up without her mother, without the guidance and love that should have been her birthright. She's had to process the loss of her childhood, the loss of what might have been, the loss of a future that will never exist now. Melissa Barthelomy's family endured not just the loss of their loved one, but the psychological torture of those taunting phone calls. Her teenage sister, just 15 at the time, had to hear a man boast about killing her sibling, had to endure his crude sexual comments and his obvious pleasure in the family's anguish. That kind of trauma doesn't go away. It shapes a person's entire life, colors how they see the world and other people. Megan Waterman's family, particularly her young daughter, who was just 3 when her mother vanished, have had to live with absence and unanswered questions. Megan's daughter is now a teenager, growing up without the mother who loved her, without the chance to know who her mum really was, beyond what others can tell her. Amberlynn Costello's roommates, who despite their own struggles with addiction, cared enough to report her missing and to provide police with descriptions that would prove crucial years later, have had to live with the knowledge that they saw her killer, that he was right there, and they couldn't stop what was about to happen. The families of the other victims, Jessica Taylor, Sandra Costilla, Valerie Mack, Karen Vergata, and the still unidentified victims have similar stories. Years or decades of not knowing, of wondering, of hoping against hope that somehow their loved ones might still be alive, even as that hope grew dimmer with each passing year. Valerie Mack's family didn't even know for certain that she was dead for 20 years. They thought she might have just disappeared, might have chosen to cut ties, might be out there somewhere living a different life. When they finally learned the truth, when they learned she had been murdered and dismembered, the shock and grief were compounded by 2 decades of uncertainty. Sandra Costilla's family has waited more than 3 decades for justice. When her body was found in 1993, investigators believed they would quickly solve the case. Instead, it went cold for more than 30 years before advanced DNA testing finally pointed toward a suspect. Many of these families have been represented by victims' rights attorney Gloria Allred, who has been a fierce advocate for ensuring the voices of the victims and their families are heard. Allred has attended court hearings, spoken at press conferences, and worked to ensure that the women who died are remembered not just as victims or case numbers, but as people who mattered, who had lives and dreams, and people who loved them. At court hearings following each new set of charges, Allred has organized moments where family members of different victims can meet and support each other. These encounters have created a community of grief, people bound together by the worst kind of shared experience, but finding strength in that connection. When Heuermann was charged with Valerie Mack's murder in December 2024, Allred brought family members of the other victims to meet Valerie's parents. They presented red roses and embraced, sharing tears and offering support, one family to another, all of them understanding intimately what the others are going through. The children of the victims face particular challenges. Maureen's daughter, Megan's daughter, and Valerie's son have all had to grow up without their mothers, have had to process not just loss, but the violence of that loss. They've had to learn that their mothers were murdered, that someone took them away deliberately and cruelly. That's a burden no child should have to bear. But it's not just the direct victims' families who have suffered. Rex Heuermann's family, his wife Asa Ellerup, and their children Victoria and Christopher have been thrust into a nightmare of a different sort. They've had to confront the possibility that the man they lived with, the husband and father they thought they knew, was living a secret life as a serial killer. Ellerup filed for divorce shortly after Heuermann's arrest, but she has been careful in her public statements. Through her attorney, she has said that she's reserving judgment until all the evidence is presented in court, that she's trying to balance her shock and disbelief with an understanding that the legal process needs to play out. In a statement released in 2024, Ellerup said, "I have given Rex the benefit of the doubt, as we all deserve." She made clear that she plans to listen to all the evidence before drawing any final conclusions about her husband's guilt or innocence. The Heuermann children have had to process the possibility that their father is a serial killer while also dealing with intense public scrutiny. Their attorney has described them as being caught in the crosshairs of a deeply unfortunate situation, as two young adults whose lives have been upended through no fault of their own. In June 2025, just before the release of the Peacock documentary The Gilgo Beach Killer: House of Secrets, Victoria Heuermann reportedly told the producers that based on the publicly available evidence, she now believes her father is most likely the Gilgo Beach Killer. This statement represents a heartbreaking evolution in her understanding, a daughter coming to terms with the possibility that the man who raised her is capable of terrible things. But Ellerup continues to withhold judgment, telling documentary producers that authorities are making assumptions to fit their narrative, that they're taking information out of context. She said she's known Rex since she was 18 years old, that she knows what their home was really used for, and that she's waiting to hear all the evidence before making up her mind. The impact on these families, both the victims' families and Heuermann's own family, cannot be overstated. This case has destroyed lives in multiple ways, creating ripples of trauma that will affect people for generations. The children who grew up without their mothers will carry that loss forever. The children who are learning their father might be a serial killer will struggle with that knowledge for the rest of their lives. And beyond the immediate families, there's a broader community impact. The people of Massapequa Park, who lived near Heuermann, are grappling with the possibility that a serial killer was in their midst for decades. The residents of Long Island who lived with fear during the years when the killer's identity was unknown are processing the relief of an arrest alongside renewed trauma as details of the case continue to emerge. The sex worker community, already vulnerable and often overlooked by society, has had to confront once again how little protection exists for them, how easily they can become victims, how long it can take for justice when one of their own is murdered. Advocates for sex workers have used this case to highlight the need for decriminalization and better protections, arguing that the vulnerability of the victims is what allowed this killer to operate for so long. Conclusion: unanswered questions. Even with Rex Heuermann's arrest and the charges he faces, questions remain. Of the 11 sets of remains found in the area, Heuermann has been charged with 7 murders. What about the others? Could they be connected to him? Or might they be the victims of different killers? Investigators have indicated this remains an active area of their investigation. Karen Vergata's death remains officially unsolved, though investigators have said they're continuing to look at possible connections to Heuermann. The remains of Tanya Jackson and her child Tatiana Dykes have been identified, but no charges have been filed in their deaths. The Asian male remains unidentified and unclaimed. Investigators have indicated they believe Heuermann may be responsible for additional murders beyond those he's been charged with. The planning document found on his computer suggests organization and forethought that could indicate multiple crimes. The pattern of alleged behavior spanning 3 decades raises questions about whether there might be opportunities for crimes that have not yet been discovered or connected to him. There's also the ongoing question of whether Heuermann had any accomplices or if other killers may have used the area. While all available evidence presented by prosecutors suggests he acted alone in the murders he's charged with, the discovery of so many victims over such a wide time frame has led some investigators to consider whether the area might have been used as a dumping ground by more than one perpetrator over the years. This remains a matter of investigative theory rather than established fact. The controversy surrounding Shannan Gilbert's death also remains unresolved. Did she die accidentally, as police have concluded, or was she murdered, possibly by someone connected to the case? Her family continues to believe she was killed, and her death, whether accidental or not, led directly to the discovery of the Gilgo Beach victims. But perhaps the biggest questions are the ones we may never fully answer. Why? What could drive someone to allegedly kill vulnerable women over the course of decades? If the charges are proven true, what was Rex Heuermann thinking when he allegedly created that planning document? When he allegedly hunted for victims? When he allegedly disposed of their bodies along that lonely highway? Even if Heuermann is convicted, even if he spends the rest of his life in prison, we may never fully understand what motivated him. Assuming the allegations are true, serial killers rarely provide satisfying explanations for their actions. The reality is often that there is no explanation that makes sense to most people, no way to fully comprehend what drives someone to such darkness. What we can say with certainty is that the Gilgo Beach case represents both a failure and a triumph of the justice system. It represents a failure in that it took 13 years from the discovery of the first bodies to make an arrest, 13 years during which families suffered without answers. It represents the failure of a system that allowed corruption to hamper the investigation, that allowed vulnerable women to become victims because society didn't protect them. But it also represents a triumph. It shows that even cold cases can be solved with persistence, with new technology, and with investigators who refuse to give up. It demonstrates the power of forensic genealogy and advanced DNA testing to solve crimes that seemed unsolvable. It proves that even after more than a decade, even when leads have gone cold and hope has dimmed, justice can still be served. The families of the victims have waited so long for this moment. As the case moves toward trial, as evidence is presented and arguments are made, they'll be watching, hoping that finally, after all these years, the person responsible for their loved ones' deaths will be held accountable. Melissa Barthelemy, Maureen Brainard Barnes, Megan Waterman, Amber Lynn Costello, Jessica Taylor, Sandra Costilla, Valerie Mack, Karen Vergata, Tanya Jackson, Tatiana Dykes, Shannan Gilbert, and the still unidentified victims all deserve justice. They deserve to be remembered not as the Gilgo Beach victims, but as the people they were: daughters, mothers, sisters, friends. Women with lives and dreams who deserved so much better than they got. This case reminds us that behind every true crime story are real people who suffered, real families who grieve, and a real responsibility to seek justice, no matter how long it takes. Final thoughts. Thank you so much for watching today's video. The Gilgo Beach case is one of the most complex and disturbing serial killer investigations in American history, spanning 3 decades, involving at least 11 victims, and requiring the work of hundreds of investigators over more than 13 years to finally result in an arrest. If you found this video informative, please consider giving it a like and subscribing to the channel. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we upload new true crime content. Remember to be respectful in the comments. These are real victims with real families who are still grieving and seeking justice. While we discuss these cases to educate and inform, we should always do so with respect for those who have been affected by these terrible crimes. If you or someone you know needs help or is in a dangerous situation, please reach out to local authorities or organizations that can provide support. There are resources available, and you don't have to face danger alone. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next video. Korea's Death Mall. 502 dead and 40 missing inside high-end department store. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most devastating peacetime disasters in South Korean history. A story of greed, corruption, and unimaginable tragedy that unfolded in the heart of Seoul's most affluent district. This is the story of the Sampoong department store collapse, where a symbol of economic prosperity became a tomb for over 500 people in just 20 seconds. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this case involves real victims and grieving families. We'll handle this story with the respect and sensitivity it deserves while examining how such a preventable tragedy could occur. If you appreciate detailed, thoroughly researched true crime content, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing. It really helps the channel grow. Now let's step back to Seoul, South Korea, in the summer of 1995. Part 1. Seoul's gleaming surface. The summer heat hung heavy over Seoul on June 29, 1995. In the affluent Seocho district of Gangnam, the afternoon sun beat down on streets lined with luxury boutiques, expensive restaurants, and gleaming high-rises. This was the face of South Korea's economic miracle, a neighborhood that embodied the nation's transformation from war-torn poverty to Asian tiger prosperity in just 4 decades. At the heart of this district stood the Sampoong department store, a bright pink building that had become a landmark since opening its doors in July 1990. 5 stories of retail paradise rose above 4 basement levels, connected to a second wing by an elegant atrium lobby. The store's distinctive cotton candy pink exterior made it impossible to miss, a beacon drawing shoppers from across Seoul with promises of designer fashion, electronics, cosmetics, and fine dining. On this particular Thursday, the store was busier than usual. Despite the oppressive heat, approximately 1,500 customers and employees moved through the climate-controlled interior, browsing the latest fashions, sampling cosmetics, shopping for electronics, or dining in one of the 8 restaurants on the 5th floor. The Sampoong department store attracted roughly 40,000 visitors daily during its 5 years of operation, establishing itself as one of Seoul's premier shopping destinations. For most people inside the building, June 29th seemed like any ordinary day, albeit uncomfortably warm. The air conditioning had been mysteriously turned off, leaving shoppers and staff to endure the stifling humidity that characterizes Seoul summers. Customers complained to store clerks, asking why such a prestigious establishment would operate without proper cooling. The employees, just as uncomfortable and confused, had no real answers. Management had made the decision, and they were simply told to keep working. 19-year-old Park Seung-hyun worked in the children's department on the first basement level. Even without air conditioning, she maintained her professional demeanor, helping customers select clothing for their kids, processing purchases, restocking shelves. It was just another shift in what she thought would be another ordinary day. Years later, she would recall that despite the heat, despite the minor inconveniences, life continued normally. Customers shopped, workers worked, the rhythms of commerce carried on. 18-year-old Yu Ji-hwan, another store clerk, dealt with increasingly irritated customers who questioned why Sampoong, of all places, would have non-functioning air conditioning. Based on later testimony, employees working the floor that day weren't informed about the building's structural issues. The deliberate shutdown of the cooling units on the roof and management's attempts to reduce stress on the failing ceiling remained known only to upper management. Above her head, cracks were spreading like spider webs across concrete that could no longer bear its burden. On the 5th floor, where 8 traditional Korean restaurants attracted crowds with their ondol floor heating and authentic cuisine, diners sat cross-legged on warm floors, enjoying bibimbap and bulgogi, completely unaware that the floor beneath them was slowly giving way. The restaurants had been particularly busy for weeks, drawing customers who appreciated both the food and the commanding views of Gangnam from their elevated perch. Outside, Seoul throbbed with the energy of a city on the rise. South Korea had spent the past decade cementing its position as an economic powerhouse. The 1988 Summer Olympics had put Seoul on the world stage, showcasing gleaming infrastructure and technological prowess. In the years since, construction cranes had become permanent fixtures of the skyline. New buildings seemed to sprout overnight. The economy was expanding at breathtaking speed. But beneath this gleaming surface, serious problems festered. The construction boom that followed the Olympics had overwhelmed local companies, prohibited from hiring international contractors due to protectionist regulations. South Korean construction firms found themselves juggling too many projects with too little oversight. Speed and profit took priority over safety and quality. Corners were cut, bribes were paid, warnings were ignored. The Sampoong department store was a perfect embodiment of this dangerous combination of ambition and negligence. What looked from the outside like a monument to prosperity was, in reality, a disaster waiting to happen. Every structural decision, every modification, every ignored warning had been building toward this moment. The building had been doomed from its inception, and now, after 5 years of operation, it was finally about to fail in the most catastrophic way possible. But for the 1,500 people inside at 5:57 that evening, the danger remained invisible. The structural fractures spreading through concrete columns, the groaning of overstressed steel, the building slowly surrendering to forces it was never designed to withstand. All of this was happening beyond their awareness. They were simply going about their lives, making purchases, eating meals, earning wages, with no indication that they were standing inside what would soon become South Korea's deadliest peacetime disaster. Part 2. The Economic Miracle and its Dark Side. To understand how the Sampoong department store collapse could happen, we need to understand the context of South Korea's explosive growth in the decades leading up to 1995. This wasn't just a story about one corrupt developer or one poorly constructed building. It was a systemic failure born from a culture that prioritized rapid development over public safety, that valued economic growth above human life. The transformation of South Korea following the Korean War, remains one of the most remarkable economic stories of the 20th century. In 1953, when the armistice finally brought an end to 3 years of devastating conflict, South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world. The war had destroyed much of the nation's infrastructure. Seoul lay in ruins. Poverty and hunger were widespread. The future looked bleak. But over the following decades, South Korea underwent a transformation so dramatic that economists coined a term for it: the Asian tiger economy. Through a combination of authoritarian planning, export-focused industrialization, and heavy investment in education, South Korea began its climb from the ashes. By the 1980s, this once devastated nation had become a global manufacturing powerhouse, producing everything from ships to semiconductors to automobiles. The 1988 Summer Olympics marked South Korea's coming-out party on the world stage. Hosting the Olympics was both a point of national pride and a catalyst for massive infrastructure development. Seoul needed to present itself as a world-class city capable of hosting athletes and tourists from around the globe. This meant new stadiums, new hotels, new roads, new everything. The construction boom that preceded the Olympics was staggering in scale. Cranes filled the skyline. Entire neighborhoods were demolished and rebuilt. New commercial districts rose where farmland had been only years before. The government poured resources into making Seoul shine, and private developers rushed to capitalize on the opportunity. But this breakneck pace of development came with serious costs. South Korean law at the time prohibited foreign construction companies from signing contracts for projects in Seoul. This protectionist policy was intended to benefit local firms, but it had unintended consequences. Domestic construction companies suddenly found themselves overwhelmed with more projects than they could properly manage. The results were predictable. Quality suffered. Safety standards were ignored. Buildings were erected quickly and cheaply to meet impossible deadlines. Corners were cut at every stage of construction. Inferior materials were used. Structural specifications were ignored. Building codes existed on paper but were rarely enforced in practice. Corruption became endemic in the construction industry. City officials, responsible for inspections and code enforcement, found themselves in a position to demand bribes in exchange for looking the other way. Developers, eager to cut costs and speed timelines, were more than willing to pay. A culture of graft and negligence took hold, creating an environment where dangerous buildings could be approved and occupied despite obvious safety concerns. The broader South Korean culture of the time reinforced these dangerous practices. The nation's rapid development had created what some observers called an egocentric society, where individuals competed ruthlessly to privatize resources and maximize personal gain. The collective trauma of war and poverty had given way to a hustle culture obsessed with wealth accumulation and status. Success was measured in one and real estate, not in the safety or well-being of the community. This was the environment into which Lee Jun entered when he decided to build what would become the Sampoong department store. Lee embodied many of the traits that characterized South Korea's economic elite during this era. Documents from the trial and investigative reports reveal a pattern of ruthless ambition and a consistent disregard for regulations. When he looked at a plot of land in the Seocho district of Seoul, the evidence suggests he saw past the site's history as a former landfill with questionable soil stability. What mattered was its prime location in one of Seoul's most affluent neighborhoods, a place where a luxury department store could generate enormous profits. Li Jun was the chairman of the Sampung Group's construction division, a position that gave him significant resources and connections. He had built a business empire through a combination of shrewd investment and strategic relationships with government officials. When he looked at a plot of land in the Seocho district of Seoul, he didn't see a former landfill with questionable soil stability. He saw a prime location in one of Seoul's most affluent neighborhoods, a place where a luxury department store could generate enormous profits. The site had previously been used as a landfill, which engineering standards would typically flag as requiring extensive soil analysis and reinforced foundations. In the freewheeling construction culture of 1980s Seoul, however, such technical concerns could be, and often were, dismissed when financial incentives and political connections aligned. Li Jun had the capital, the connections, and the determination to build something impressive on this spot, and the available evidence suggests he wasn't inclined to let geological complications interfere with his plans. The broader economic context made projects like Sampung particularly attractive. South Korea's middle and upper classes were growing rapidly, and they had disposable income to spend on consumer goods. Department stores represented a relatively new retail format in Korea, offering a more upscale shopping experience than traditional markets. The success of early department stores had proven there was demand for this type of shopping environment, especially in wealthy areas like Gangnam. Gangnam itself was emblematic of the new South Korea. The area south of the Han River had been transformed from agricultural land into the most expensive real estate in the country. Luxury apartments, designer boutiques, and high-end restaurants catered to Seoul's newly wealthy. A large, prestigious department store in the heart of this district seemed like a can't-miss proposition. But the same forces that made the project attractive also made it dangerous. The pressure to build quickly and cheaply, the culture of cutting corners, the corrupt relationships between developers and officials, the prioritization of profit over safety. All of these factors would come together in the construction of Sampung, creating a building that looked impressive from the outside, but was fundamentally unsound. The Sampung story is often framed as the result of one man's greed and negligence, and while Li Jun certainly bears enormous responsibility for what happened, the disaster was also a product of its time and place. It was the inevitable result of a construction culture that had lost sight of basic safety principles in the rush to build bigger, faster, and cheaper. It was the culmination of years of ignoring warning signs, of prioritizing economic growth over human life, of valuing appearance over substance. Other disasters had already provided warnings that something was seriously wrong with South Korea's construction practices. The Seongsu Bridge, which connected Seoul's Gangnam district to the rest of the city, had collapsed in October 1994, only 8 months before the Sampung disaster. 32 people died and 17 were injured when a section of the bridge suddenly gave way during morning rush hour, sending vehicles plunging into the Han River below. The bridge collapse had sparked public outcry and prompted some discussion of construction safety, but not enough to prevent what was coming. The underlying issues, the corrupt relationships between developers and officials, the culture of cutting corners, the lack of meaningful oversight, all of these problems remained unaddressed. And so when Li Jun began construction on his department store in 1987, all of the conditions were in place for another catastrophic failure. Part 3. A building doomed from the start. The story of the Sampung department store's construction is a masterclass in how not to build anything, let alone a large commercial structure that would house thousands of people daily. From the initial planning stages through to the building's completion in 1989, virtually every decision made was wrong, and virtually every warning was ignored. Construction began in 1987, with the Sampung Group breaking ground on what was originally planned as a 4-story residential apartment building. The project was assigned to Woosung Construction, a reputable firm that had been hired to handle both the construction and project supervision. The initial blueprints called for a straightforward residential structure with 4 floors above ground and 4 basement levels. The design included proper load-bearing columns, appropriate reinforcement, and structural elements suitable for the building's intended purpose. But Lee Jun had other plans. Midway through the construction process, he made a fateful decision to completely change the building's purpose. Instead of apartments, he wanted a department store. This wasn't a minor modification. It was a fundamental transformation that would require extensive changes to the building's structural design. Apartment buildings and department stores have very different requirements in terms of open floor space, load distribution, and structural support. To accommodate his new vision, Lee Jun demanded significant modifications to the existing blueprints. Support columns needed to be removed to create the open floor plans necessary for a retail environment. Walls had to be reconfigured. The entire internal structure had to be reimagined. Perhaps most critically, Lee Jun decided to add a 5th floor to the building, taking it beyond its original 4-story design. The engineers at Woosung Construction immediately recognized the problems with these proposed changes. The building's foundation and structural framework had been designed for a 4-story residential building, not a 5-story commercial structure. Removing support columns would critically compromise the building's ability to bear its own weight. The load calculations would be entirely wrong. The whole plan was structurally unsound and potentially catastrophic. When the Woosung engineers raised these concerns and refused to implement the dangerous modifications, Lee Jun's response was swift and decisive. He fired Woosung Construction and hired his own company to complete the project. This move allowed him to circumvent the professional concerns of qualified engineers and instead impose his will on the construction process. Anyone who disagreed with his plans would simply be removed and replaced with someone more compliant. The new construction company proceeded to implement all of Lee Jun's modifications, despite their obvious structural problems. Support columns were removed to make way for escalators. The 5th floor was added, and it didn't stop there. Lee Jun continued to make changes as construction progressed, each one further compromising the building's integrity. The 5th floor itself underwent multiple transformations. Initially, it was supposed to be a roller skating rink. This designation was partly a way to circumvent zoning regulations that restricted pure retail development in the area. By classifying the 5th floor as recreational rather than commercial, Lee Jun could sidestep certain restrictions. But he later changed his mind again, deciding instead to install 8 traditional Korean restaurants on the top floor. This final change had serious structural implications. Traditional Korean restaurants use a floor heating system called ondol, which involves hot water pipes running through a thick concrete base. To accommodate this heating system, the 5th floor needed an unusually thick concrete foundation. Instead of a standard floor, the restaurants sat on concrete that was 1.2 meters thick, roughly 4 feet. This massively increased the weight that the building's structure would need to support. But the problems went far beyond just adding weight. The entire building was designed using what's called a flat slab structure. This type of construction doesn't use the crossbeams or steel skeleton that would normally help distribute loads across the building. Instead, each floor is essentially a flat concrete slab supported directly by columns. This can work if the columns are properly sized and spaced, but it leaves little margin for error. Lee Jun, in his quest to maximize open floor space for retail use, made another critical decision. He ordered that the diameter of the building's support columns be reduced from 80 centimeters to just 60 centimeters. That's a reduction from about 31 inches to 24 inches. This might not sound like much, but in structural engineering, such changes have enormous implications for load-bearing capacity. The reduced columns simply weren't adequate to support the weight they would eventually be asked to bear. To make matters worse, the spacing between columns was increased to 11 meters, about 36 feet. This maximized the amount of open floor space, but meant that each individual column had to support a much larger area of the floor above it. Fewer columns, each one undersized for its task, trying to hold up floors that were heavier than originally designed. It was a recipe for disaster. The construction company also used substandard materials. The steel reinforcing rods embedded in the concrete were thinner than building codes required. The concrete itself was of inferior quality. Every aspect of the construction cut corners, sacrificed safety for cost savings, and ignored basic engineering principles. As construction neared completion, Lee Jun made one final modification that would prove to be the proverbial last straw. He decided to install 3 large air conditioning units on the roof of the south wing. Each unit, when empty, weighed 15 tons. When filled with water and fully operational, they were even heavier. These units were designed to cool the entire building, and their weight far exceeded what the roof had been designed to support. The installation of these air conditioning units demonstrated the utter carelessness that characterized the entire project. Instead of using cranes and professional equipment movers to carefully position the units, workers simply dragged them across the roof to their final locations. This created tremendous stress on the roof surface, literally gouging cracks into the concrete as the heavy equipment scraped across it. The damage was immediately visible, but no one seemed concerned. The final structure was a catastrophe waiting to happen, built on a former landfill, designed for one purpose but used for another. Support columns removed and undersized. Floors made heavier than intended. Materials below code specifications. Massive weights added to a roof that couldn't support them. Every single element of the building's construction was wrong. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire construction process was how it was allowed to happen. Building inspectors were supposed to ensure that structures met safety codes. City officials were supposed to enforce regulations. Engineers were supposed to refuse to sign off on dangerous designs. But at every step, these safeguards failed. Corruption played a central role in this failure. Lee Jun used bribes to get his building approved despite its obvious deficiencies. City officials accepted payments to look the other way. Inspectors rubber-stamped paperwork without actually examining the structure. The entire regulatory system that was supposed to protect public safety had been compromised by greed. 12 local building officials would eventually be convicted of accepting bribes in connection with the Sampung project. These weren't small payments. Some officials received as much as $17,000, a substantial sum in 1980s South Korea. In exchange, they approved modifications that any competent engineer would have recognized as dangerous. They issued permits for a building that never should have been allowed to open. When the building was finally completed in late 1989, it looked impressive from the outside. The distinctive pink facade gave it a cheerful, modern appearance. The spacious interior featured wide aisles, high ceilings, and an elegant atrium connecting the two wings. To the casual observer, it seemed like a perfectly normal, even upscale, department store. The building opened to the public on July 7, 1990. From the beginning, it was a commercial success. The location in affluent Gangnam attracted wealthy shoppers. The variety of stores and restaurants gave people reasons to spend hours browsing. Within weeks, the store was drawing an estimated 40,000 visitors per day. Revenue was strong. Lee Jun's gamble appeared to have paid off. But beneath the surface, the building was already showing signs of stress. Small cracks appeared in walls and ceilings. Floors sometimes made unsettling sounds. Vibrations from the air conditioning units could be felt throughout the upper floors. These were warning signs that something was wrong, but they were ignored or dismissed as minor issues. The building operated for nearly 5 years before its final catastrophic failure. During that time, it generated enormous profits for Lee Jun and the Sampoong Group. Thousands of people shopped there. Hundreds of employees worked there. It became a landmark, a destination, a symbol of Seoul's prosperity. And all the while, the structural deficiencies that had been built into its very foundation were slowly worsening. Cracks spreading, columns weakening, the building inexorably moving toward collapse. Part 4. The warning signs. The Sampoong department store didn't collapse without warning. In the months and weeks leading up to June 29, 1995, the building practically screamed that it was in distress. Cracks appeared and widened, floors sagged, strange sounds echoed through the structure. But at every turn, management chose to ignore these warnings, prioritizing profit over the safety of employees and customers. The first serious signs of trouble appeared in April 1995, about 2 months before the collapse. Cracks began forming in the ceiling of the 5th floor in the south wing, right where the 8 Korean restaurants were located. These weren't hairline fractures that might be dismissed as cosmetic issues. These were substantial cracks, the kind that should immediately trigger alarm in anyone who understands buildings. The restaurant staff noticed the cracks and reported them to management. The response revealed a troubling pattern. Instead of closing the floor for inspection or bringing in structural engineers to assess the situation, management simply moved merchandise and some equipment from the 5th floor down to the basement. The choice to relocate items while keeping the building operational suggests management recognized there was a problem serious enough to warrant moving valuable goods, yet not serious enough, in their judgment, to interrupt business operations. Over the following weeks, the situation deteriorated. The cracks didn't just stay the same size, they grew. New cracks appeared. The ceiling began to sag visibly in certain areas. Water started leaking through the cracks. These were all clear indicators of structural failure in progress, yet the store remained fully operational. Employees who worked on the 5th floor became increasingly nervous. Some reported feeling the floor move beneath their feet. Others heard strange creaking and groaning sounds coming from the structure itself. These are the sounds a building makes when it's under stress, when structural elements are beginning to fail. But management continued to assure workers that everything was fine, that there was no danger, that they should just keep working. Then came June 29th, the day the building would finally fail. That morning, the situation went from concerning to critical. The cracks that had been slowly widening over the past 2 months suddenly began expanding rapidly. What had been inch-wide gaps in the concrete became gaping fissures several inches across. The ceiling of the 5th floor wasn't just sagging anymore. In some places, it was visibly bowing downward. Store employees who arrived for work that morning were immediately struck by how bad things looked. The cracks were no longer something you might miss if you weren't paying attention. They were obvious, alarming, impossible to ignore. Several employees approached management with their concerns. The building didn't feel safe. Something was clearly wrong. Shouldn't they close the store, at least temporarily, while engineers assess the situation? Management's response was to close the fifth-floor restaurants, but that was it. The rest of the store would remain open for business. After all, it was a Thursday, and Thursdays were typically busy shopping days. The number of customers in the building was unusually high. Closing the entire store would mean losing a day's revenue, and Lee Jun was not willing to accept that loss. By mid-morning, civil engineering experts were finally brought in to examine the structure. Their assessment was immediate and unequivocal. The building was in imminent danger of collapse. They recommended immediate evacuation and closure of the entire building. This wasn't a suggestion for some time in the future. They meant right now, immediately, get everyone out. But Lee Jun, who had arrived at the store after being notified of the situation, looked at the packed floors of customers and made a fateful calculation. The engineer's warnings pointed to imminent danger, but his actions that day suggest he either didn't believe the severity of their assessment or prioritized financial considerations above evacuation. The store was generating substantial revenue, and every operational hour represented significant sales. Based on witness testimony from the trial, he decided the building would remain open. Around noon, in an attempt to reduce stress on the failing structure, management made the decision to shut off the building's air conditioning system. This is why customers and employees that day found themselves sweltering in the summer heat. The massive cooling units on the roof were turned off, and the water was drained from them. This was meant to reduce both the weight and the vibrations stressing the roof. But it was far too little, far too late. The structural damage had been accumulating for years. The building had been doomed from the moment it was constructed, with undersized columns and removed supports. Turning off the air conditioning in the final hours wasn't going to save it. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, more ominous signs appeared. The fourth-floor ceiling, directly below the fifth-floor restaurants, was now sagging noticeably. The concrete was bowing downward under the enormous weight pressing on it from above. Management finally decided to close the fourth floor as well, but still kept the lower 3 floors and the basement levels open for business. 5 hours before the collapse, at around 1 in the afternoon, the first of several loud bangs echoed through the building. These weren't subtle sounds. They were sharp, explosive noises that startled customers and employees throughout the store. The sounds were support columns beginning to fail, concrete and steel giving way under stress they could no longer withstand. Each of these bangs should have triggered an immediate evacuation. But incredibly, management still did not order people to leave. Employees on the lower floors, who might not have fully understood how serious the situation was, continued working. Customers continued shopping. The store's PA system did not announce an evacuation. No alarms were sounded. Some employees, recognizing the danger, even without official instruction, began leaving on their own. They could hear the ominous sounds. They could feel something was terribly wrong. They trusted their instincts and got out. These people would survive. Others, following management's assurances that everything was under control, stayed at their posts. These would be the victims. Lee Jun himself, along with several other senior executives, left the building in the early afternoon. The timeline established through trial testimony shows they were present for the engineering assessment and departed shortly afterward. Yet no evacuation order was issued to employees or customers. The contrast between their departure and the continued operation of the store below became one of the most disturbing aspects of the disaster. Those with the authority to order an evacuation and ensure everyone's safe exit instead chose to leave without doing so. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the building was still operating. The lower floors were still full of customers. Employees were still at their registers and departments, and the structure was entering its final hour of existence. Witnesses later described hearing what sounded like small explosions or gunshots in the hour before the collapse. These were support columns failing one after another, the building's structural system beginning a cascading failure that would soon become catastrophic. Each failing column transferred more stress to the remaining columns, which were already inadequate for the loads they were bearing. At 5:47, just 10 minutes before the collapse, workers throughout the building heard a sound unlike anything before, a deep, resonant groan that seemed to come from the building itself. The structure was screaming its distress. Some people finally understood that they needed to get out immediately. A rush toward exits began. But for most of the 1,500 people still in the building, there simply wasn't enough time. At 5:50 in the evening, alarms finally began sounding throughout the store. Automated fire alarms had been triggered by the building's movements. A recorded announcement told people to evacuate immediately. But the warning came just 7 minutes before the building would collapse. 7 minutes for 1,500 people to realize the danger, stop what they were doing, and make it to exits and downstairs to safety. It wasn't enough time. Not nearly enough. Part 5. 20 Seconds of Hell. 5:57 on the evening of June 29, 1995. For 1,500 people inside the Sampung department store, the world was about to end in the most terrifying way imaginable. The collapse didn't begin with a single catastrophic failure. It was the culmination of a cascade that had been building for the past several hours, indeed for the past several years. But when the final failure came, it was sudden, violent, and complete. The initiating event was the complete separation of Column 5E from the 5th floor slab. This column, located in the center of the south wing, had been showing signs of critical stress for hours. The cracks at its base had widened throughout the day. The concrete had been crumbling. And now, at 5:57, it finally gave way completely. When a support column fails in a flat slab structure like Sampung, the results are catastrophic. Without the column to support it, the concrete slab above begins to fall. But it doesn't fall cleanly. The concrete around where the column was attached experiences what engineers call punching shear failure. Essentially, the column punches through the floor slab like a fist through paper. The moment column 5E failed, the portion of the 5th floor it had been supporting dropped. This wasn't a slow settling. It was a sudden, violent drop of several feet. The impact sent shockwaves through the rest of the structure, and more critically, it transferred all of the weight that column 5E had been carrying onto the surrounding columns. Those surrounding columns were already operating at or beyond their design capacity. They were undersized for their task. They had been weakened by years of stress and by the constant vibration from the air conditioning units. Now suddenly, they were being asked to support not just their original load, but the additional load from the failed column. They couldn't do it. Within seconds, these columns also began to fail. As each one gave way, it transferred its load to the next column, creating a cascading failure that rippled outward from the initial failure point. It was like watching dominoes fall, except each domino was a massive concrete column, and each fall dropped another section of floor. The fifth floor collapsed first, dropping into the fourth floor. The combined weight of both floors, along with the momentum of the falling concrete, was more than the fourth floor could bear. It failed almost instantly, collapsing onto the third floor. Then the third floor gave way, dropping into the second, then the second into the first. Each floor pancaking onto the one below in rapid succession. The entire process took approximately 20 seconds from the initial column failure to the final settling of debris in the basement. 20 seconds during which 5 floors of reinforced concrete, steel, furniture, fixtures, merchandise, and most horrifyingly, people, collapsed in a progressive implosion. Survivors who made it out would later describe the sound as unlike anything they had ever experienced. A deafening roar that combined the cracking of concrete, the screaming of twisted metal, the explosion of shattering glass, and the desperate screams of those caught in the collapse. The noise was so loud that it could be heard blocks away, drawing people out of their homes and businesses to see what had happened. The collapse was visible from outside the building. Witnesses watched in horror as the center of the south wing simply dropped, the floors pancaking down into the basement in a massive cloud of dust and debris. The pink exterior walls initially remained standing, creating the surreal image of a building facade with nothing behind it. Then these too began to crumble and fall. Inside the building, for those who survived the initial collapse, the experience was nightmarish. The world literally fell out from under them. Everything that had been solid became chaos. The lights went out immediately. The air filled with choking dust. The sounds of screaming and the groaning of settling debris filled the darkness. Choi Myung-sok, who had been on one of the lower floors, later described the experience. One moment he was going about his business. The next, the floor dropped beneath him and everything went dark. He felt himself falling, surrounded by debris and dust. When the movement stopped and he could think again, he found himself pinned in a small pocket of space, surrounded by concrete and twisted metal, unable to see anything in the complete darkness. For Park Seung-hyun, working in the children's department in the first basement level, the collapse came as a sudden, violent impact from above. The ceiling came down on the floor she was standing on. She was buried instantly under concrete and debris, trapped in a space so small she could barely move. In the pitch darkness, unable to see anything, feeling crushing weight all around her, she had no way of knowing if she would survive the next few seconds, let alone the next few days. Yoo Ji-hwan was in a similarly terrifying situation. The collapse buried her in the basement level, creating a tiny survival pocket where she lay surrounded by debris. In the immediate aftermath, she could hear other people nearby, fellow employees who had been buried alongside her. They called out to each other in the darkness, trying to maintain hope, trying to stay calm, trying to believe that rescue would come. Outside, in the minutes immediately following the collapse, there was initially stunned silence from the crowds that had gathered. People couldn't quite process what they were seeing. A major building, a landmark, a place where thousands shopped daily, had simply ceased to exist. In its place was a massive pile of rubble and dust, a crater where the south wing had been. Then the screaming started, not from inside the rubble, though there was certainly plenty of that, but from the crowds outside. People who had family members shopping in the store, employees' relatives waiting to pick them up after their shifts, passers-by, who realized they were witnessing a major catastrophe with hundreds of people buried alive. The first emergency calls went out within a minute of the collapse. The Seoul Fire Department received multiple simultaneous reports of a building collapse at the Sampoong department store. The scale wasn't immediately clear from these initial reports. A building collapse could mean anything from a partial wall failure to what actually occurred. But as more calls came in, all describing the same massive collapse, dispatchers began to understand they were dealing with a major disaster. The first fire engines and ambulances arrived on the scene within 10 minutes of the collapse. What they found was a scene of utter devastation. The entire center section of the south wing had collapsed into the basement, creating a crater roughly 100 meters long and spanning all 5 floors. The remaining structure was unstable, with walls and floors threatening to collapse at any moment. Dust filled the air, making it difficult to see or breathe, and somewhere in that massive pile of concrete, steel, and debris were approximately 1,500 people, dead or alive. The immediate priority was to begin searching for survivors. Firefighters and emergency workers began carefully picking through the rubble near the edges of the collapse, looking for anyone who might have survived in air pockets or spaces between the slabs. Every movement had to be careful. The remaining structure was unstable. Any disturbance could trigger further collapse that would kill both survivors and rescuers. In the first hours, rescuers pulled out dozens of survivors from near the edges of the collapsed area. These were the lucky ones who had been near exits when the building came down, or who had been on the periphery of the collapse zone and ended up buried under less debris. Many were injured, some critically, but they were alive. Each rescue gave hope that more survivors might be found deeper in the rubble. But as the hours passed and night fell, the true scale of the disaster became horrifyingly clear. This wasn't a collapse with a few dozen casualties. This was a catastrophe that had killed hundreds. The vast majority of the 1,500 people who had been in the building when it collapsed was still buried in the rubble, and with each passing hour, the chances of finding them alive grew smaller. The collapse of the Sampoong department store would ultimately be recorded as the deadliest peacetime building disaster in South Korean history. 502 people died. 937 were injured, many critically. 6 people were never found, their bodies presumably pulverized by the immense forces of the collapse or buried so deep in the rubble that they couldn't be recovered. But in those first hours after the collapse, the full death toll was unknown. All anyone knew was that something terrible had happened, that hundreds of people were trapped, and that time was running out to save them. Part 6. The First Hours, Chaos and Heroism. The immediate aftermath of the Sampoong department store collapse was characterized by chaos, confusion, and remarkable acts of bravery by ordinary people who rushed to help. In the hours before organized rescue operations could be fully established, it was these volunteers, neighbors, and passers-by who saved many of the lives that would be saved. The collapse occurred at 5:57 in the evening, during the busy hours when many people were still out and about in Gangnam. The sound of the collapse, that terrible roar of failing concrete and steel, drew people from blocks around. Within minutes, hundreds of civilians had gathered at the site, and many immediately began trying to help. These early volunteers didn't have proper equipment, training, or coordination. What they had was courage and desperation. Many had family members or friends who worked at or shopped at Sampung. Others were simply moved by the cries for help coming from the rubble. They began pulling away chunks of concrete and twisted metal with their bare hands, calling out to anyone who might be buried and listening for responses. The scene was incredibly dangerous. The remaining structure was unstable, with portions of walls and floors threatening to collapse at any moment. Electrical wires hung loose and live from the wreckage, posing electrocution hazards. Gas leaks created the risk of explosion. Sharp edges of broken concrete and twisted rebar were everywhere. But none of this deterred the volunteers who climbed over and into the rubble despite the dangers. In these first chaotic hours, many survivors were pulled from the debris by these civilian rescuers. People who were near the edges of the collapse zone, who were conscious and able to call out, were located and extracted. Some were relatively uninjured, shocked but mobile. Others had been crushed or trapped by debris and needed multiple people working together to free them. The volunteers formed human chains, passing chunks of concrete hand to hand to clear paths to trapped survivors. One particularly dramatic rescue involved a woman who was trapped under a large concrete slab with only her head and one arm visible. Volunteers worked frantically to dig around her, removing smaller pieces of debris while trying to figure out how to lift or break the slab that pinned her. They knew that moving the slab wrong could shift other debris and kill her or others who might be nearby. After nearly an hour of careful work, they managed to create enough space to pull her free. She had multiple broken bones and internal injuries, but was alive. The first emergency responders, fire trucks and ambulances from nearby stations, began arriving within 10 to 15 minutes of the collapse, but they faced immediate challenges. The narrow streets of the Gangnam district were quickly clogged with traffic as people tried to flee the area or come to help. Emergency vehicles struggled to get through. When they did arrive, they found a scene that was overwhelming in scale. The Seoul Fire Department was equipped to handle normal emergencies, apartment fires, car accidents, the occasional industrial incident. They were not prepared for a disaster of this magnitude. They didn't have enough equipment, enough personnel, or established protocols for something like this. The reality was that South Korea in 1995 had never experienced a building collapse on this scale and simply wasn't ready for it. In the first hours, rescue efforts were uncoordinated. Different fire stations and police precincts responded, but there was no unified command structure directing the overall effort. Multiple groups of rescuers worked in different areas of the collapse zone, sometimes getting in each other's way. There was no clear system for marking areas that had been searched or for tracking who had been rescued and where they had been taken. The lack of proper equipment was also a critical problem. Rescuers needed heavy machinery, cranes to lift large pieces of concrete, excavators to dig through debris, cutting equipment to get through steel reinforcement. But bringing such equipment to the site took time. It had to be transported from construction sites or equipment yards. Operators had to be located and brought to the scene. And even when the equipment arrived, it had to be used carefully because of the risk of causing further collapse or crushing survivors who might be buried nearby. Medical response was similarly chaotic. Injured survivors pulled from the rubble needed immediate medical attention, but the sheer number of casualties overwhelmed the available ambulances and nearby hospitals. There was no established triage system to prioritize the most critical cases. Injured people were taken to whichever hospital was closest or had the first available ambulance, rather than being distributed based on the severity of their injuries and the capabilities of different hospitals. Family members of people who had been in the store began arriving at the scene, desperately seeking information about their loved ones. But there was no organized system for providing information or for matching survivors with family. Some people wandered through the crowd of evacuees, hoping to spot a familiar face. Others went from hospital to hospital, checking emergency rooms. Still others simply stood at the edge of the rubble, calling out names and hoping for a response. As night fell, floodlights were brought in to illuminate the collapsed site, creating an eerie scene of long shadows and harsh light. The work continued through the night, but it was becoming clear that most of the people still buried were probably dead. The ones who had survived the initial collapse and were accessible had mostly been reached in the first few hours. Those still buried were either dead or trapped so deeply that reaching them would take days. Around midnight, approximately 6 hours after the collapse, Seoul's mayor, Choi Pyong-yeol, arrived at the scene. After consulting with fire officials and engineers, he made a controversial announcement. The rescue operation would be called off due to concerns that the unstable remains of the building could collapse further, endangering rescue workers. The announcement triggered immediate and intense backlash. Family members of the missing surrounded the mayor and city officials, demanding that rescue efforts continue. How could they give up when there might still be people alive in the rubble? The mayor tried to explain the safety concerns, that the risk of the remaining structure collapsing was very real, and that continuing rescue efforts could result in rescue workers being killed. But to the desperate families, this sounded like the authorities were abandoning their loved ones. The protest grew larger and more heated. Media coverage of the mayor's decision to halt rescue efforts sparked public outrage across Seoul and indeed across the country. Protesters began gathering at the site, refusing to leave, demanding that rescue operations continue regardless of the danger. The combination of media pressure and public anger forced city officials to reverse the decision. After several hours of protests, the mayor announced that rescue efforts would continue, but with extra precautions to try to stabilize the remaining structure. Engineering teams worked through the night to assess the stability of what was left standing and to devise ways to stabilize it. They brought in steel cables and supports to brace unstable walls. They carefully removed portions of the structure that seemed most likely to collapse, trying to make the site safer for rescue workers to operate in. By dawn on June 30th, a more organized rescue operation was beginning to take shape. Additional heavy equipment had arrived. A command structure had been established with clear chains of authority. Search areas were being systematically mapped and assigned to different rescue teams. Medical triage was being set up at the site so the most critical patients could be prioritized for transport. The chaos of the first night was being replaced with something more organized, though the scale of the disaster meant conditions were still far from ideal. But the hard reality was setting in. Most of the people who were going to be found alive had already been found. Those still buried were almost certainly dead, or buried so deep that they wouldn't be reached for days or even weeks. The operation was shifting from rescue to recovery, though no one was ready to admit it yet. As long as there was any possibility of finding someone alive, the workers would keep searching. And remarkably, against all odds, they would indeed find survivors even days and weeks after the collapse. People who had been buried alive, trapped in tiny pockets of space, surviving without food and with only rainwater to drink. somehow managing to hold on until rescuers could reach them. Their stories would become symbols of hope and human resilience in the face of unimaginable horror. Part 7. Days in Darkness. The Long Rescue. As the hours stretched into days following the Sampung department store collapse, the rescue operation transformed into a race against time. Every hour that passed decreased the chances that anyone still buried could survive. Yet rescue workers continued to find survivors, even several days after the collapse, in what can only be described as miraculous circumstances. The second day of rescue operations, June 30th, brought both hope and heartbreak. Teams of workers continued carefully excavating through the massive pile of debris, using a combination of heavy machinery for the larger pieces and hand tools for more delicate work when they suspected someone might be nearby. Every few hours, another survivor would be located and pulled from the rubble. Their rescue met with cheers from workers and families gathered at the site. But for every survivor found, many more bodies were recovered. The true scale of the disaster was becoming horrifyingly apparent. Entire sections of the building had pancaked so completely that there were no survival spaces, just layers of compressed concrete with the crushed remains of what had been on each floor. Rescue workers, many of whom were volunteers with no training for dealing with such gruesome scenes, were traumatized by what they found. The heat was oppressive. Seoul in late June is hot and humid, and the sun beat down mercilessly on the rescue workers as they labored in heavy protective gear. The smell from the rubble was becoming increasingly unbearable, a combination of building materials, leaking chemicals, and decomposing bodies. Workers had to take frequent breaks to avoid heat exhaustion and to cope with the emotional toll of the recovery effort. One of the significant challenges facing rescuers was the sheer instability of the rubble pile. The collapsed structure wasn't a stable mass. It was a chaotic assemblage of concrete slabs, steel beams, and other building materials delicately balanced against each other. Moving one piece could trigger a cascade that would bury survivors or kill rescue workers. Engineers had to constantly assess the stability and direct where excavation could safely proceed. On July 1st, 3 days after the collapse, rescue workers made contact with a group of survivors trapped together in a pocket of space in the basement. Through a small opening, they could communicate with the trapped people, who were alive but in bad condition. The problem was that reaching them required removing a massive concrete slab that was precariously balanced. Moving it wrong could crush the very people they were trying to save. For hours, engineers debated the best approach. Heavy machinery couldn't be used because the vibration might trigger a collapse. Hand tools would take too long, and the trapped people were already severely dehydrated. Finally, they decided to carefully drill through the slab to create an opening large enough to pull people through. The drilling process took most of the day, every moment agonizing for the trapped survivors and their families watching from behind barriers. When the opening was finally complete, rescue workers began pulling people out one by one. 5 people were extracted alive from that space, 4 of them in serious condition. One elderly woman died shortly after being pulled out, her body simply unable to recover from the trauma and dehydration. But 4 more survivors had been saved, and each rescue sustained the hope that others might still be found. Communications with potentially trapped survivors became a key part of the rescue effort. Workers would periodically stop all machinery and call for silence, then shout into the rubble or use listening devices, hoping to hear a response. Several times, they made contact with people who were alive but couldn't be immediately reached. These situations were agonizing for everyone involved. Knowing someone was alive but being unable to rescue them immediately was deeply frustrating. Korea Telecom set up a system where they would transmit a signal every half hour, designed to trigger any cell phones or pagers that trapped survivors might be carrying. The idea was that rescuers could listen for these devices going off and use the sound to locate buried victims. While this technology helped in a few cases, it was limited by the fact that cellular phones were not as common in 1995 as they would become in later years, and many phones' batteries were dead by this point anyway. As the days progressed, the operation increasingly shifted from rescue to recovery. By July 2nd, 4 days after the collapse, city officials were publicly stating that anyone still in the building was likely dead, and that the focus should be on recovering bodies rather than searching for survivors. However, workers continued to search thoroughly, knowing that giving up too soon could mean abandoning people who were still clinging to life. Conditions for those trapped in the rubble were almost unimaginably harsh. Complete darkness, crushing confinement, no food. The only water was rainwater that trickled down through cracks in the debris. The psychological toll of being buried alive, not knowing if rescue would come, was immense. Many who were pulled out alive described the experience as a constant battle against despair, trying to maintain hope even as hours stretched into days. Choi Myung-sok, who was trapped for 10 days before being rescued, later described his experience in interviews. He had been pinned in a small space, unable to move much but not badly injured. In the complete darkness, his mind played tricks on him. He heard sounds and couldn't tell if they were rescuers working nearby or just the settling of the debris. From his accounts, we can infer that conserving energy and oxygen became paramount concerns. Time lost meaning in the darkness. The cycle of day and night became impossible to track. According to his testimony, Choi's focus narrowed to the most elemental aspects of survival. Each breath, occasional sips of rainwater when it trickled down, maintaining consciousness. His later interviews suggest he spent considerable time thinking about his family, wondering about their search efforts, and making mental commitments about how he would approach life if he made it out. When he finally heard voices that he was certain were rescuers, not just his imagination, he used the last of his strength to make noise, banging on the concrete around him to help them locate him. When light finally broke through and he saw human faces, he could barely process that he was actually being rescued. 10 days of darkness and isolation had left him disoriented and overwhelmed. He was severely dehydrated and had lost 11 pounds, but against all odds, he was alive. Yu Ji-hwan had a similar ordeal, trapped for 12 days in a space so small she could barely move. Only 18 years old, she survived in a tiny pocket measuring just 4.5 feet long and 19 inches wide. She was sustained entirely by rainwater that dripped down to her location. When rescuers finally reached her on July 11th, nearly 2 weeks after the collapse, she was remarkably coherent and in relatively good physical condition considering her ordeal, though severely dehydrated and with minor injuries to her leg. The rescue workers were amazed by her survival. 12 days trapped in the rubble, with no food and only rainwater to drink, should have killed her. The fact that she was found alive and alert gave everyone involved in the rescue operation renewed energy and hope. If someone could survive 12 days, maybe others were still alive deeper in the rubble. The search continued with renewed intensity. But the most remarkable survival story was yet to come. On July 16th, 17 days after the collapse, rescue workers were systematically clearing one of the last sections of the basement when they heard something. A faint sound, possibly human. They stopped all equipment and listened. There it was again. Someone was alive down there. The rescue team worked frantically but carefully, removing debris piece by piece, constantly talking to the trapped person to reassure them and to gauge their location. As they got closer, they could make out a female voice. She was conscious, able to respond to questions. After hours of painstaking excavation, they created an opening and saw a young woman looking back at them. It was Park Seung-hyun, the 19-year-old store clerk who had been working in the children's department when the building collapsed. She had been trapped for 17 days in the darkness, buried under massive amounts of concrete and debris. She had survived by drinking rainwater that trickled down to her small survival space and by sheer force of will. When rescuers pulled her out, she was wrapped in a blanket, having lost the clothes she had been wearing. She was severely dehydrated and malnourished, but astonishingly, she had no major injuries. Just 17 days buried alive, and she walked out of that hellhole alive. Her rescue was broadcast on television across South Korea and became an international news story. She represented hope, resilience, the possibility of survival against impossible odds. Park Seung-hyun would be the last person pulled alive from the rubble of Sampung department store. Her rescue, on the 17th day, marked an extraordinary end to one of the most intensive rescue operations in South Korean history. In total, approximately 392 people were pulled from the wreckage alive, though many died later from their injuries, bringing the final death toll to 502. The stories of the long-term survivors like Choi, Yu, and Park captured public imagination and provided some measure of hope and redemption in an otherwise horrific disaster. Their survival demonstrated the resilience of the human body and spirit, but their experiences also highlighted the randomness and cruelty of the disaster. Why did these three survive when 500 others didn't? It came down to pure chance, to being in the right spot when the building collapsed, to ending up in one of the few spaces that didn't completely close off, to being fortunate enough to have rainwater reach them. Many survivors struggled with guilt and trauma after their rescue. They had survived while co-workers and friends had died. Some developed severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The psychological toll of being buried alive, of believing you were going to die, of hearing others around you dying, was immense and lasting. Support systems for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea at the time, and many victims received inadequate mental health care in the aftermath. The rescue operation formally concluded in late July, more than 3 weeks after the collapse, though recovery of bodies continued for weeks beyond that. In total, the operation had involved thousands of workers, both professional rescuers and volunteers. Heavy equipment from across Seoul had been mobilized. The estimated cost of the rescue and recovery operation ran into the millions of dollars. But no amount of money or effort could bring back the 502 people who died, or the 6 whose bodies were never recovered. The Sampung department store disaster had ended, but its impact on South Korean society was just beginning to be understood. Part 8. Investigation and Justice. Even as rescue operations continued in the days following the Sampung collapse, investigations into what caused the disaster and who was responsible were already underway. The Seoul District Prosecutor's Office took the lead, assembling a team of investigators, engineers, and forensic experts to examine every aspect of the building's construction and the decisions that led to the collapse. The investigation was exhaustive, eventually producing a comprehensive report titled The Final White Book of Finding Out the Real Truth of the Collapse of the Sampoong Department Store. This document, running hundreds of pages, meticulously detailed the structural failures, the construction shortcuts, the corrupt relationships, and the decisions on June 29th that led to such massive loss of life. The structural analysis revealed what many engineers had suspected from the beginning. The building had been doomed from its conception. The investigators confirmed that the original design had been fundamentally compromised by Lee Jun's modifications. The support columns, reduced from 80 centimeters to 60 centimeters in diameter, were simply inadequate for the loads they needed to bear. The removal of support columns to make room for escalators had critically weakened the structure. The addition of the fifth floor had added weight the building wasn't designed to support. But the most damning findings concerned the building's flat slab construction and the loads it was subjected to. Engineers calculated that the fifth floor was bearing approximately 4 times its intended design load. The heavy Ondol heating system in the restaurants, the thick concrete floor, and especially the 3 massive air conditioning units on the roof had pushed the structure far beyond its capacity. The investigators also confirmed that the air conditioning units had been negligently installed. Instead of being properly lifted into place by cranes, they had been dragged across the roof, creating significant damage. The vibrations from these units, when operational, had transmitted stress throughout the building, gradually widening existing cracks and weakening already compromised columns. Turning off the air conditioning on the day of the collapse was an attempt to reduce this stress, but by then, the damage was far too extensive for such a measure to matter. The forensic analysis of the rubble provided detailed information about the collapse sequence. The investigators confirmed that column 5E had been the initiating failure point. This column, located centrally in the 5th floor of the south wing, had completely separated from the floor slab it was supporting. The punching shear failure at this column triggered the progressive collapse that brought down the entire center section of the south wing in about 20 seconds. Material testing revealed another layer of negligence. The concrete and steel used in construction were below specifications. The concrete was weaker than it should have been, suggesting either inferior materials or improper mixing and curing. The steel reinforcement bars were thinner than building codes required. Every aspect of the actual construction cut corners and sacrificed safety for cost savings. But the investigation went beyond just the structural failures. Prosecutors delved into the corrupt relationships that had allowed such a dangerous building to be approved and operated. They examined financial records, interviewed city officials, and traced the bribes that had been paid to allow the building's illegal modifications to proceed. What they found was a web of corruption involving Lee Jun, his son Lee Han-sung, who served as the company's president, and at least 12 city officials responsible for building inspection and approval. These officials had accepted bribes totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars, in some cases as much as $17,000 to individual officials, to approve modifications and provide certificates that the building met safety standards. The investigation also examined the events of June 29th and the decisions made by building management as warning signs became increasingly dire. Testimony from survivors and analysis of security footage revealed that Lee Jun and other senior executives had been informed multiple times throughout the day that engineers believed the building was in imminent danger of collapse. Despite these warnings, Lee Jun made the decision to keep the store open. Trial testimony from employees and managers revealed that discussions throughout the day repeatedly returned to the potential revenue loss from closing on a busy Thursday. Even when engineers explicitly recommended immediate evacuation, management resisted, initially closing only the most obviously dangerous floors while keeping the rest of the building operational. The pattern of decision-making that day suggests financial considerations weighed heavily in the response to the engineering warnings. Perhaps most damningly, the investigation revealed that Lee Jun and several other senior executives had left the building in the early afternoon, well before the collapse. They knew the danger was serious enough that they didn't want to be in the building, but they didn't order an evacuation or even inform employees and customers about the risk. They saved themselves and left everyone else behind. This revelation caused enormous public outrage when it became known. The image of wealthy executives fleeing a building they knew was about to collapse while leaving 1,500 other people inside became a symbol of the callous greed and disregard for human life that characterized the disaster. The public response to the investigation's findings was swift and furious. Mass protests erupted across Seoul, with thousands of people taking to the streets demanding justice for the victims. The disaster had shaken public confidence, not just in the Samsung Group, but in the entire construction industry and the government officials responsible for oversight. A broader investigation into construction practices across Seoul revealed just how widespread the problems were. A government survey of high-rise buildings in the city found that 14% were structurally unsafe and needed to be completely rebuilt. 84% required significant repairs to meet basic safety standards. Only 2% of buildings surveyed were found to fully meet codes and government safety standards. These findings were shocking, but not entirely surprising. The construction boom of the 80s and early 90s had prioritized speed and profit over safety. The results were buildings that might look impressive from the outside, but were fundamentally unsound. The Samsung collapse had been the most dramatic failure, but investigators now understood it was just the most visible example of systemic problems. On December 27, 1995, 6 months after the collapse, the first verdicts came down. Lee Jun was convicted of criminal negligence and sentenced to 10 years and 6 months in prison. This would later be reduced on appeal to 7 years and 6 months. His son, Lee Han-sang, was convicted of corruption and accidental homicide and sentenced to 7 years. The 12 city officials who had accepted bribes were also convicted and sentenced to various terms. These sentences ranged from 3 to 7 years, depending on the extent of their involvement and the amounts of money they had accepted. Several were also ordered to pay substantial fines. Public reaction to the sentences was mixed. Many felt that even the longest sentences were inadequate given the scale of the tragedy. 7.5 years in prison for 502 deaths seemed woefully insufficient. Others noted that at least in this case, unlike many cases of corporate malfeasance, those responsible were actually being held accountable and sent to prison. In addition to the criminal proceedings, civil cases were filed by victims' families and survivors seeking compensation. 2 months after the collapse, Lee Jun and his son submitted a jointly signed memorandum to the city of Seoul, offering their entire wealth to compensate the families of victims. This wasn't just a gesture. the Sampoong Group ceased to exist as a business entity. The compensation settlement ultimately involved 3,293 separate cases, with total payouts amounting to approximately 375 billion won, roughly $300 million. These payments were distributed to victims' families and survivors over several years, with all payouts completed by 2003. For many families, no amount of money could compensate for the loss of a loved one or the trauma of survival. But the comprehensive compensation program was at least an acknowledgement of responsibility and an attempt at making amends, something that victims of corporate disasters often struggle to obtain. Lee Jun served most of his sentence, being released in 2002. He was reported to be in poor health following his release and died a few years later. His son served his full sentence and subsequently maintained a low profile, the family's business empire having been dismantled to pay compensation to victims. The legal proceedings and their outcomes sent a clear message. Those responsible for the disaster would be held accountable. This represented something of a departure from the past, when corporate leaders often escaped serious consequences for negligence that resulted in loss of life. Part 9. Reform and Legacy. The Sampoong department store collapse served as a catalyst for sweeping changes in South Korea's construction industry, building codes, and disaster response capabilities. The disaster had exposed such fundamental failures in the system that the status quo was no longer tenable. Public pressure and governmental embarrassment combined to force genuine reforms. In the immediate aftermath, the South Korean government launched a comprehensive review of building safety regulations. A special task force was assembled to examine existing building codes, identify gaps and weaknesses, and propose strengthened standards. The goal was to ensure that another disaster on the scale of Sampoong could never happen again. The resulting reforms touched every aspect of building design, construction, and oversight. New regulations required independent structural reviews whenever significant design changes were proposed during construction. No longer could a developer simply fire one construction company and hire another, more compliant one to implement dangerous modifications. Any major changes to approved plans now required re-evaluation by independent engineers who had no financial relationship with the project. Column specifications and load-bearing requirements were strengthened, particularly for flat slab structures like Sampoong. The new codes required larger columns with more spacing restrictions to ensure adequate support. The use of flat slab construction without proper reinforcement was essentially banned for large commercial structures. Building inspection procedures were overhauled. Instead of relying primarily on initial approval with minimal ongoing oversight, the new system required periodic inspections throughout construction and random audits of completed buildings. Inspectors were given more training and resources, and penalties for accepting bribes or falsifying inspection reports were dramatically increased. The government also established new disaster response protocols. The chaos of the first hours after the Sampoong collapse, with no unified command structure and inadequate equipment, had demonstrated the need for better preparation. New emergency management systems were developed specifically for large-scale disasters, with clear chains of command, pre-designated staging areas, and stockpiles of specialized rescue equipment. The disaster also revealed deficiencies in emergency medical response. The lack of triage systems and the chaotic distribution of injured patients to hospitals had hampered effective medical care. In response, South Korea developed one of the world's most advanced disaster medicine protocols, including specialized trauma centers, helicopter transport systems, and comprehensive triage procedures. Beyond the technical reforms, the Sampung disaster prompted a broader cultural reckoning about the costs of rapid development. The notion that economic growth should take precedence over safety and human welfare was increasingly questioned. The disaster became a cautionary tale used in business schools, engineering programs, and government training to illustrate the consequences of prioritizing profit over responsibility. The construction industry itself underwent significant changes. Many companies that had been operating with questionable safety practices found themselves under increased scrutiny. Some were forced out of business when their buildings were found to be structurally unsound. Others reformed their practices to comply with the new, stricter standards. The industry as a whole became more professional and safety-conscious, though problems certainly didn't disappear entirely. The question of memorializing the disaster and remembering its victims became controversial. Families of the deceased wanted a memorial built on the site where Sampung had stood, a place where they could gather to honor their loved ones. However, this proposal faced opposition from local politicians and real estate interests who argued that the land, located in one of Seoul's most expensive districts, was too valuable to be used for a memorial. This dispute revealed continuing tensions between commercial interests and public memory. After extended negotiations, a compromise was reached. A memorial would be built, but not on the Sampung site itself. Instead, the memorial was erected in Yangjae Citizens Forest, a park located approximately 4 kilometers from where the disaster occurred. The memorial, designed by Ewha Women's University professor and sculptor Kim Bong-gu, stands 12 meters high and is made of marble. It was funded by the Sampung Group as part of their compensation to victims. The design incorporates symbolic elements representing both the tragedy and the hope for prevention of future disasters. Each year on June 29th, bereaved families gather at this memorial for a ceremony remembering those who died. The land where Sampung Department Store once stood was sold to a private developer. In 2001, construction began on a luxury apartment complex called Acrovista, which was completed in 2004. Walking through the area today, there is no visible sign that a disaster killing over 500 people occurred here. The gleaming apartment towers, home to some of Seoul's wealthiest residents, have completely erased the physical traces of the tragedy. This erasure has been criticized by some as emblematic of a broader tendency to forget uncomfortable aspects of the past in favor of presenting an image of progress and prosperity. The fact that a former president of South Korea, Yoon Suk Yeol, lived in one of these apartments before moving to the presidential residence only reinforced this sense that the tragedy had been paved over and forgotten by those in power. But for the families of victims and survivors, the memory remains vivid and painful. Studies conducted years after the disaster found that many survivors continued to struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety. A survey done on the 30th anniversary of the collapse found that 19 of 30 bereaved family members surveyed were still suffering from what psychologists categorized as post-traumatic embitterment disorder, a pathological reaction to negative life events characterized by feelings of injustice and helplessness. The psychological impact of the disaster extended beyond direct victims and their families. The collapse had inflicted collective trauma on South Korean society. Coming just 8 months after the Seongsu Bridge collapse, Sampung seemed to confirm fears that the rapid development of the previous decades had been built on dangerously shaky foundations. People began to question whether the buildings they worked in, the bridges they drove over, the stores they shopped in, were actually safe. This broader loss of trust in institutions and infrastructure was perhaps one of the disaster's most significant social impacts. It represented a coming of age for South Korean society, a recognition that economic prosperity meant nothing if it came at the cost of basic safety and human life. The hustle culture that had driven the nation's remarkable development was increasingly seen as having a dark side that needed to be acknowledged and addressed. The Sampung disaster has been extensively studied by engineers, architects, disaster management professionals, and social scientists. It appears in textbooks and case studies around the world as an example of how corruption, negligence, and flawed engineering can combine to create catastrophe. The technical details of the collapse have been analyzed to understand failure modes and improve building design. The social and organizational failures have been examined to improve oversight systems and corporate governance. In South Korea itself, the disaster lives on in popular culture. Songs, films, novels, and television programs have explored the tragedy from various angles. Rock band NEXT released a song in 1995 called The World We Made that reflected on the disaster and the society that produced it. The lyrics asked who should be blamed and suggested that everyone was complicit in creating a world where such disasters could occur. More recently, documentaries and dramatic series have revisited the disaster, interviewing survivors and examining the circumstances that led to the collapse. These cultural productions serve to keep the memory alive and to remind new generations of the costs of negligence and corruption. They ensure that Sampung remains a living memory rather than just a historical footnote. The reforms prompted by the Sampung disaster have undoubtedly saved lives. South Korea's building codes are now among the most stringent in the world. The country's disaster response capabilities are highly developed. While problems certainly still exist in the construction industry, nothing on the scale of Sampung has occurred in the 3 decades since. Yet questions remain about whether the lessons have been fully learned. Periodic scandals involving shoddy construction, bribery of building inspectors, and inadequate safety enforcement suggest that some of the underlying problems persist. Rapid development continues to be valued, and economic pressures can still lead to corner cutting. The challenge is maintaining vigilance and commitment to safety, even as the memory of the disaster fades. Part 10: The Human Cost. Beyond the statistics of 502 dead and 937 injured, the Sampung department store collapse represents hundreds of individual tragedies, each one a life cut short or forever changed by negligence and greed. To understand the true impact of the disaster, we need to remember that these weren't just numbers. They were people with families, dreams, and futures that were stolen from them. Among the dead were store clerks, many of them young women in their late teens or early 20s working their first jobs. They were saving money for college, helping support their families, learning about responsibility and independence. They showed up for work on June 29th like any other day, expecting to spend their shift helping customers, restocking shelves, processing sales. They never went home. Restaurant workers on the 5th floor, many of them skilled cooks and servers who took pride in their craft, were going about their preparations for the evening dinner service when the building collapsed. Some were cooking, others were setting tables, preparing for the customers who would never arrive. The 8 restaurants on that floor were completely destroyed, their staff buried under the massive weight of the roof and air conditioning units that crashed down on them. Shoppers who had come to browse or make purchases were trapped mid-transaction. Families who had brought their children to look at toys in the children's department. Office workers stopping by after work to pick up something on their way home. Elderly shoppers who had been loyal customers since the store opened 5 years earlier. All of them became victims through the simple bad luck of being in the wrong place when a greedy developer's shortcuts finally caught up with him. The families left behind faced not just grief, but often severe financial hardship. Many victims had been breadwinners for their families. Their deaths meant not just emotional devastation, but economic catastrophe. Widows and widowers suddenly found themselves single parents struggling to make ends meet. Parents who had lost adult children faced futures without the support those children would have provided in their old age. The compensation provided by the Sampung Group, while substantial in total, was distributed among thousands of claimants and took years to fully process. In the meantime, families struggled. Some lost their homes. Children had to drop out of school. The ripple effects of the disaster extended far beyond the immediate casualties. Survivors faced their own challenges. Many suffered permanent physical injuries, crushed limbs, spinal damage, traumatic brain injuries, organ damage from crushing injuries. Some would never fully recover, facing lives of chronic pain and disability. The young store clerk, who had been excited about her first job, now faced years of painful physical therapy and reconstructed bones. The psychological trauma was equally severe and often less visible. Survivors frequently developed severe anxiety, particularly claustrophobia and fear of buildings. Simple things like entering an elevator or standing in a crowded room could trigger panic attacks. Many experienced recurring nightmares about being trapped in darkness, unable to move, feeling crushing weight all around them. Choi Myung-seok, the survivor trapped for 9 days, struggled significantly after his rescue despite being physically relatively unharmed. He experienced survivor's guilt. Why had he lived when so many others died? He had difficulty readjusting to normal life, finding the routine concerns of everyday existence trivial compared to the life and death struggle he had experienced in the rubble. Eventually, Choi channeled his experience into a career in structural engineering. He pursued degrees in architecture and structural engineering and spent years working for a construction company, ensuring that the buildings he worked on were safe and properly constructed. His goal was to prevent anyone else from experiencing what he had gone through. He found purpose in taking his trauma and using it to make a positive difference. But not all survivors were able to find such redemption. Some struggled with depression and substance abuse. The trauma of the experience was simply too much to process and integrate into a normal life. Mental health resources for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea in the 1990s, and many people suffered without adequate support. Yu Ji-hwan, the survivor, pulled out after 12 days, experienced her own difficulties adjusting. The media attention following her rescue was initially overwhelming. She was invited to television interviews and talk shows, asked to recount her ordeal again and again. At first, she handled it with grace, even making light-hearted comments about wanting to date one of her rescuers and drinking iced coffee after being deprived for so long. But constantly reliving the trauma through these interviews took its toll. She began to withdraw, struggling with the expectation that she should feel lucky to be alive when the experience had been so horrific and when so many others had died. Eventually, she largely removed herself from public view, focusing on building a normal life away from media scrutiny. She married and settled into a quiet existence, finding healing in privacy rather than in public remembrance. Park Seung-hyun, the last person rescued after 17 days, became the most famous survivor due to the miraculous nature of her rescue. Her story was covered extensively by international media. She represented hope, the idea that survival was possible even in the most dire circumstances. But this fame came with its own burdens. She too found the constant media attention difficult to manage. The trauma of being buried for 17 days wasn't something that could be neatly packaged into a feel-good story about human resilience. The reality was dark, painful, and traumatic in ways that didn't fit the narrative people wanted from her. She eventually sought normalcy, marrying a classmate of one of the other survivors, and building a life focused on the present rather than the past. The rescue workers and first responders who worked the site also experienced lasting trauma. Many developed post-traumatic stress disorder from the horrific scenes they witnessed and the grueling, emotionally devastating work of searching for survivors and recovering bodies. Firefighters and police officers who thought they had seen everything in their careers found the scale and horror of Sampung overwhelming. Some rescue workers described being unable to eat certain foods after the disaster because the smells reminded them of the rubble. Others had nightmares about being unable to reach people they could hear calling for help. The psychological support for first responders was inadequate, and many struggled in silence with trauma they felt unable to discuss. The bereaved families formed support groups in the aftermath, coming together to share their grief and to advocate for proper memorialization and ongoing support. These groups became important sources of comfort and community for people who felt isolated in their loss. They organized annual memorial ceremonies and pushed for reforms to prevent future disasters. But tensions sometimes emerged within these groups as well. Some families received larger compensation settlements than others, depending on the circumstances of their loss and the earning potential of the deceased. Some had recovered their loved ones' remains and were able to have proper funerals, while others never had that closure. These differences created complex dynamics within the survivor community. One particularly poignant aspect of the human cost was the number of young lives cut short. Many of the victims were in their teens or 20s, just starting their adult lives. They had barely begun to experience independence, to discover who they would become. All of that potential, all those possible futures, were erased in 20 seconds. Parents who lost children faced unique agonies. They had expected to watch their children grow up, get married, have children of their own. Instead, they had to bury them and face decades of wondering what might have been. Some parents reported that the hardest moments came during what would have been major milestones: the year their child would have graduated college, the age when they likely would have married, the time when they might have become grandparents. The disaster also claimed entire families in some cases. Instances where parents and children shopping together were all killed, where multiple siblings working in the store all perished. These losses left extended families devastated, sometimes leaving elderly grandparents without any direct descendants. The compensation settlement, while financially significant, could never truly compensate for these losses. How do you put a price on a child's life? How do you calculate the value of a future that will never exist? The money helped with practical matters, preventing financial destitution on top of emotional devastation, but it couldn't fill the fundamental void left by the deaths of loved ones. 30 years later, As bereaved families gather annually at the memorial in Yangtze Citizens Forest, the pain remains fresh for many. Time doesn't heal all wounds, it just teaches people to carry them differently. The annual memorial services are filled with tears, with offerings to the dead, with prayers and remembrances. Time has passed, and yet every year we honor those who died in the collapse. One bereaved family member said at a recent ceremony, "We just hope that South Korea will be able to become a safer country." So that hope that the sacrifice of their loved ones might lead to meaningful change that saves future lives is what many families cling to. The reforms that followed the disaster, the improved building codes, the better emergency response, all of these represent a kind of legacy for the victims. Their deaths, while senseless and preventable, at least prompted action that has likely prevented other disasters. But for the families and survivors, these policy changes remain abstract compared to the concrete, daily reality of absence and trauma. The person who isn't there for family dinners, the voice that will never be heard again, the presence that's felt only through its absence. These are the real human costs of the Sampung department store collapse, costs that can never be fully tallied or compensated. Conclusion. The Sampung department store collapse stands as one of the most preventable disasters in modern history, a catastrophe that resulted from a perfect storm of greed, corruption, negligence, and systemic failure. 502 people died not because of an earthquake, a war, or an unavoidable natural disaster, but because a developer wanted to maximize profit, because city officials accepted bribes, because warnings were ignored, and because a society prioritized rapid economic growth over basic safety. Every single death at Sampung was preventable. If Lee Jun had not made dangerous modifications to the building design, if Woosung Construction had not been fired for raising safety concerns, if the support columns had been properly sized, if the building had been constructed with materials meeting code specifications, if the heavy air conditioning units had not been added to the roof, if city officials had not accepted bribes and falsified inspections, if management had evacuated the building when warned it was about to collapse. If any of these failures had been prevented, the disaster would not have occurred. The tragedy of Sampung is that everyone involved knew better. Engineers warned that the design was unsafe. Construction professionals raised concerns that were ignored. On the day of the collapse, structural engineers explicitly told management the building was in imminent danger. Yet at every decision point, the wrong choice was made, the safe option rejected in favor of saving money or maintaining profit. The disaster revealed the dark underside of South Korea's economic miracle. The gleaming towers and prosperous surface concealed systemic corruption and dangerous practices. The construction boom had been built partly on shoddy workmanship, inadequate oversight, and bribes. Sampung was the most dramatic failure, but the post-collapse survey revealing that only 2% of Seoul's buildings fully met safety codes showed it was far from the only dangerous structure. In the aftermath, South Korea did implement meaningful reforms. Building codes were strengthened, inspection procedures were improved, disaster response capabilities were developed, the construction industry became more professional. These changes have undoubtedly saved lives over the past 3 decades, making the disaster a catalyst for positive change despite its horrific cost. But the question remains, have the lessons truly been learned, or have they simply faded from memory as time passes and the urgency of the disaster recedes? The families of victims Worry that as Seoul's skyline continues to reach higher, as development pressures remain intense, as memories fade, the temptations that led to Sampung, the shortcuts, the bribes, the prioritization of profit over safety might return. The memorial in Yangjae Citizens Forest exists to ensure these lessons are not forgotten. The 502 names inscribed there represent not just lives lost, but a collective commitment to remember, to learn, and to do better. Each year, as families gather to honor their dead, they remind South Korean society that the price of negligence is measured in human lives, in families destroyed, in futures stolen. For those of us watching from outside South Korea, the Sampung disaster offers its own lessons. It reminds us that regulation exists for a reason, that building codes are written in blood, that oversight and inspection are not bureaucratic hindrances, but essential safeguards. It shows us how corruption corrodes not just government efficiency, but public safety. It demonstrates that rapid development without adequate regard for safety carries enormous risks. The story of Sampung is ultimately a story about what happens when greed is allowed to operate without constraint, when profit is valued above human life, when those in power prioritize personal gain over public welfare. It's a cautionary tale that remains relevant not just in construction, but in any field where cutting corners can lead to catastrophic consequences. As we conclude this examination of the Sampung department store collapse, let us remember Park Seung-hyun trapped for 17 days in darkness, Yoo Ji-hwan surviving 12 days in a space barely large enough for her body, Choi Myung-sok's 10 days of isolation and fear. Remember the 502 who didn't make it out, whose last moments were filled with terror and pain. Remember the families still gathering at that memorial 3 decades later, still mourning, still hoping their loss meant something. And let us commit to learning from their suffering, to demanding accountability from those in power, to supporting strong regulations and rigorous enforcement, to choosing safety over profit, to valuing human life above economic growth. The victims of Sampung deserve nothing less than our determination to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again. If you found this deep dive into one of history's most devastating building collapses informative and thought-provoking, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps me continue producing detailed, well-researched content about cases that matter. And please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The Burning Sun Scandal, when K-pop's glittering facade shattered. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most shocking and complex true crime stories to emerge from South Korea in recent memory. A scandal that would shake the foundations of the country's beloved K-pop industry, expose systemic corruption, reaching the highest levels of law enforcement, and ignite a nationwide reckoning with deeply entrenched misogyny and violence against women. This is the story of Burning Sun, a nightclub in Seoul's glittering Gangnam district that became ground zero for revelations of sexual assault, illegal filming, drug trafficking, prostitution, and police corruption. It's a story about power, privilege, and the devastating ways they can be weaponized against the vulnerable. But it's also a story about courage, the bravery of journalists who refused to look away, of victims who came forward despite unimaginable pressure, and of one young woman whose final act of defiance would help bring the truth to light, even as her own life slipped away. The The Burning Sun scandal didn't just topple some of South Korea's biggest entertainment stars. It forced an entire nation to confront uncomfortable truths about gender inequality, the protection afforded to the wealthy and famous, and the systems that allow predators to operate with impunity. This is a story that demands to be told, not just for what happened, but for what it reveals about the darker currents running beneath the surface of modern society. So settle in as we explore this labyrinthine case, peeling back layer after layer to understand how a single assault at a nightclub would unravel into one of the most significant criminal investigations in South Korean history. Part 1. The glittering world of K-pop and Gangnam's dark underbelly. To understand the Burning Sun scandal, we first need to understand the world it emerged from, a world of contradictions, where carefully crafted public images concealed private horrors, and where the machinery of fame operated according to rules very different from those that governed ordinary lives. By the late 2010s, K-pop had conquered the world. Korean pop music, with its infectious melodies, precision choreography, and impossibly polished performers, had become a global phenomenon worth billions of dollars. Groups like BTS, Blackpink, EXO, and Big Bang weren't just popular in Asia. They were selling out stadiums in Los Angeles, performing at Coachella, and topping charts worldwide. The so-called Korean wave, or Hallyu, had become one of South Korea's most successful cultural exports, projecting an image of the country as modern, vibrant, and irresistibly cool. At the heart of this industry were the idols themselves, young performers, often teenagers when they debuted, who had typically spent years as trainees in the grueling system maintained by major entertainment companies. These trainees would practice singing, dancing, and foreign languages for hours every day, living in dormitories and adhering to strict rules about their behavior, appearance, and personal lives. The successful ones would eventually debut in carefully assembled groups, each member chosen for a specific role and appeal. The public image of K-pop idols was meticulously managed. They were meant to appear flawless, wholesome, and devoted entirely to their fans. Romantic relationships were often forbidden or hidden, as the fantasy of availability was part of the idol's appeal. Scandals could end careers overnight. Fans expected purity, and the industry delivered it, or at least the illusion of it. But beneath this glossy surface, the K-pop industry had a darker side. The intense pressure, lack of privacy, and exploitation of young performers created an environment ripe for abuse. Female idols, in particular, faced constant objectification and harassment. The same system that demanded perfection also demanded silence about its failures and cruelties. Seoul's Gangnam District embodied these contradictions perfectly. Made famous worldwide by Psy's 2012 hit Gangnam Style, this neighborhood on the south bank of the Han River was synonymous with wealth, luxury, and status. Designer boutiques lined the streets. Luxury cars cruised the boulevards. High-rise apartments commanded astronomical prices. Gangnam was where Seoul's elite lived, shopped, and played. And play they did. Gangnam's nightlife was legendary, a hedonistic playground where the wealthy and famous could indulge their desires behind velvet ropes and tinted windows. Nightclubs with names like Octagon, Arena, and Burning Sun catered to VIP clientele, places where celebrities could party without the prying eyes of the general public. These weren't just dance clubs. They were status symbols, exclusive worlds where the rules that governed ordinary life seemed not to apply. Burning Sun itself opened in February 2018, located in the Le Méridien Seoul Hotel in Yeoksamdong, in the heart of Gangnam. From the outside, it appeared to be just another high-end club, albeit one with an impressive pedigree. One of its publicity directors was Lee Seung-hyun, better known by his stage name Seungri, the youngest member of Big Bang, one of the most successful K-pop groups of all time. Big Bang had debuted in 2006 under YG Entertainment, one of the big three K-pop companies. Over the years, they'd become massive stars, not just in Korea, but throughout Asia and beyond. Forbes magazine reported that in 2015, the group had made $44 million in pre-tax earnings. They were cultural icons, trendsetters, whose music, fashion, and behavior influenced millions of fans. Seungri, born on December 12, 1990, had joined Big Bang at just 15 years old. As the youngest member, or maknae, he'd sometimes struggled to stand out among his more prominent bandmates. But he'd found his niche, not just in music, but in business. Seungri positioned himself as an entrepreneur, opening restaurants, launching a dance academy, investing in various ventures. He was multilingual, charismatic, and networked extensively. The media dubbed him Korea's Great Gatsby, a reference that would prove eerily prescient, like F. Scott Fitzgerald's J. Gatsby. Seungri's glittering parties and business success masked illicit activities carried out in the pursuit of wealth and status. In the summer of 2018, Seungri released his first solo Korean language studio album and embarked on his first solo tour, aptly titled The Great Seungri. He was filling the void left by his Big Bang bandmates, who were completing their mandatory military service. Everything seemed to be going Seungri's way. He was successful, famous, wealthy, and positioned to become even more influential. But Seungri's world, and the world of Burning Sun, was built on foundations far more sinister than anyone outside could have imagined. Behind the pulsing music and bottle service, behind the VIP rooms and celebrity clientele, a culture of violence and exploitation flourished. Women were drugged and assaulted. Illegal videos were filmed and shared. Police officers looked the other way, their silence purchased with bribes and favors. It was a system that depended on the silence and complicity of many, the vulnerability of victims who had no voice, and the confidence of perpetrators who believed themselves untouchable. That confidence would prove to be their downfall. Because in November 2018, on a Saturday night at Burning Sun, an incident occurred that would set in motion a series of events exposing everything. A man named Kim Sang-kyo would file a complaint about what happened that night, a complaint that would ultimately trigger one of the most significant criminal investigations in South Korean entertainment history. His name was Kim Sang-kyo, and his decision to speak out would change everything, though his story, like so much about this case, would prove far more complicated than it first appeared. Part 2. The night that started it all. The date was November 24th, 2018. It was a Saturday night, and Kim Sang-kyo, a 28-year-old man, had come to Burning Sun with friends to celebrate a birthday. By his account, they'd reserved a table and were drinking champagne when around 7 in the morning, as the long night was winding down, he witnessed something that disturbed him. According to Kim's later testimony, he saw a woman at a nearby table who appeared to be in distress. A man was grabbing at her, trying to pull her back to the table. The woman broke free and hid behind Kim, grabbing onto his shoulder. Kim claimed he intervened, holding the man's arms back and asking security for help. Instead of assistance, Kim said, the man punched him. What happened next would become the subject of intense dispute and investigation. According to Kim's account, he was dragged outside the club by multiple staff members, including managers and security guards. Once outside, in an area without CCTV coverage, he was beaten severely. He managed to call the police at around 7:02 in the morning, but rather than stopping the assault, the beating continued. When police arrived at the scene, what happened next shocked Kim and would eventually shock the nation. Rather than arresting the Burning Sun employees who'd assaulted him, the police arrested Kim himself. He was taken to the Gangnam police station, where he claimed officers continued to abuse him. He was held for nearly 8 hours before being released to seek medical treatment. At the hospital, doctors documented extensive injuries. Kim had 4 fractured ribs, a condition called rhabdomyolysis, where muscle tissue breaks down and can cause kidney damage, paralysis in his right finger, and severe bruising throughout his body. These weren't minor injuries from a scuffle. They were the result of a sustained, brutal beating. But Kim's ordeal was far from over. In the days and weeks that followed, rather than investigating his assault, authorities seemed intent on building a case against him. Burning Sun staff claimed Kim had been the aggressor, that he'd been causing trouble in the club and sexually harassing women. The police, rather than treating Kim as a victim, treated him as a suspect. Frustrated and injured, Kim did something that would prove crucial. He went public. In late January 2019, he filed a petition with the Blue House, South Korea's presidential office, detailing what had happened to him. The petition described his assault in vivid detail, including his claims that police had colluded with Burning Sun staff to cover up the incident and falsify evidence. The petition quickly gained traction. Within days, over 200,000 people had signed it, demanding an investigation. Media outlets picked up the story. CCTV footage from outside Burning Sun began to circulate, showing Kim being beaten by multiple men while on the ground. Additional footage from inside the police station showed officers handling Kim roughly, contradicting their claims that they'd treated him appropriately. The public was outraged. Here was clear evidence of excessive force by both private security and police officers, yet the victim was the one facing charges. Questions arose. Why had police arrested the victim rather than his attackers? Why had they tried to suppress the CCTV footage? What were they trying to hide? Kim's case struck a nerve because it exemplified something many Koreans suspected but couldn't prove, that the wealthy and well-connected could literally get away with assault, with police serving as their protectors rather than enforcers of justice. Burning Sun was owned and operated by people with connections. Surely, many thought, those connections explained why Kim had been treated not as a victim, but as a problem to be dealt with. President Moon Jae-in himself weighed in, ordering a thorough investigation, not just into the Burning Sun assault, but into potential police corruption. The Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency announced they would examine the conduct of officers who'd responded to Kim's call and handled his detention. But as investigators began looking into Burning Sun, they discovered something unexpected. Kim's assault, serious as it was, turned out to be just the surface. Beneath it lay a world of criminality that went far beyond one nightclub beating. Investigators started hearing whispers about drugs, about women being assaulted, about illegal videos, about payments to police to look the other way. The more they dug, the more disturbing the picture became. It's important to note that Kim Sang-kyo's story would become more complex as events unfolded. While his initial complaint proved instrumental in launching the investigation that would expose the Burning Sun scandal, Kim himself would later face serious legal challenges. In the years following that November night, he was charged with more than 15 offenses stemming from events at Burning Sun. In November 2022, nearly 4 years after that fateful night, a court found Kim guilty of sexually harassing a woman at Burning Sun on the same evening he was assaulted, as well as obstruction of business and defamation. The court cited CCTV evidence and victim testimony in reaching its verdict. Kim received a suspended sentence of 1 year in prison with 2 years of probation, along with mandatory completion of a 40-hour sexual assault treatment program and 80 hours of community service. Kim maintained throughout his legal battles that many of the charges against him were attempts to discredit him as a whistleblower, and that authorities had aggressively pursued him in retaliation for exposing corruption. He was acquitted of 2 other sexual harassment charges due to insufficient evidence. The court did acknowledge procedural irregularities in Kim's arrest, including failure to properly read him his rights and improper handling during his transport to the station. This complexity doesn't negate the importance of Kim's initial report in exposing the systematic criminal activity at Burning Sun. His complaint, whatever the circumstances surrounding it, did trigger an investigation that would ultimately reveal crimes far more serious and widespread than anyone initially imagined. But it does illustrate something important about this case, that the events of that night and the scandal that followed involved layers of truth that defied simple narratives of heroes and villains. Real life rarely offers the clear moral lines that make for easy storytelling, and the Burning Sun scandal was no exception. What Kim's complaint did accomplish was this. It forced authorities to look closely at Burning Sun, and once they started looking, they couldn't ignore what they found, and what they found would prove explosive in ways no one could have predicted. Part 3. Burning Sun's Dark Reality. As investigators began examining Burning Sun in response to Kim Sang-kyo's complaint and the public outcry it generated, a picture emerged of a club where criminal activity wasn't an aberration but standard operating procedure. The assaults on customers, it turned out, weren't isolated incidents. They were part of a pattern of violence used to control the club and protect its illegal operations. Multiple women came forward with similar stories. They'd gone to Burning Sun for a night out and found their drinks tasting strange. They'd wake up the next morning, or sometimes days later, with little or no memory of what had happened, with injuries they couldn't explain, or in unfamiliar places. When they tried to report these incidents to police, they were dismissed, told they'd simply had too much to drink, that they needed to be more responsible. The stories followed disturbing patterns. Women reported feeling suddenly disoriented or losing consciousness after just 1 or 2 drinks. Security footage, when it existed, often showed women being carried or dragged out of the club by staff or male customers while clearly incapacitated. Club employees seemed not just indifferent to women in distress, but actively facilitating their removal from the premises. Investigators began testing for drugs commonly used to facilitate sexual assault. They found evidence of GHB gamma hydroxybutyrate, known colloquially as a date rape drug, and other substances designed to incapacitate victims. These drugs were being administered to club guests, particularly women, without their knowledge or consent. Once drugged, these women became vulnerable to assault, and the club's systems seemed designed to enable rather than prevent such assaults. The club's management structure also raised red flags. While Seungri was the most famous figure associated with Burning Sun, serving as a publicity director and business partner, the day-to-day operations involved a network of managers, promoters, and security personnel. Some of these individuals had connections to organized crime. One security staff member had ties to gangs, and there were allegations that the club employed violence not just against troublesome customers, but as a means of enforcing loyalty and silence among staff. Lee Moon-ho, one of Burning Sun's CEOs, became a focal point of the drug investigation. Authorities found evidence that Lee had not only used drugs himself, including ecstasy and ketamine, but had supplied them to club customers. This wasn't recreational use happening incidentally at a nightclub. This was systematic distribution, with drugs being provided to specific customers, often wealthy businessmen being entertained by club management. The club's financial records revealed other irregularities. There were allegations of money laundering, tax evasion on a massive scale, and violation of food sanitation laws. An investigation would later reveal that Arena, another club with similar ownership, had evaded approximately 16 billion won in taxes, around $14 million, between 2014 and 2017. But perhaps most disturbing were the allegations about prostitution. Investigators heard consistent reports that Burning Sun and other clubs in the same network weren't just venues where prostitution might happen incidentally. They were places where prostitution was actively arranged by management for VIP customers and potential investors. Women were recruited, sometimes under false pretenses, and provided to wealthy men as part of business entertainment packages. These weren't independent sex workers making their own choices about clients and compensation. These were women being directed, managed, and provided by club staff to men who'd been promised such services as part of their VIP experience. Some of the women involved may not have even realized they were being positioned as prostitutes until they found themselves in situations they couldn't easily escape. The scale of the operation was stunning. This wasn't a few corrupt employees taking advantage of their positions. This was systematic criminality woven into the club's business model. Burning Sun made money not just from bottle service and cover charges, but from facilitating illegal activities for customers willing to pay premium prices for experiences that existed outside legal boundaries. And none was more prominent than Seungri, whose name and image had been used to market Burning Sun to the young and wealthy. As a publicity director and business partner in the club, Seungri had benefited financially from Burning Sun's operations, but his involvement went deeper than many initially realized. As investigators dug into Seungri's business dealings and communications, they discovered something that would prove even more explosive than the revelations about Burning Sun itself. They found evidence of secret group chats on KakaoTalk, South Korea's most popular messaging app. And in these chats, Seungri and other prominent figures in the K-pop world had been discussing activities that would horrify the nation: prostitution arrangements, illegal hidden camera footage, and sexual assault. The scandal was about to get much, much worse. Part 4. The chat rooms, messages that exposed everything. The discovery of the KakaoTalk chat rooms represented a turning point in the Burning Sun scandal, transforming what had begun as an investigation into one nightclub into an expose of widespread criminal activity among some of South Korea's most famous and beloved celebrities. These messages, extracted from the personal phone of singer Jung Jun-young, would reveal crimes that had been going on for years, involving multiple famous figures and victimizing countless women. The story of how these messages came to light reads almost like a thriller. In September 2016, Jung Jun-young, then a rising star in the Korean entertainment industry, had been investigated by police after a woman accused him of secretly filming a sexual encounter. At the time, Jung's agency claimed the allegations were a misunderstanding, and in October 2016, after what the agency characterized as a thorough investigation, Jung was acquitted. The case was closed, and Jung's career continued uninterrupted. But someone knew the truth. When Jung took his phone to a private forensics company for repairs sometime around 2018, a technician there discovered something disturbing on the device. Videos and chat messages that clearly showed Jung filming sexual encounters without the consent of the women involved, then sharing those videos with friends. The technician, whose identity has never been publicly revealed, made a decision that would prove momentous. Rather than simply fixing the phone and returning it, the technician copied the incriminating material. The technician then reached out to a lawyer named Bang Jung-hyun, sending him an email containing thousands of chat messages spanning an 8-month period from late 2015 through mid-2016. Bang recognized immediately that what he was looking at was evidence of serious crimes. When the Burning Sun scandal began making headlines in early 2019, Bang forwarded these messages to SBS's investigative news program SBS Fun-E and to the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission. On February 26, 2019, SBS Fun-E published the contents of the first chat room. The revelations were explosive. The messages showed Seungri instructing staff at Burning Sun and his other business ventures to provide prostitutes to potential investors and wealthy businessmen. He discussed the arrangements in clinical, business-like language, treating the women involved as commodities to be provided as part of his hospitality to business partners. But that was just the beginning. On March 11, 2019, SBS's 8 o'clock news revealed more chat rooms, and these were far more disturbing. These groups included not just Seungri, but Jung Jun-young, Choi Jong-hoon, a former member of the popular K-pop group FT Island, and several other men. The content of these chats was genuinely shocking, even to investigators and journalists who thought they'd seen everything. Jung Jun-young had been systematically filming sexual encounters with women without their knowledge or consent. The videos showed women who were clearly drunk or unconscious, unable to consent to being filmed or to the sexual acts themselves. Jung would then share these videos in the group chats, sometimes within minutes of filming them. The other members would respond with messages cheering him on, requesting more videos, or sharing their own illegal footage. The messages weren't just evidence of crimes, they revealed the mindset of the perpetrators, their complete lack of respect for their victims, and their confidence that they would never face consequences. The men joked about drugging women. They discussed which victims were best and rated them. They shared tips on where to find vulnerable women and how to avoid getting caught. When one participant expressed mild concern about the legality of what they were doing, others laughed it off, assuring him that they had police connections who would protect them, and they weren't wrong to feel confident. The chat rooms also revealed a cozy relationship between these celebrities and high-ranking police officials. One figure referred to in the chats as the police superintendent general appeared to be providing the group with inside information about investigations and helping them avoid legal troubles. The group members joked about their police protection, confident that they were essentially untouchable. The sheer number of victims was staggering. According to court documents that would later be released, Jung Jun-young alone had filmed and distributed content from at least 11 different women between November 2015 and June 2016, and that only covered the period for which investigators had direct evidence. Jung had shared these videos across 5 different group chats and sent them in 3 separate private conversations, with 14 different people receiving the illegal material. The victims in these videos had not given consent to be filmed. Many didn't even know the videos existed until police contacted them during the investigation. Some of the women had been in relationships with Jung and thought they were having private, consensual, intimate moments. Others had been too drunk or drugged to know what was happening. When authorities reached out to these women as part of the investigation, many were devastated. One victim, interviewed by reporter Kang Kyung-yoon, who broke the story, begged, "Please save me. How do I live after this?" The trauma inflicted on these women was immeasurable. Not only had they been violated in the most intimate way possible, but their private moments had been shared among strangers, turned into entertainment for a group of men who saw them as nothing more than objects. And because the videos had been shared digitally, the women faced the terrifying reality that these images might still be circulating, impossible to fully delete or contain. As investigators dug deeper into the chat rooms, more names emerged. In addition to Jung and Choi, the group included Kim, a former Burning Sun employee, Kwon Hyuk-jun, a businessman who would later be revealed as the older brother of Girls' Generation member Yuri, Heo, a former YG Entertainment employee, and several other men whose identities were protected due to their status as non-public figures. One particularly disturbing aspect of the chat rooms was the participants' discussions of gang rape. Messages suggested that multiple men had participated in assaulting unconscious or severely intoxicated women, with the attacks sometimes being filmed and shared. These weren't spontaneous crimes of opportunity, but coordinated assaults, with participants discussing logistics, sharing locations, and celebrating their crimes afterward. What made these revelations particularly shocking to the Korean public was the contrast between the public personas of these men and their private behavior. Jung Jun-young had been a beloved television personality, appearing on popular variety shows where he portrayed himself as charming and fun-loving. Choi Jong-hoon had been a member of FT Island, one of Korea's most popular rock bands, whose music often dealt with themes of love and respect. Seungri was a member of Big Bang, whose fans numbered in the millions worldwide. These men had stood on stages, accepted awards, and spoken about being role models. Their fame had been built on the devotion of fans, many of them young women, who'd supported their careers for years, buying albums, attending concerts, and defending them against critics. Those fans now had to reckon with the fact that their idols had been living double lives, projecting wholesomeness while privately engaging in the most degrading treatment of women imaginable. The technical integrity of the chat messages was carefully verified. When lawyer Bang Jung-hyun appeared on SBS's 8 o'clock news on March 11th to discuss how he'd obtained the messages, he explained that the files had been protected with tamper-proof verification, a hashcode system that would show if any alterations had been made. This meant the messages could stand as legitimate evidence in court, despite claims by some of the accused that the chats had been manipulated or taken out of context. As more chat room contents were revealed, the scandal expanded beyond just the core group. Other celebrities found themselves under scrutiny for their connections to the participants. Journalists began investigating whether other prominent figures in the entertainment industry might have been involved or had knowledge of these activities. The entire K-pop industry came under suspicion, with questions raised about how many more celebrities might be engaging in similar behavior, protected by their fame and industry connections. The chat room revelations transformed public perception of the scandal. What had started as a story about one nightclub's bad practices had become a window into a culture of misogyny, violence, and sexual exploitation at the highest levels of the entertainment industry. These weren't just random criminals. These were men who'd been role models, whose faces appeared on billboards and television screens, whose music played on the radio and in shopping malls across the nation. The discovery of these messages would lead to criminal charges, convictions, and prison sentences. But perhaps more importantly, they sparked a national conversation about the treatment of women in South Korea, the abuse of power by celebrities, and the systems that had allowed these crimes to continue for so long. The pretty facade of K-pop had been ripped away, revealing the ugliness that had been hidden behind it. Part 5. Goo Hara, the brave woman who helped expose the truth. Among the many tragic elements of the Burning Sun scandal, few are more heartbreaking than the story of Goo Hara. A former member of the popular girl group Kara, Hara would play a crucial role in exposing police corruption at the heart of the scandal. But the courage she showed would come at a devastating personal cost. Goo Hara was born on January 3, 1991. She debuted with Kara in 2008, and the group quickly became one of the most successful K-pop acts of the early 2010s. They were particularly popular in Japan, where they achieved mainstream success rare for Korean acts at the time. Hara was known for her bright personality, her dancing ability, and her dedication to her craft. But behind the scenes, Hara faced challenges that her public image didn't reflect. The pressure of idol life took its toll. The constant scrutiny, the impossible beauty standards, the grueling schedules, and the lack of privacy wore on her. Like many idols, she struggled with depression and anxiety, conditions that were often dismissed or stigmatized in an industry that demanded performers maintain cheerful, flawless public personas regardless of their internal suffering. In 2018, Hara's personal life became painfully public when her relationship with a hairdresser named Choi Jong-bum turned abusive. The couple had begun dating after meeting on the set of a beauty television program called My Mad Beauty Diary. Initially, the relationship seemed happy, but it deteriorated into violence and manipulation. On September 13, 2018, just 2 months before the Burning Sun incident, Choi broke into Hara's home while she was sleeping. According to Hara's account, a fight ensued, triggered by Choi's jealousy over Hara having lunch with a male acquaintance. The argument escalated into physical violence. Choi assaulted Hara, causing injuries including damage severe enough that she experienced uterine hemorrhaging. But the physical assault wasn't the worst of it. During the fight, Choi threatened Hara with something that would cause her even more terror than the violence itself. He told her that he had secretly filmed them having sex, and he would release the video to destroy her career if she didn't comply with his demands. This threat, the weaponization of intimate footage, would hang over Hara for the rest of her life. Both Hara and Choi filed assault complaints against each other. When the case went to court, the details that emerged painted a picture of a deeply abusive relationship. Choi had been controlling, jealous, and violent. The assault on September 13th was not an isolated incident, but part of a pattern. Evidence showed that Choi had indeed filmed intimate encounters and had threatened to release them. In August 2019, a court found Choi guilty of assault, making threats, property damage, and coercion. However, he was not convicted on the illegal filming charge. The court ruled that there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove the recording itself was illegal, though it acknowledged he'd used the threat of releasing the video as blackmail. Choi received a suspended sentence, 1.5 years in prison, suspended for 3 years. This meant he wouldn't serve jail time unless he committed another crime during the probation period. The sentence sparked outrage. Here was a man who had violently assaulted his girlfriend, caused her significant physical harm, and blackmailed her with threats to release intimate footage that would destroy her career. And he received no jail time. The message to victims of domestic abuse and revenge porn seemed clear. The justice system would not protect them adequately. For Hara, the sentence felt like a betrayal. She'd been brave enough to come forward, to testify about her abuse in public, to allow the details of her victimization to become part of the public record. And in return, her abuser walked free. Worse, she faced intense public scrutiny and judgment. While some supported her, others blamed her for the relationship's problems, suggesting she'd somehow provoked Choi's violence or questioning why she dated him in the first place. The cruel logic of victim blaming was applied mercilessly. Choi had physically assaulted Hara, damaged her property, and terrorized her with threats to release intimate videos, yet he received only a suspended sentence. The message seemed clear. Even when the justice system acknowledged a man's abusive behavior, it wouldn't impose serious consequences. The stress of the case, combined with the intense public judgment, took a terrible toll on Hara's mental health. In May 2019, she attempted suicide. Fortunately, she survived, and her friend and fellow Kara member Gu Ji-young found her in time. Hara was hospitalized and later released, but the incident revealed the depth of her suffering. Around this same time, the Burning Sun scandal was unfolding. As we've already discussed, Hara reached out to reporter Kang Kyung-yoon to offer help with the investigation. Despite dealing with her own traumatic situation, the lawsuit, the suicide attempt, the continuing public scrutiny, Hara wanted to help other victims of illegal filming and sexual exploitation. Hara's role in identifying Yoon Kyu-gun as the corrupt police official protecting the Burning Sun criminals was crucial. She used her connection to Choi Jong-hoon, whom she'd known since their trainee days, to convince him to tell the truth. She recorded the conversation where Choi revealed Yoon's identity and provided it to investigators. Without Hara's intervention, this key piece of the puzzle might never have been solved. When Hara spoke to Kang about why she wanted to help, she explicitly identified with the victims of Jung Jun-young and the others. "I am also a victim of revenge porn," she told Kang. Hara understood what it felt like to have your intimate moments weaponized against you, to be threatened and violated, and then blamed for your own victimization. She wanted to prevent others from suffering as she had suffered. Hara's bravery during this period was remarkable. She was simultaneously fighting her own battle against an abuser, dealing with the psychological aftermath of a suicide attempt, and helping to expose one of the biggest criminal scandals in South Korean entertainment history. All of this while facing public judgment, online harassment from fans who didn't want to believe the accusations, against their favorite celebrities, and the knowledge that her ex-boyfriend might at any time release intimate footage of her. After the Burning Sun scandal broke fully into public view, Hara continued her activities, including traveling to Japan for work commitments. She posted on social media, sharing updates with fans. In photos and videos from this period, she appears to be trying to maintain normalcy to continue her career despite everything happening in her personal life. But beneath the surface, Hara was struggling terribly. On November 24, 2019, exactly 1 year and 1 day after the incident that started the Burning Sun investigation, Hara was found dead in her home in the Cheongdam neighborhood of Seoul. She was 28 years old. Police investigated and ruled the death a suicide. There were no signs of foul play. In her final Instagram post, published just 2 days before her death, Hara had written simply, "Goodbye" in Korean. To those who'd been watching closely, who'd seen her struggles, who understood the crushing weight she'd been carrying, the message was heartbreakingly clear. Hara's death devastated her fans and the Korean public, coming just weeks after the suicide of another female K-pop idol, Sulli, who'd also faced intense online bullying and harassment. Hara's death forced Korea to confront the dark side of its celebrity culture. The pressure on idols, particularly female idols, was not just intense, it was sometimes deadly. In the aftermath of her death, over 200,000 people signed a petition calling for stronger punishments for revenge porn and illegal filming. Another petition demanded action against online bullying and hate comments. Hara's suffering and her courage in fighting back against her abuser became a catalyst for demands for legal reform. In 2024, 5 years after her death, it was revealed that Hara had played an even more crucial role in the Burning Sun investigation than had been publicly known. Reporter Kang Kyung-yoon disclosed the full extent of Hara's contribution, including how she'd helped identify Yoon Kyu-gun, Hara's brother, Gu Ho-in, who'd been present during the phone call with Choi Jong-hoon, confirmed his sister's involvement. Hara had known that helping with the investigation might bring more scrutiny to her own experiences with illegal filming threats. She'd known it might reignite public interest in her most traumatic experiences. She'd helped anyway, because she understood that staying silent protected perpetrators while speaking out protected potential future victims. Her final act of courage was trying to save others from the fate she'd experienced. The tragedy of Gu Hara's story lies not just in her death, but in the fact that the system failed her at every turn. When she reported her abuser, he received a sentence that felt like a slap on the wrist. When she faced public judgment, authorities did little to protect her from harassment and hate comments. When she tried to help expose corruption and sexual crimes, she had to carry that burden largely alone, without the support and protection she deserved. Hara's death remains one of the most painful chapters in the Burning Sun saga. She was a victim of the same culture that enabled the crimes at Burning Sun. A culture where women's pain was minimized, where abusers faced few real consequences, where speaking out often brought more suffering than silence. But she was also a hero, someone who refused to let her own victimization prevent her from helping others, who used her platform and her knowledge to fight for justice even when it cost her so much personally. In death, Hara became a symbol of what needed to change in Korea. Not just the laws around revenge porn and illegal filming, not just the treatment of abuse victims, but the entire culture that made women like her vulnerable and then blamed them for their vulnerability. Her memory became a rallying cry for reform, a reminder that behind every statistic about gender-based violence was a real person who'd suffered and deserved better. Part 6. Unraveling the Criminal Network. As the scope of the Burning Sun scandal became clear throughout early 2019, law enforcement agencies launched one of the most complex criminal investigations in South Korean history. What had begun as an inquiry into one nightclub assault had expanded into a multi-pronged investigation involving sexual assault, illegal filming, drug trafficking, prostitution, embezzlement, tax evasion, and police corruption. Dozens of suspects, hundreds of victims, and thousands of pieces of evidence had to be tracked, verified, and prosecuted. The investigation was, in many ways, a race against time. Once the scandal broke publicly, there was concern that evidence might be destroyed, witnesses might be intimidated, and suspects might flee the country. Prosecutors and police had to move quickly to secure phones, computers, and other devices that might contain incriminating material. They had to interview victims who were often traumatized and reluctant to come forward. They had to navigate complex digital forensics to recover deleted messages and videos. Jung Jun-young was one of the first to be arrested. On March 21, 2019, police took him into custody on charges of illegally filming and distributing sexual content. Jung's immediate admission of guilt was startling. In a statement to the press, he said, "I admit to all my crimes. I filmed women without their consent and shared it in a chat room. And while I was doing so, I didn't feel a great sense of guilt." His candor seemed to reflect not remorse so much as resignation. He knew the evidence against him was overwhelming. But as police dug deeper, they uncovered allegations even more serious than the illegal filming. Women came forward claiming that Jung, along with other men, including Choi Jong-hoon, had raped them while they were unconscious or too intoxicated to resist. One woman described being assaulted by 5 men, including Jung, in March 2016 at a hotel. She'd been drinking and lost consciousness, waking later with injuries and fragmented memories of the attack. When she learned that the assault had been filmed and shared in a group chat, she was devastated. Choi Jong-hoon, the former FT Island member, was also arrested. Initially, Choi denied all charges, claiming he hadn't assaulted anyone, but evidence from the chat rooms showed him discussing assaults, and testimony from victims contradicted his denials. Choi had also been involved in a separate scandal, bribing a police officer to cover up a drunk driving incident. That investigation, too, became part of the broader case. Seungri's case proved more complex. While the chat room messages clearly showed him arranging prostitution services for business associates and potential investors, Seungri maintained that he'd been unaware of the illegal nature of these arrangements. He claimed his business partners had handled the details without his knowledge or approval, and that messages showing his involvement had been taken out of context or misunderstood. But prosecutors built a strong case. They had messages where Seungri explicitly discussed providing women to investors. They had testimony from employees who'd arranged these services at his direction. They had financial records showing payments related to prostitution services. Seungri was charged with multiple counts of prostitution mediation, essentially pimping, along with embezzlement, illegal gambling, and violation of the Food Sanitation Act. In March 2019, Seungri announced his retirement from the entertainment industry. "The public's anger toward me is very serious, he said in a statement. "I've decided to retire from the entertainment industry. He maintained his innocence on most charges, but acknowledged that his association with the scandal had become untenable. 2 months later, he enlisted in the military, a move that some saw as an attempt to avoid further scrutiny or to have his case handled by military rather than civilian courts. Lee Moon-ho, Burning Sun's CEO, was arrested on drug charges. Investigators found evidence that Lee had regularly used ecstasy and ketamine and had supplied drugs to club customers. Another club official, a promoter known as MD Cho, received even more serious charges related to drug smuggling and large-scale distribution. Police drug sweeps at Burning Sun and related venues netted hundreds of arrests for possession and distribution of various controlled substances. The police corruption investigation proved particularly difficult. Identifying and prosecuting corrupt officers required navigating an institution that was understandably defensive about accusations of widespread corruption. The blue wall of silence, the tendency of police to protect their own, made witnesses reluctant to testify and evidence difficult to obtain. Yoon Kyu-gun, the senior police official identified through Gu Hara's intervention, became the highest-profile target. Yoon was arrested in March 2019 on charges of bribery and using his position to suppress investigations and provide inside information to club owners and operators. The charges alleged that Yoon had accepted bribes in exchange for warning club operators about planned raids, providing information about ongoing investigations, and using his influence to minimize the consequences when club operators were caught breaking laws. President Moon Jae-in personally weighed in on the scandal, calling for thorough investigations of both the entertainment industry figures and the police officers who'd enabled them. The Burning Sun incident is not just about one club, Moon said. It's about the culture of corruption and the abuse of power. He ordered police reforms, including better oversight of nightlife venues and stricter protocols for handling sexual assault cases. But the police corruption investigation faced obstacles. Many of the lower-ranking officers who'd responded to the initial Burning Sun call or who'd had regular contact with club officials received only administrative punishments, reprimands, suspensions, or transfers. The most serious charges were dropped or resulted in acquittals. In several high-profile cases, judges ruled that while the officers' conduct had been inappropriate, prosecutors hadn't proven criminal intent or that money had actually changed hands. This frustrated many who felt the scandal had revealed systemic corruption that went unpunished. The two officers most directly involved in Kim Sang-kyo's arrest and detention were cleared of assault charges, with the court ruling that while their procedures had been flawed, there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove they'd intentionally harmed Kim. The message seemed to be that institutional failures and bad judgment weren't criminal offenses, even when they enabled serious crimes by others. Meanwhile, victims of the crimes faced their own challenges. Many women who'd been filmed without consent or sexually assaulted struggled with whether to cooperate with investigators. Coming forward meant having their victimization become part of the public record. It meant facing questions about their behavior, their clothing, their alcohol consumption, all the victim blaming that typically accompanies sexual assault cases. It meant potentially facing the perpetrators in court, reliving trauma, and having intimate details of their assaults discussed by strangers. Reporter Kang Kyung-yoon, who'd broken many of the key stories, became an advocate for these victims. She worked to protect their identities while ensuring their stories were told. She faced death threats and harassment for her reporting, threats serious enough that she required police protection at times. Other journalists investigating the scandal faced similar intimidation, highlighting how dangerous it could be to challenge powerful men and institutions. Some victims chose to settle their cases privately rather than go through criminal trials. Under Korean law, certain offenses can be settled through financial compensation and agreements not to pursue charges if the victim agrees. This created controversy. Some felt it allowed wealthy perpetrators to literally buy their way out of consequences. But for victims, the decision to settle often came from exhaustion, trauma, and the knowledge that even successful prosecutions might not bring satisfying justice. The investigation also revealed the scale of the Molcha problem in South Korea. The Burning Sun case wasn't isolated. It was part of a much larger epidemic of illegal filming and distribution of intimate content. Police were overwhelmed with complaints about hidden cameras in changing rooms, public restrooms, hotels, and other spaces. Websites openly hosted and profited from illegal content. The technology to film secretly had become cheap and ubiquitous, while the legal and social responses had lagged far behind. By mid-2019, prosecutors had indicted dozens of people in connection with the Burning Sun scandal and related cases. The entertainment industry reeled as more names emerged. Several other celebrities found themselves under investigation for their connections to the chat rooms or similar behavior. Talent agencies scrambled to distance themselves from the scandal, while fans grappled with the reality that their idols had committed serious crimes. The trials themselves would take years. COVID-19 pandemic-related delays, appeals, and the sheer complexity of the cases meant that final sentences weren't handed down for some defendants until 2021 and 2022. But as the legal process unfolded, the contours of justice and its limitations became clear. Part 7: Verdicts, Sentences, and the Incomplete Nature of Justice. The legal proceedings arising from the Burning Sun scandal stretched across more than 3 years, with trials, appeals, and final verdicts gradually determining the fates of those involved. The sentences handed down would spark debates about whether justice had truly been served, whether the powerful and famous received preferential treatment, and whether the legal system adequately addressed the severity of the crimes. Young Jun-young and Choi Jong-hoon were tried together for rape and sexual assault. On November 29, 2019, the Seoul Central District Court delivered its verdict. Young was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Choi received 5 years. Both were also ordered to complete 80 hours of sexual violence treatment programs. Judge Kang Seong-soo, in delivering the sentence, was blunt about the nature of their crimes. The defendants are well-known celebrities and friends, but the chat they've had showed that they simply considered women as objects of sexual pleasure and committed crimes that were extremely serious, he said. Strict punishment is inevitable, as the damage inflicted has not properly been recovered and the victims demand harsh penalties. Young's 6-year sentence covered multiple crimes: 2 counts of gang rape committed in 2016, where he and other men had assaulted unconscious women, and 11 counts of illegal filming and distribution of sexual content. The court found that Young had systematically filmed women without consent, often when they were unable to resist, and had shared this content with others for entertainment. On appeal, Young's sentence was reduced to 5 years. The appellate court acknowledged his expressions of remorse and the fact that he'd admitted guilt, though many observers noted that this remorse had only come after he'd been caught with overwhelming evidence against him. Young would ultimately serve the full 5-year sentence, being released from prison in March 2024. Choi Jong-hoon's 5-year sentence reflected his participation in gang rapes and his attempts to use his celebrity status and connections to avoid consequences. Evidence showed that after one assault, Choi had contacted police officials, asking them to suppress the investigation. This attempt to manipulate the justice system was considered an aggravating factor. Unlike Jung, Choi had initially denied all charges before eventually pleading guilty during the trial process. Seungri's case took a different path because he'd enlisted in the military before being formally charged. This meant his trial was conducted by a military court rather than a civilian court, following different procedures and potentially different standards. Critics argued this gave Seungri an advantage, as military courts were sometimes seen as more lenient. In August 2021, a military court found Seungri guilty on all 9 charges against him. These included prostitution mediation, procuring prostitution services for himself, embezzlement of approximately 528 million won, around $455,000, habitual gambling in Las Vegas involving approximately 2.2 billion won, around $2.2 billion million, violation of the Foreign Exchange Transaction Act, violation of the Food Sanitation Act, sharing illegally filmed content, and ordering subordinates to threaten people. The court sentenced Seungri to 3 years in prison and ordered him to pay a fine of approximately 1.15 billion won, about $9 million, $190,000. While this was a substantial sentence, prosecutors had asked for 5 years, and many felt 3 years was insufficient given the range and severity of his crimes. But Seungri's legal journey didn't end there. He appealed the sentence, and in January 2022, a military appeals court reduced his sentence to 1.5 years. The reduction came after Seungri admitted to all charges and expressed remorse, a marked change from his earlier denials. The appeals court cited his acknowledgement of guilt and stated intention to reflect on his crimes as mitigating factors. In May 2022, South Korea's Supreme Court upheld the 1.5-year sentence, making it final. Because Seungri had already served several months, he faced approximately 9 more months in civilian prison after being discharged from military service. He was ultimately released in February 2023, having served less than 2 years total. The reduction of Seungri's sentence sparked outrage. Many felt that his wealth and celebrity status had allowed him to receive preferential treatment. The pattern seemed clear: admit guilt after fighting charges for years, express remorse once it becomes strategically advantageous, and receive a reduced sentence. For a man who'd arranged for women to be provided to business associates as commodities, who'd benefited financially from prostitution and illegal activities, and who'd shown no remorse until legally cornered, 1.5 years seemed inadequate. Other figures in the scandal received varied sentences. Lee Moon-ho, Burning Sun's CEO, was sentenced to 1 year for habitual drug use. MD Cho, the promoter involved in large-scale drug smuggling, received 4.5 years. These sentences, while substantial, still seemed light relative to the damage done and the scale of the criminal enterprise they'd operated. Yoo In-sok, Seungri's business partner, who'd admitted to arranging prostitution services for investors, received a suspended sentence of 3 years probation. He'd cooperated with investigators and testified against others, which worked in his favor. His willingness to provide information about how the prostitution arrangement worked and who had benefited from it was considered valuable to the prosecution's case. Yang Hyun-suk, the head of YG Entertainment, the company that had managed Big Bang, was fined for illegal gambling and money transactions in Las Vegas. While the fine was substantial, the fact that a major entertainment company executive faced no jail time for activities that included covering up or being connected to criminal behavior disappointed many observers. The police corruption cases proved most frustrating for those seeking accountability. Yoon Kyu-gun, the senior officer accused of bribery and protecting Burning Sun, was ultimately acquitted at trial. The court ruled that while his conduct had been inappropriate and his relationship with club operators suspicious, prosecutors hadn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he'd accepted bribes or intentionally suppressed investigations. The acquittal suggested how difficult it was to prosecute corruption cases when evidence often came down to he said, she said testimony and circumstantial connections. Lower-ranking officers involved in the initial response to Kim Sang-kyo's assault were disciplined administratively but faced no criminal charges. 12 out of 40 officers involved in the case received some form of disciplinary action, but the punishments were generally minor. Reprimands, short suspensions, transfers to different departments. None faced the kind of serious consequences that might deter future corruption or misconduct. This pattern of minimal accountability for institutional actors contrasted sharply with the years-long legal battles faced by individuals like Kim Sang-kyo, who, despite triggering the investigation that exposed the scandal, ended up convicted of sexual harassment and other charges himself. The system seemed more capable of punishing individuals than of reforming the institutions that enabled their crimes. For the victims, the legal outcomes were mixed at best. Some received validation when their perpetrators were convicted and sentenced to prison. These convictions acknowledged, in the formal language of law, that real crimes had been committed against them. But the sentences often felt inadequate to the harm suffered. Years in prison couldn't undo violations, couldn't remove videos from the internet, couldn't restore privacy or dignity or peace of mind. Many victims also received financial settlements from perpetrators seeking to resolve civil claims. While the money provided some tangible benefit, it also highlighted the transactional nature of justice for the wealthy. Write a check, serve a reduced sentence, move on. For women whose intimate moments had been filmed without consent and shared among strangers, no amount of money could truly compensate for the violation. The scandal's legal resolution also highlighted problems with how South Korea handled sexual crimes. Convictions for rape and sexual assault often resulted in surprisingly light sentences compared to many other developed nations. The concept of quasi-rape, sexual assault of someone unable to consent due to intoxication or unconsciousness, sometimes received lesser punishment than forcible rape, as if taking advantage of an unconscious victim was somehow less serious than physically overpowering a conscious one. Illegal filming and distribution of intimate content, despite the severe psychological harm to victims, often resulted in fines or suspended sentences for first-time offenders. The laws had been strengthened over the years, but enforcement remained inconsistent. Judges sometimes showed leniency toward defendants who expressed remorse or who claimed they hadn't understood the seriousness of their actions. Lenience that victims felt was misplaced. The incomplete nature of justice in the Burning Sun scandal reflected broader truths about legal systems everywhere. Perfect justice, outcomes that fully heal victims, adequately punish perpetrators, and prevent future crimes is perhaps impossible. Legal systems can provide formal acknowledgement of wrongdoing, can remove dangerous individuals from society temporarily, can create some deterrent effect. But they cannot undo harm, cannot restore what was taken, cannot make victims whole again. For the women victimized by Yung Junyoung, Seungri, Choi Jong-hoon, and others, the convictions and sentences provided something, validation, a sense that they'd been heard and believed, the knowledge that their abusers would face consequences. But they also had to live with the knowledge that their private moments remained somewhere in the digital ether, potentially being viewed by strangers. They had to cope with trauma that would take years to process. They had to rebuild lives that had been shattered by violations they'd never asked for and often hadn't even known about until investigators contacted them. The Burning Sun legal proceedings concluded with convictions and sentences, but not with closure. The trials ended, but the harm continued. Justice had been served in a formal sense, but in the lived experience of victims, justice remained incomplete and always would be. Part 8. The broader context: South Korea's reckoning with gender-based violence. The Burning Sun scandal didn't occur in a vacuum. It emerged from and exposed broader patterns of gender-based violence in South Korean society, particularly the phenomenon of molka, illegal filming and distribution of intimate content. Understanding the scandal requires understanding this wider context and the women's movement that was fighting for change even before Burning Sun became headline news. The term molka is a Korean abbreviation meaning secret camera or hidden camera. While technically it could refer to any covert filming, in practice it came to specifically mean illegal filming of women for sexual purposes, in bathrooms, changing rooms, subway cars, or during intimate encounters. The content would then be shared online, often for profit, creating a market for violations of women's privacy and dignity. By the late 2010s, molka had become epidemic in South Korea. Hidden cameras were found in public bathrooms, hotel rooms, changing facilities, and even women's homes, installed by stalkers or former partners. The technology had become incredibly sophisticated and miniaturized. Cameras could be hidden in pens, clocks, air fresheners, power outlets. Nearly any object in a room might conceal surveillance equipment. The websites hosting this content operated openly with minimal legal consequences. Men would share footage they'd taken and discuss techniques for filming without detection. Some operated as sophisticated businesses, charging subscription fees for access to large libraries of illegally obtained content. The women in these videos often had no idea they'd been filmed, much less that their most private moments were being bought and sold online. Women responded by becoming hypervigilant. They learned to check bathrooms for suspicious objects, to cover or avoid certain types of fixtures that commonly concealed cameras, to be constantly on guard in spaces that should have felt safe. This hypervigilance itself was a form of harm, the psychological burden of knowing you might be filmed at any moment, that your body might become content for strangers' consumption without your knowledge or consent. In 2018, women in South Korea began organizing mass protests, specifically targeting molka crimes and the inadequate legal and social responses to them. The protests grew to be some of the largest demonstrations in South Korean history, with tens of thousands of women taking to the streets of Seoul and other cities. The protests held in May and June 2018 were particularly significant. Women gathered in Seoul's Daehangno area, holding signs reading, "My life is not your porn," and demanding stricter punishments for perpetrators, better enforcement of existing laws, and social recognition of Mocha as a serious crime rather than merely embarrassing or unfortunate incidents. The protesters highlighted stark disparities in how the justice system treated perpetrators versus victims. Men caught filming illegally often received fines or suspended sentences, particularly for first offenses. Meanwhile, the women who'd been filmed faced lifelong consequences: anxiety, trauma, the fear that videos of them might surface at any time, damage to relationships and careers if their victimization became known. The protests also drew attention to the common practice of blaming victims for Mocha crimes. When women were secretly filmed, they often faced questions about why they'd been in certain spaces, why they hadn't been more careful, whether they'd somehow invited the attention. This victim blaming deflected responsibility from perpetrators to victims, making women responsible for preventing men's crimes against them. The connection between the Mocha epidemic and the Burning Sun scandal was direct and profound. Young Jun Young's crimes weren't different in kind from the Mocha cases that had sparked the protests. They were different only in that he was famous, wealthy, and had felt so secure in his impunity that he'd shared his videos with friends rather than selling them anonymously online. The sense of entitlement, the objectification of women, the confidence that consequences would never come. These were the same elements that characterized Mocha crimes across Korean society. For the women who'd been protesting throughout 2018, the Burning Sun scandal validated everything they'd been saying. This wasn't a problem of a few deviant individuals. It was systematic, reaching to the highest levels of entertainment and business. The police corruption that had protected Burning Sun was the same corruption that allowed Mocha perpetrators to operate with minimal consequences. The victim blaming that survivors of sexual assault faced was the same victim blaming that made women afraid to report Mocha crimes. The protests continued throughout 2019, now explicitly connecting the Mocha epidemic, the Burning Sun scandal, and broader issues of gender inequality. At the protests, women held signs reading "Rape Cartel" and "Dismantle the Boys Club." They demanded prosecution not just of the celebrities directly involved in Burning Sun, but of the police officers who'd protected them, the executives who'd enabled them, and the industry structures that had allowed such behavior to flourish. The protests also highlighted how thoroughly women's concerns had been dismissed before, when women had been reporting strange incidents at clubs, suspicious drinks, waking up with no memory of the previous night. Their complaints had been ignored or minimized. They were told they just had too much to drink, that they needed to be more careful, that they were making mountains out of molehills. The revelation that these complaints had been accurate, that women really were being systematically drugged and assaulted at places like Burning Sun, underscored how completely the system had failed them. International attention focused on South Korea's gender issues. Reports noted that the country ranked near the bottom among developed nations for gender equality, with significant pay gaps, limited representation of women in leadership positions, and deeply entrenched cultural attitudes that viewed women as subordinate to men. The combination of the Mocha protests and the Burning Sun scandal put South Korea's treatment of women on the global stage, creating pressure for change from both domestic and international sources. But progress remained halting. Even as some reforms were implemented, new cases emerged. The Nth Room scandal, which broke in 2020, revealed another massive operation involving sexual exploitation and distribution of illegal content through Telegram chat rooms. It demonstrated that despite the awareness raised by Burning Sun, the fundamental problems remained. The women who'd led the protests understood that real change would require more than punishing individual perpetrators. It would require dismantling the cultural attitudes, power structures, and institutional failures that enable gender-based violence to flourish. The Burning Sun scandal was a symptom of much deeper issues, and addressing it properly meant confronting those issues directly. The movement for change included not just protests, but legislative efforts. Activists pushed for stronger penalties for illegal filming, for mandatory education programs about consent and respect, for better training of police and prosecutors handling sexual assault cases, for resources to help victims remove illegal content from the internet. Some reforms were enacted, though advocates argued they didn't go far enough. The Burning Sun scandal, despite its horrors, provided an opportunity. It forced conversations that had been avoided. It made visible patterns of abuse that had been normalized or hidden. It created political will for reforms that had previously faced resistance. The question was whether that opportunity would lead to meaningful change, or whether, once the scandal faded from headlines, old patterns would reassert themselves. For the women who'd been fighting against gender-based violence long before Burning Sun became news, the scandal was both vindicating and exhausting. Vindicating because it proved they'd been right about the scope and severity of the problem. Exhausting because it showed just how much work remained to be done. How deeply entrenched the attitudes and systems they were fighting against truly were. Part 9. Lessons and Legacy. Years have passed since the Burning Sun scandal first broke, and the immediate crisis has faded from daily headlines. The convicted have served or are serving their sentences. The club itself has long since closed. The entertainment careers of those involved have ended, though some have attempted comebacks to varying degrees of success and public acceptance. But the lessons of Burning Sun remain relevant, both for South Korea and for societies everywhere grappling with similar issues. First, the scandal demonstrates how easily systems meant to protect the vulnerable can be corrupted to instead protect the powerful. The police officers who should have investigated crimes instead suppressed them. The entertainment industry that should have safeguarded its artists instead created conditions where abuse flourished. The cultural norms that should have promoted dignity and respect instead enabled violence and exploitation. At every level, institutions failed the women who were victimized, choosing instead to protect men with money, fame, and connections. Second, the scandal reveals the particular vulnerability women face in societies marked by deep gender inequality. The crimes committed at Burning Sun and documented in the chat rooms weren't random acts by disturbed individuals. They were systematic exploitation enabled by cultural attitudes that viewed women as objects existing for male pleasure. The victim blaming that survivors faced, the lenient sentences perpetrators received, and the difficulty victims had in getting their cases taken seriously all reflected these underlying attitudes. Third, the scandal shows the power of journalism and civic engagement in forcing accountability. Without reporters like Kang Kyung-yoon and Park Hyo-sil, the truth might never have emerged. Without Kim Sang-kyo's refusal to stay silent, despite the personal cost, the investigation might never have begun. Without the mass protests by women demanding change, authorities might have continued ignoring the Molka epidemic and related crimes. Change came not from institutions working properly, but from people outside those institutions, forcing them to act. Fourth, the scandal demonstrates that fame and success don't correlate with character. Jung Jun-young Seungri and Choi Jong-hoon had achieved what millions dream of: success in the competitive entertainment industry, wealth, and the adoration of fans. Yet they were capable of terrible cruelty and criminality. The lesson isn't that fame corrupts, though it certainly can, but that we shouldn't assume success means someone is inherently good. Character must be demonstrated through actions, not inferred from accomplishments. Fifth, the scandal highlights how digital technology can enable new forms of violation. The ease with which Jung could film and distribute videos, the encrypted chat rooms where criminals coordinated, the websites where illegal content was bought and sold, all these reflected how technology that could be used for good could also facilitate terrible harm. South Korea's struggles with Molcha crimes showed how quickly predators could adapt new technology for their purposes and how slowly legal and social systems responded. Finally, the scandal reminds us that justice is often incomplete. While some perpetrators faced consequences, many others didn't. Police officers who'd enabled crimes received minimal punishment. The cultural attitudes that enabled systematic abuse remained largely unchanged. Victims received some acknowledgement, but no real recompense for what they'd lost. Legal victories didn't erase trauma or restore violated privacy. Perfect justice was impossible, and survivors had to make peace with whatever imperfect justice the system provided. What then should be done? The answer is complex and multifaceted. Legal reforms must continue and deepen. Stronger penalties for sexual violence, illegal filming, and distribution of sexual content are necessary. Police corruption must face serious consequences. Victim protection mechanisms need strengthening. Digital sex crimes require specialized investigation units and courts equipped to handle the technical and psychological complexities these cases involve. Cultural change is perhaps more important than legal reform. Societies must actively combat misogyny, teaching boys and men to view women as full human beings deserving respect. Consent education must become standard. Victim blaming must be challenged whenever it appears. Celebrity culture needs reform, moving away from treating entertainers as products to be consumed and toward recognizing their humanity and agency. Institutional accountability must be enforced. Entertainment companies must face real consequences when they enable abuse. Police departments must be held accountable for corruption and failures to protect citizens. News media must maintain high standards of investigative journalism even when powerful interests pressure them to back off. Without institutional accountability, individual prosecutions ring hollow. Support systems for victims must expand dramatically. Women who experience sexual violence, illegal filming, or other violations need access to competent, compassionate support, legal aid, mental health counseling, assistance removing illegal content from the internet, protection from retaliation. The burden of seeking justice shouldn't rest entirely on traumatized individuals navigating hostile systems alone. International pressure can play a constructive role. South Korea, like many countries, cares about its international reputation. Foreign attention to ongoing problems with digital sex crimes, gender inequality, and police corruption can create pressure for reform that domestic criticism alone might not achieve. However, this pressure must come from a place of genuine concern rather than cultural superiority. Every society struggles with gender-based violence and institutional corruption in various forms. The Burning Sun scandal will, in time, fade from headlines and public consciousness. The convicted will serve their sentences and attempt to rebuild their lives, new scandals will emerge to capture public attention. But the lessons of Burning Sun about power, privilege, gender, and justice remain relevant. The suffering of victims like Goo Hara, who paid the ultimate price for her bravery, must not be forgotten. The courage of journalists who faced death threats to expose the truth must be honored. The determination of women who protested under the banner, "My life is not your porn," must inspire continued activism and reform. Change is possible, but not inevitable. It requires sustained effort from many people over long periods. It requires individuals willing to speak up when they witness wrongdoing. It requires journalists willing to investigate powerful people. It requires prosecutors and judges committed to equal justice under law. It requires voters demanding accountability from elected officials. It requires parents raising children who understand respect and consent. It requires all of us choosing to be part of the solution rather than complicit in the problem. The story of Burning Sun is ultimately about choices. The choices made by predators to hurt others, the choices made by systems to protect the powerful rather than the vulnerable, but also the choices made by brave individuals to resist, to speak truth, to fight for justice. In telling this story, we honor those who made the hard choice to stand up, and we challenge ourselves to do the same when we encounter injustice in our own lives and communities. Thank you for staying with me through this difficult but important story. If you found this examination of the Burning Sun scandal informative, please consider subscribing to the channel. More importantly, if you or someone you know has experienced sexual violence or illegal filming, please reach out to appropriate support services in your area. You are not alone, and what happened to you was not your fault. Remember, silence protects perpetrators, while speaking out protects potential future victims. The bravest thing any of us can do is refuse to stay silent in the face of injustice. Until next time, the Doomsday Mum, when love, faith, and madness ended in murder. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're going deep into one of the most disturbing and complex true crime cases in recent American history. This is a story that has everything you'd expect from a fictional thriller, except it's devastatingly, horrifyingly real. It's a story about a beauty pageant contestant turned mother who came to believe she was a goddess destined to lead people through the end times. It's about a self-proclaimed prophet who wrote books about the apocalypse and claimed he could communicate with the dead. It's about two missing children whose faces appeared on billboards across America, whose grandparents pleaded on national television for their safe return, only for their worst fears to be confirmed when law enforcement discovered two small bodies buried in a rural Idaho backyard. This is the story of Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell, a couple whose twisted religious beliefs and obsessive romance would leave a trail of bodies across multiple states. 3 confirmed murders, 2 attempted murders, multiple suspicious deaths that may never be fully explained. And at the center of it all, 2 innocent children, 7-year-old Joshua Jackson, J.J. Vallow, an autistic boy who loved his red pajamas and playing with his toys, and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, a teenager who loved Chipotle and driving her Jeep, a girl who was just beginning to figure out who she was and who she wanted to be. The case of the Doomsday Mom, as the media would come to call Lori Vallow Daybell, isn't just about murder. It's about how seemingly ordinary people can become radicalized by fringe beliefs. It's about how love can become obsession, how faith can become fanaticism, and how the human capacity for self-deception can lead to unspeakable evil. It's about a mother who referred to her own children as zombies, whose bodies had been possessed by dark spirits, who smiled for the camera on a Hawaiian beach just weeks after burying them in shallow graves. As we trace this story from its beginning, through the disappearance of J.E.J. and Tylee to the horrific discoveries that would follow, we'll explore not just what happened, but how it happened. How did a woman who friends described as a devoted mother transform into someone capable of murdering her own children? How did a seemingly harmless author of religious fiction become an accomplice to multiple homicides? And perhaps most importantly, how did they manage to operate for so long, leaving a wake of death behind them before anyone could stop them? This is a story that demands to be told, not for the sensational aspects, though there are certainly shocking elements, but because understanding what happened might help us recognize the warning signs when someone we love begins to slip away from reality. It's a story about the people who tried to save J.J. and Tylee, about the investigators who refused to give up, and about a family torn apart by secrets, lies, and an ideology that valued the eternal over the lives of the living. So settle in. This is going to be a long journey, and parts of it will be difficult to hear. But it's a journey worth taking, because at the end of it, we honor the memories of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, two children who deserved so much better than the fate that awaited them. Part 1. Before the Darkness, the early lives of Lori and Chad. To understand how this story ends, we need to understand where it begins. And it begins, as so many American stories do, with two people who seemed, on the surface at least, relatively ordinary. Lori Noreen Cox was born on June 26, 1973, in Loma Linda, California, into a family that adhered to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, commonly known as the Mormon Church. But her family wasn't just religiously conservative. They were also deeply suspicious of government authority. Her parents were tax protesters who followed sovereign citizen ideology, spending about 2 decades in conflict with the Internal Revenue Service. This anti-government sentiment, this belief that ordinary rules didn't necessarily apply to them, would be one of the threads running through Lori's entire life. Growing up, Lori was by all accounts attractive, charismatic, and ambitious. She had dreams of fame and success, dreams that seemed attainable when you looked at her. In 2004, she competed in the Mrs. Texas beauty pageant, standing on stage in evening gowns and swimsuits, smiling for judges who would assess her poise and personality. That same year, she appeared as a contestant on Wheel of Fortune, spinning the wheel and guessing letters, hoping to win cash and prizes. These weren't the actions of someone plotting murder. These were the actions of someone who wanted recognition, who wanted to be seen as special, who wanted to matter. But Lori's personal life was far less stable than her public image might suggest. Her romantic history was a series of beginnings and endings, marriages that started with hope and dissolved in acrimony. Her first marriage, in 1992 when she was just 19, was to her high school boyfriend. It ended quickly in divorce. In October 1995, she married again, and in 1996 gave birth to a son named Colby. That marriage also ended in divorce in 1998. Then, in 2001, came her marriage to Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr. This marriage would prove to be particularly contentious and would play a significant role in the dark events to come. Joseph and Lori had a daughter together in 2002, a girl they named Tylee Ashlyn Ryan. By all accounts, Tylee was a beautiful child who would grow into a teenager with a sharp wit and an independent spirit. But the marriage between Joseph and Lori was troubled from the start. The couple divorced in 2005, and what followed was a bitter custody battle over Tylee. Lori accused Joseph of sexually abusing both Tylee and her son Colby from a previous marriage. These were serious allegations, the kind that could destroy a person's life even if never proven. Investigators found no evidence to support the claims, and Joseph was never charged with any crime. But the damage was done. He lost equal custody rights in 2007, relegated to supervised visitation with the daughter he loved. That same year, Lori's brother Alex Cox physically attacked Joseph Ryan using a taser to assault him. Alex Cox would later be convicted for this attack and served 90 days in jail. Years later, close friend Angeline Law would claim that Lori had once told her she'd hired her brother to attack Joseph because of things he'd allegedly done to the children. Whether this was true or just another layer of manipulation in Lori's growing pattern of behavior is unclear, but it established a pattern. Alex Cox was willing to use violence to protect his sister or to carry out her wishes. Joseph Ryan died on April 3, 2018, officially of arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease, a heart attack. He was found in his Arizona apartment during a welfare check. At the time, his death was thoroughly investigated and determined to be from natural causes. Years later, after Lori's arrest in 2020, police reviewed Joseph Ryan's death with fresh eyes. A recording surfaced in which Lori mentioned wanting to kill Ryan, like Nephi killed, a reference to a Book of Mormon figure who killed a man under divine instruction. Despite this disturbing statement and the renewed investigation, authorities found no evidence whatsoever of foul play in Joseph's death. The medical evidence clearly supported natural causes. While the timing may seem suspicious given subsequent events, there is no factual basis to suggest Joseph Ryan was murdered. He died of heart disease. In 2006, between her divorce from Joseph Ryan and his eventual death, Lori married for a fourth time. Her new husband was Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, who went by the name Charles. Charles was a businessman, relatively successful, and, by all accounts, a genuinely good person. Friends described him as generous, caring, and devoted to his family. This marriage appeared, for a time at least, to offer Lori the stability she'd been seeking. In 2013, Charles and Lori made a decision that would ultimately become one of the most heartbreaking elements of this entire story. They adopted Charles's grandnephew, a little boy named Joshua Jackson Vallow, known to everyone as JJ. JJ's biological parents struggled with substance abuse, and when JJ was born with drugs in his system, spending time in the neonatal intensive care unit, it became clear he couldn't stay with them. Charles's sister Kay and her husband Larry Woodcock initially cared for JJ for nearly his first year of life. But ultimately, Charles and Lori adopted him, giving him what everyone hoped would be a loving, stable home. JJ was diagnosed with autism, which meant he required extra care and attention. Friends and family members who knew Lori during this time consistently described her as a patient, devoted mother. April Raymond, who met Lori in 2015 in Hawaii, said Lori did everything for JJ, that he and Tylee were the center of her world. The Lori that people knew in the mid-2000s seemed like a woman who had finally found her calling in motherhood, who had put aside dreams of fame and recognition to focus on raising her children. But something was about to change. Something that would begin subtly, then accelerate with terrifying speed, transforming Laurie from a devoted mother into someone capable of unspeakable acts. Meanwhile, about 1,000 miles north, another life was unfolding. Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in Provo, Utah, into a Mormon family. He grew up in the neighboring city of Springville, and by all accounts, had a relatively conventional Mormon upbringing. He was religious, studious, interested in both history and prophecy, interests that would eventually converge in his career as a writer. On March 9, 1990, Chad married Tammy Douglas in the Manti, Utah Temple, one of the sacred spaces where Mormons perform their most important religious ceremonies. This was Chad's first and, for many years, only marriage. Tammy was a school librarian, described by those who knew her as active, healthy, and devoted to her family and her community. Together, Chad and Tammy would have 5 children: Emma, Seth, Mark, Leah, and Garth. By all appearances, they were a solid family unit, raising their children in the Mormon faith and building a life together. In 2004, Chad and Tammy founded Spring Creek Book Company, a small publishing house focused on religious literature, particularly books aimed at Latter-day Saints readers. Tammy served as Chief Financial Officer and designed book covers, while Chad focused on writing and publishing. This was a modest operation, not making anyone rich, but providing a sense of purpose and a way to share Chad's increasing interest in apocalyptic prophecy and near-death experiences. In 2007, Chad published the first novel in his fictional series, Standing in Holy Places. These books weren't mainstream religious fiction. They were focused on the end times, on preparedness for catastrophic events, on the idea that believers needed to steel themselves for the coming apocalypse. As the years went on, Chad's writing became less clearly fictional and more focused on presenting his alleged visions as real prophecies. He began claiming he'd had a near-death experience that gave him the ability to receive direct messages from God. He asserted that the world would end on July 22, 2020, in a series of natural disasters that would usher in the second coming of Jesus Christ. By the mid-2000s, Chad had developed a following in certain corners of the Mormon community, particularly among those interested in preparedness culture, people stockpiling food and supplies for the end times. He positioned himself as a prophet, someone chosen by God to lead 144,000 people through the apocalypse, a number drawn from the Book of Revelation. He also claimed he possessed the ability to see people's souls, to determine whether they had light or dark spirits. Those with dark spirits, he reportedly said, were zombies whose bodies had been taken over by evil forces. These zombies, Chad taught, could only be freed if their physical bodies were killed, releasing the original soul from its prison. These weren't mainstream Mormon beliefs. In fact, they directly contradicted much of what the LDS Church teaches. But to a certain type of believer, someone seeking special knowledge, secret truths, and the promise of being among the chosen few, Chad's teachings were intoxicating. He was offering not just salvation, but significance. He was telling people they were special, that they had been selected for a divine purpose. In 2015, Chad claimed he'd received a divine message telling him to relocate to Rexburg, Idaho. This was supposedly because Utah would be devastated by an earthquake that year, a prediction that never came to pass, though apparently this didn't shake the faith of Chad's followers. That June, Chad and Tammy moved to Salem, Idaho, just outside Rexburg, purchasing a property with several acres of land. Tammy continued working as a librarian while Chad focused on his writing and his growing role as a speaker at religious conferences. Around this same time, Lori Vallow in Arizona became interested in Chad Daybell's books. She reportedly discovered his Standing in Holy Places series around 2015 and became increasingly fascinated with his apocalyptic teachings. Over the next few years, she read more of his books, listened to podcasts featuring excommunicated Mormons discussing end times prophecy, and dove deeper into radical religious beliefs that increasingly diverged from mainstream Mormonism. In late 2018, Lori began corresponding with Chad online. Here were two people, both in what appeared to be stable marriages, both raising families, who found in each other something they'd been missing. For Chad, perhaps it was adoration and validation from an attractive woman who hung on his every word. For Lori, perhaps it was the promise of special significance, the idea that she wasn't just another suburban mum, but rather a goddess with a divine mission. In October 2018, Lori attended a Preparing a People conference where Chad was speaking and signing books. This was where they met in person for the first time. According to later testimony from Lori's friend, Melanie Gibb, the connection between Lori and Chad was immediate and intense. They began communicating constantly, and Chad started telling Lori things that would fundamentally alter her perception of reality. He told her that they had been married to each other in multiple past lives. He said they were destined to be together for eternity and that they would lead the 144,000 chosen people through the end times. He told her that various people in their lives, including their own spouses, had become zombies possessed by dark spirits. Charles Vallow, Lori told Melanie Gibb, had been replaced by a demon named Ned or Hiplos. Tammy Daybell, according to texts between Chad and Lori, had been possessed by a spirit named Viola and was in limbo. And later, horrifyingly, Lori would tell people that her own children, Jay, and Tylee, had also become zombies. This belief system, according to prosecutors and expert testimony, wasn't harmless religious enthusiasm. It provided a framework that justified murder. Because if you genuinely believe that someone's soul has been replaced by an evil spirit, and if you believe that killing their body will free their soul, then murder becomes not just justified but necessary. It becomes a mercy, an act of spiritual liberation. And so, as 2018 turned into 2019, two families, the Vallows in Arizona and the Daybells in Idaho, were headed toward a collision course that would end in death and devastation. Part 2. The First Death. Charles Vallow. Charles Vallow had been noticing changes in his wife for months, and by early 2019, he was deeply worried. The woman he'd married, the mother who had seemed so devoted to their children, was acting completely differently. She was distant, secretive, spending hours on her phone, communicating with people Charles didn't know. She was making increasingly bizarre statements about religious prophecies and the end of the world. And most disturbingly, she'd begun talking about Charles himself in frightening terms. On January 31, 2019, Gilbert, Arizona police officers responded to the Vallow home. The body cam footage from that night shows Charles, clearly distressed, trying to explain to officers that his wife had become unhinged. He told them that Lori believed she was a goddess preparing for the end of days. He said she'd threatened to murder him. The concern on Charles's face in that footage is palpable. This was a man who knew something was terribly wrong, but didn't know how to fix it. On February 5th, 2019, Charles filed for divorce from Lori. In the court documents, he explicitly stated that he feared for his own safety and for the safety of the children. He was, it seems, one of the few people who truly recognized the danger Lori posed. But then, inexplicably, in the following month, Charles dismissed the divorce proceedings. Perhaps Lori had reassured him that things would get better. Perhaps he hoped that whatever phase she was going through would pass. Perhaps he simply loved her enough to keep trying. Whatever his reasons, it was a decision that would cost him his life. Later investigation would reveal that Charles had learned of Lori's infidelity with Chad Daybell 12 days before his death. On June 29, 2019, Charles sent an email to Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife, attempting to warn her about what was happening. "Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow," the email read. "I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife Lori. This is your work email, so I'll wait to send you the evidence. That is very disturbing. You may call or email me from the address where you can receive the information. I apologize to be the one sending this, but something has to be done." Evidence found during the investigation suggests that Tammy opened this email and then deleted it, blocking Charles's email address. Whether she showed it to Chad, whether they discussed it, whether she believed it or dismissed it as the ravings of a jealous husband, we don't know. But she knew. Tammy Daybell knew, more than 3 months before her own death, that her husband was involved with another woman, and that woman was planning something terrible. Police documents would later show that at this point, text messages between Chad and Lori were increasingly frequent and increasingly focused on the people they saw as obstacles. They texted about death percentages for Tammy. They discussed Charles being possessed. They talked about people being in limbo. And they communicated using burner phones, suggesting they knew what they were discussing needed to be kept secret. On July 1st, 2019, Charles informed Lori that he was planning to meet with Tammy Daybell in person to tell her about the affair. This appears to have been a tipping point. If Tammy knew and believed Charles, if she took action, divorced Chad, exposed the affair publicly, it would ruin everything. And so, investigators believe, Lori and her brother Alex Cox began planning Charles's murder. On the morning of July the 11th, 2019, Charles went to Lori's house in Chandler, Arizona, intending to pick up JJ for school. What happened next was captured in various ways, through witness statements, 911 calls, and police body cam footage, and the official story is that Charles Vallow died in an act of self-defense. But investigators would later conclude the evidence suggested something far more sinister. According to Alex Cox's account to police, Charles came at him with a baseball bat, hitting him in the back of the head. Alex said he grabbed his gun and shot Charles twice in the chest, killing him in self-defense. But there are problems with this story. Witnesses reported seeing Charles arguing with Lori and Tylee before Alex appeared. Tylee herself told police that Charles had hit Alex with the bat, corroborating her uncle's story. But years later, investigators would question whether she'd been coached or threatened into supporting the narrative. When police arrived, they found Charles Vallow's body on the floor. He was 48 years old. Alex Cox appeared calm, cooperative, answering questions and insisting it had been self-defense. Lori seemed shaken, but not devastated, not in the way you'd expect from a wife who'd just watched her husband die violently. The police investigated, but without clear evidence contradicting Alex's account, and with Tylee supporting his version of events, no charges were filed. Alex Cox walked free. Looking back, there are red flags everywhere. Alex Cox had a history of violence, particularly when it came to protecting Lori from her husbands. He'd attacked Joseph Ryan with a taser years earlier. Texts between Lori and her friends around this time show her referring to Charles as a zombie who had to be stopped. The day Charles Vallow was killed, his life insurance policy named Lori as the beneficiary for $1 million. Prosecutors would later argue this was part of the motive. However, what Lori apparently didn't know was that Charles had changed his life insurance beneficiary just months earlier, removing Lori and naming his sister Kay Woodcock instead. When the insurance company denied Lori's claim, she was reportedly furious. She'd helped orchestrate the murder of her husband, and she wasn't even going to get the money she'd been counting on. But if Lori was angry about the insurance money, she didn't let it slow her down. Less than 3 weeks after Charles's death, she moved Tylee and JJ from Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho. She rented an apartment in the same complex where Alex Cox conveniently also rented a unit. And perhaps most significantly, she was now living near Chad Daybell, the man who had convinced her she was a goddess, the man who told her they were meant to be together for eternity. The move to Idaho in late August 2019 would mark the beginning of the end for Tylee and JJ. Their faces would appear on missing persons posters. Their grandparents would plead for information on national news. And eventually, 9 months after they disappeared, their small bodies would be found buried in Chad Daybell's backyard, hidden beneath the Idaho soil. But we're getting ahead of the story, because before the children disappeared, before their bodies were buried, there was a period of several weeks when they were still alive, still attending school, still appearing in photos, still capable of being saved. If only someone had intervened, if only someone had seen what was happening and stopped it before it was too late. Part 3. The Last Days of Tylee and JJ. When Lori Vallow moved her children to Rexburg, Idaho in late August 2019, it must have seemed to Tylee like just another upheaval in what had been an increasingly chaotic life. Tylee was 16 years old. At that particular age, where independence and identity are everything, where being uprooted from your friends and your familiar surroundings feels like the end of the world. According to her best friend from Arizona, Tylee hadn't wanted to move to Idaho, but she went anyway, reportedly because she wanted to protect her little brother JJ. JJ was 7 years old, an autistic child who thrived on routine and stability. The move to Idaho disrupted his entire world. He'd been attending Lawrence Institute for Education in Gilbert, Arizona, where teachers and staff understood his needs and worked with him patiently. Now he was being enrolled in Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg, in a completely new environment with people who didn't know him. Tylee had been attending Perry High School in Gilbert. Whether she was ever enrolled in a high school in Idaho isn't entirely clear from the records, but what is clear is that her time in Rexburg would be measured in days, not months or years. On September 8, 2019, Lori took Tylee and JJ on what would be their last family trip. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, drove them in his Ford F-150 to Yellowstone National Park. They spent the day touring the park, taking photos, appearing for all the world like a normal family, enjoying the natural beauty of Yellowstone's geysers and hot springs and wildlife. There are photographs from this day that would later become crucial evidence. Images of Tylee smiling, images of her wearing a necklace with a distinctive silver charm, images of JJ looking happy despite the upheaval in his life. The last photo taken of Ty Lee shows her near a body of water at Yellowstone, her long hair blown by the wind, very much alive. The timestamp on that photo would later become significant because it established the last time anyone outside of Lori, Chad, and Alex definitely saw Ty Lee alive. According to phone records, Alex Cox's phone pinged at a restaurant in West Yellowstone, Montana at 8:37 p.m. that evening. By midnight, they'd returned to Rexburg. The phone records from that night paint a disturbing picture. At around midnight, Alex returned to his own apartment. But at 2:42 a.m., he went back to Lori's apartment. What happened during those early morning hours? What was discussed? We don't know for certain, but we know what happened the next morning. The morning of September 9th, 2019, data from Alex Cox's cell phone placed him at Chad Daybell's property, specifically near the pet cemetery and fire pit area on Chad's land. The phone remained at that location for approximately 2 hours. About 14 minutes after Alex's phone showed him leaving the property, Chad Daybell sent a text message to his wife Tammy, who was away from home. The text read, "I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I had my gun handy, and he is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times." This text message would later become one of the most chilling pieces of evidence in the case. Because when investigators eventually searched Chad Daybell's property 9 months later, they wouldn't find a raccoon in the pet cemetery. They would find the remains of 16-year-old Ty Lee Ryan, dismembered, burned, and buried in a shallow grave. The forensic analysis would later reveal just how horrific Ty Lee's death had been. Her body had been burned while still whole, not in pieces, according to forensic anthropologist Dr. Eric Bartelink. Large parts of her remains were missing, including her arms, legs, and portions of her ribs. What was found was examined by forensic experts who discovered evidence of blunt force trauma to many of her bones. The cause of death was officially listed as homicide by unspecified means because the extent of the burning and dismemberment made it impossible to determine exactly what had killed her. But there's no question that she died violently. Ty Lee's DNA would be found on a pickaxe and a shovel in Chad Daybell's garage. Surveillance footage would show Alex Cox and Lori visiting a storage unit on multiple occasions after Ty Lee's death, presumably disposing of evidence or moving belongings. But in the immediate aftermath, Lori said nothing. She didn't report Ty Lee missing. She didn't tell friends or family where Ty Lee had gone. She simply acted as if her teenage daughter had ceased to exist. When people asked about Ty Lee in the following weeks and months, Lori had various stories. Sometimes she said Ty Lee was at school. Sometimes she said she was with friends. Sometimes she said she'd gone to college, even though at 16, that would have been unusual. Lori's friend, Melanie Gibb, would later testify that she heard Lori refer to Ty Lee as a zombie, using the language Chad Daybell had taught her to describe people whose bodies had supposedly been taken over by dark spirits. If Lori truly believed this, if she genuinely thought Ty Lee's soul had been replaced and that murdering her daughter's body was somehow an act of spiritual liberation, it's hard to imagine a more tragic delusion. But whatever happened to Ty Lee in Chad Daybell's backyard on that September morning in 2019, one thing is certain: she was gone. And soon, her little brother would follow. J.J. Vallow continued attending Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg after Ty Lee's disappearance, though one wonders what he was thinking, what questions he might have asked about where his sister had gone. JJ's autism meant he likely relied heavily on Ty Lee for emotional support and stability. Suddenly losing her must have been deeply confusing and frightening for him. On the weekend of September 21st to 22nd, 2019, Lori's friends, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, were staying with her in Rexburg. This was about 2 weeks after Tylee had disappeared. On the evening of September 22nd, David Warwick witnessed Alex Cox carrying JJ into Lori's apartment. The boy was reportedly asleep on his uncle's shoulder. But the next morning, when Warwick asked to see JJ, Lori told him that JJ was being a zombie and that Alex had to take him away. This language, calling her own son a zombie, would later be crucial in establishing that Lori had adopted Chad's belief system completely. She wasn't just going along with Chad's ideas to please him. She genuinely believed, or claimed to believe, that her children had been possessed by dark spirits and needed to be eliminated. September 23rd, 2019, would be the last day anyone definitively saw JJ Vallow alive. The next morning, according to phone records, Alex Cox's cell phone returned to Chad Daybell's property. This time, Alex was there for only about 17 minutes. 17 minutes to kill a 7-year-old boy and hide his body. 17 minutes to end the life of a child who had been born into difficult circumstances, who had overcome challenges associated with his autism, who had been adopted into what he thought was a loving family, only to be murdered by the very people who were supposed to protect him. When investigators eventually found JJ's body, the condition in which he was discovered would break the hearts of everyone who saw the evidence. JJ had been wrapped tightly in black plastic bags, his hands and feet bound with grey duct tape. His mouth had duct tape over it. A white plastic bag had been placed over his head. The official cause of death was asphyxiation. He had essentially been suffocated, wrapped up like garbage, and buried near a tree on Chad Daybell's property. Dr. Garth Warren, the forensic pathologist who conducted JJ's autopsy, noted scratch marks on the plastic bag near where JJ's hands had been. Dr. Warren testified that these could suggest JJ had tried to scratch the bag off his head, that he might have been conscious and fighting for his life as he suffocated. JJ also had bruises on his wrists and ankles, consistent with the duct tape bindings, and an abrasion on his neck. There were no signs of disease or other trauma to his internal organs. A healthy 7-year-old boy killed for no reason other than his mother's twisted beliefs and her desire to be with a man who told her she was special. The last time anyone took a photo of JJ was at Yellowstone on September 8, 2019. In that photo, he's wearing his characteristic smile, his hair neatly combed, looking like any other little boy on vacation with his family. 2 weeks later, he would be dead, his body hidden beneath Idaho's soil, while his mother and her lover carried on as if he'd never existed. On October 29, 2019, Lori officially withdrew JJ from Kennedy Elementary School, telling administrators he would be homeschooled. This was approximately 5 weeks after JJ had been killed and buried. There were no records of any homeschooling arrangements at any of Lori's residences. No school district ever received requests for JJ's academic records. It was a lie, one of many Lori would tell, as she tried to cover up what she'd done. But by late October 2019, Lori had bigger concerns than explaining where her children had gone, because Chad Daybell's wife Tammy was about to become the next victim. Part 4. Tammy Daybell's death. Tammy Douglas. Daybell had been married to Chad for 28 years. They'd raised 5 children together. They'd built a life centered around their faith, their family, and their small publishing company. Friends and co-workers universally described Tammy as healthy, active, and engaged with life. She worked as a librarian at Central Elementary School. She attended high-intensity fitness classes regularly. She was taking a clogging class. Several people who exercised with Tammy in the months before her death described her as fit and able to keep up with vigorous workouts without difficulty. Tammy was 49 years old in October 2019. There was no indication she was seriously ill. She hadn't expressed concerns about her health to her friends. She seemed to have years ahead of her to watch her children grow up, to welcome grandchildren, to continue the life she'd built. But Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow had other plans, because as long as Tammy was alive, Chad couldn't marry Lori. And according to the belief system they'd constructed, being together for eternity required eliminating anyone who stood in their way. On October 9, 2019, Tammy called 911. The call was frightening. She reported that a masked man had approached her in her driveway and shot at her with what she thought was a paintball gun. She posted about the experience on Facebook afterward, saying she had no idea who the person was or why they would shoot at her. This incident was terrifying enough on its own, but court documents would later indicate that the masked man had been Alex Cox and that his paintball gun was actually a real firearm. The shot had missed. Whether deliberately or because Alex's aim was off, we don't know. But it was an assassination attempt, the first of what would turn out to be several efforts to kill Tammy. Cell phone records would later show that Alex Cox's phone was near the Daybell property on October 9, 2019. And text messages between Lori and Chad reveal that Lori called an unnamed individual that day and said he can't do anything right. Was she frustrated that Alex had failed to kill Tammy? It certainly seems possible. 10 days later, on October 19, 2019, Tammy Daybell died in her bed. Her son, Garth Daybell, said he and Chad had found her unresponsive that morning and called 911. The 911 call featured Chad sounding distressed, reporting that his wife had died. When Rexburg police officer Alyssa Greenhalgh arrived at the scene, she found Chad and Garth in the living room. She described Chad as distraught and crying. Garth was quiet and reserved, likely in shock. Chad told Officer Greenhalgh that Tammy had woken up around midnight with a coughing fit and had vomited multiple times. He said he'd helped her back to bed and then woke later that morning when she fell from the bed, pulling the blankets off him. That's when he discovered she was unresponsive. He mentioned that Tammy had fallen about a month earlier and didn't have any major medical issues, though he referenced some fainting episodes and shaking fits that might have been seizures. Fremont County Coroner Brenda Dye was called to the scene. When she arrived, Chad was very upset, pacing around. Dye examined Tammy's body and noted that it was cold, with rigor mortis already setting in. Tammy's body showed blood pooling consistent with having died on her back. There was pink foam around her mouth, a fluid that can leak into airways when people die. Dye also noticed what she initially identified as old bruises on Tammy's body. Based on Chad's account of Tammy's recent health issues, the coughing, the vomiting, the supposed fainting spells and seizures, Coroner Dye initially ruled the death as natural causes, likely a heart attack. Tammy's body was released to the family, and no autopsy was performed. Chad and his children specifically declined to have an autopsy done. Tammy was buried 3 days later on October 22, 2019, in a cemetery in Springville, Utah, near her beloved mother. Chad's choice to bury Tammy in Utah rather than Idaho raised some eyebrows among those who knew the family. When questioned about it, Chad explained that the weather was colder in Rexburg and that Tammy would have wanted to be buried near her mother. It seemed like a reasonable explanation, but looking back, you have to wonder if Chad chose to bury Tammy in Utah to make it more difficult for investigators to exhume her body if questions ever arose about her death. Less than 24 hours after reporting Tammy's death, Chad sent a text message to Lori. "I know exactly how you feel." What did he mean by this? Was he referencing the deaths of Charles Vallow and the children? Was he acknowledging that he'd just gotten away with murder, just as Lori had? The exact meaning is ambiguous, but the timing is chilling. Approximately 2 weeks after Tammy's funeral, on November 5th, 2019, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married on a beach in Hawaii. Let that timeline sink in. 28-year marriage ends. Wife buried. 14 days later, beach wedding to a woman whose husband had been killed less than 4 months earlier and whose 2 children had recently disappeared. Photos from the wedding show Chad and Lori smiling, barefoot on the sand, looking for all the world like 2 people in love, starting a new life together. Text messages from around this time show Lori talking about their completed mission, about how they were now free to be together eternally. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori had purchased a wedding ring on Amazon, the same day as another significant event we'll discuss shortly. The ring was later seen on her finger in wedding photos. Chad's adult children, Emma, Seth, Mark, Leah, and Garth, were apparently not invited to their father's quick remarriage. In fact, most of the family seemed to have been kept in the dark about how fast Chad had moved on. When Tammy's sister, Samantha Gwilliam, learned that Chad had remarried only 2 weeks after Tammy's death and 1 month after her burial, she was shocked. Chad had told Samantha that his new wife's name was Lori Ryan, using her daughter's last name, not Vallow, and that her previous husband had died of a heart attack. He also told Samantha that Lori had no children, that they would be empty nesters. This was a lie, of course. Lori had 4 living children at the time of this conversation, her adult son Colby, and the now deceased Tylee and JJ. Even if Chad believed Tylee and JJ were dead, which he certainly should have, since their bodies were buried in his backyard. Telling family members that Lori had no children was a calculated deception designed to prevent questions about where those children might be. Chad and Lori returned from their Hawaiian honeymoon and settled into what they apparently thought would be their new life together. They'd eliminated the obstacles. They'd gotten away with murder. They were free to lead their 144,000 followers into the apocalypse, which, according to Chad's prophecy, would arrive on July 22nd, 2020. But they'd made a crucial miscalculation. They'd forgotten about JJ's grandparents, Kay and Larry Woodcock. Part 5. The Search for the Missing Children. Kay Woodcock was Charles Vallow's sister, and her bond with JJJ went back to his earliest days. When JJ was born with drugs in his system due to his biological parents' substance abuse issues, Kay and her husband Larry had stepped in immediately. For nearly 10 months, they'd cared for this tiny, vulnerable infant, watching him overcome his difficult start, celebrating every milestone. When Charles and Lori adopted JJ in 2013, Kay had been relieved and happy. She knew her grandson would be raised by her brother, a man she trusted completely, and his wife, who at that time seemed to be a devoted mother. Kay had watched JJ grow from that fragile newborn into a bright, energetic boy. Yes, he had autism, which meant he experienced the world differently than neurotypical children. He needed structure, routine, patience, but he was also funny, affectionate, and full of life. Kay loved him fiercely, as grandmothers do, and made it a point to stay actively involved in his life even though she lived in a different state. After Charles's death, in July 2019, Kay's concern for JJ intensified. Charles had been JJ's advocate, his protector, the parent who truly understood how to care for him. With Charles gone, killed in circumstances that seemed suspicious even if the police had ruled it self-defense, Kay worried about whether JJ would continue to get the care and attention he needed. She tried to maintain regular contact with him, calling frequently to hear his voice, to let him know his grandma loved him, to make sure he was okay. But in the months after Charles's death, something changed. Kay's phone calls with JJ became less and less frequent. At first, when Kay would call, Laurie would answer and explain that JJ wasn't available. He was at school, learning and playing with other children. He was sleeping, tired from a busy day. He was playing with his toys and couldn't come to the phone right now. These seemed like reasonable excuses. Children have routines, activities, nap times. Kay understood this, but as weeks turned into months, and Kay still couldn't actually speak to JJ, the excuses started seeming less reasonable and more like evasions. Why was JJ never available? Why couldn't Laurie schedule a time for Kay to call when JJ would be free? Why did every attempt to connect with her grandson result in another excuse, another delay, another promise that next time she'd be able to talk to him? Kay's worry transformed into alarm. Something was wrong. She couldn't quite articulate what, but her grandmother's instinct was screaming that JJ was in danger. She shared her concerns with Larry, and together they decided they needed to take action. If Laurie wouldn't let them talk to JJ, if she kept making excuses and putting them off, then they needed someone with authority to check on the boy and make sure he was safe. On November 26, 2019, Kay and her husband, Larry Woodcock, asked Rexburg police to conduct a welfare check on JJ. This simple request, grandparents worried about their grandson, asking police to make sure he was okay, would set in motion a chain of events that would eventually expose the full scope of Laurie and Chad's crimes. When Rexburg police arrived at Laurie's apartment on November 26th, she lied to them. She told officers that JJ was in Arizona, staying with her friend Melanie Gibb. The officers had no reason not to believe her. They noted her statement and left, presumably intending to follow up with Melanie Gibb to confirm JJ's whereabouts. But Laurie knew the lie would unravel quickly, so she called Melanie Gibb and asked her to lie to the police if they contacted her, to say that JJ was with her even though he wasn't. Melanie Gibb initially went along with this, but the weight of the lie gnawed at her conscience. The next day, Melanie called the Rexburg police and told them the truth. JJ Vallow was not with her. She had no idea where JJ was. Police immediately returned to Laurie's apartment to question her again, but Laurie and Chad had fled. The apartment was hastily cleared out, with belongings left behind, half-packed bags on the beds. Rexburg police obtained a search warrant for the apartment, and what they found, or rather, what they didn't find, was deeply troubling. There was no sign that a 7-year-old autistic boy had ever lived there. No toys, no adaptive equipment, no medication, nothing that suggested JJ's presence. As police continued their investigation, they realized that not only was JJ missing, but so was Tylee. When had anyone last seen her? The last confirmed sighting was the photo from Yellowstone National Park on September 8, 2019. That was over 2 months ago, and now both children were gone. Their mother had lied to police and disappeared, and no one could provide any credible information about where the children might be. On December 20th, 2019, Rexburg police held a press conference announcing that 7-year-old Joshua J.J. Vallow and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan were missing and believed to be in danger. The police released photos of both children, appealing to the public for any information. The case immediately captured national attention. 2 photogenic children, a mysterious mother, allegations of cult beliefs, and doomsday prophecies. The media couldn't get enough of it. As the story spread, more troubling details emerged. Journalists discovered that Lori's brother Alex Cox had shot and killed her husband Charles Vallow. They found that Chad Daybell's wife Tammy had died suddenly just before Chad married Lori. They learned about the bizarre religious beliefs, the talk of zombies and dark spirits, the claims about being married in past lives. Each new revelation made the case stranger and more disturbing. By late December, police had traced Lori and Chad to Kauai, Hawaii, where they were living in a rented condo, apparently enjoying an extended honeymoon. On January 25, 2020, Lori was formally served with a court order to produce Tylee and JJ within 5 days to authorities in Madison County, Idaho, or face legal consequences. Lori ignored the order. She didn't produce the children. She didn't provide any information about where they might be. She simply continued her Hawaiian vacation as if nothing was wrong, as if 2 children weren't missing, as if their grandparents weren't sick with worry, as if the entire nation wasn't watching and waiting for answers. On February 20th, 2020, Lori was arrested in Kauai and charged with 2 counts of desertion and non-support of dependent children, as well as resisting or obstructing officers, solicitation of a crime, and contempt of court for violating the order to produce the children. Video footage from her court appearance shows Chad sitting in the gallery behind her, showing his support. Outside the courthouse, as Lori was being transported, investigative reporter Morgan Lowe called out questions. "Where are your kids? How come you're not telling anybody where your kids are?" Lori said nothing, her face impassive. Lori was extradited from Hawaii back to Idaho to face the charges. Bail was set at $1 million, which she couldn't afford. She remained in jail while Chad returned to Idaho, moving back into the home where Tylee and JJ's bodies lay buried just 50 feet from the house. The investigation continued to expand. In December 2019, suspicious about the circumstances of Tammy Daybell's death, Fremont County investigators obtained permission to exhume her body from the cemetery in Utah. On December 11, 2019, Tammy's coffin was disinterred and her remains were transported to the Utah Medical Examiner's Office for an autopsy. Dr. Eric Christensen, Utah's chief medical examiner at the time, performed the autopsy alongside Dr. Lily Marsden, then a fellow at the office. What they found contradicted the initial determination of natural causes. Tammy had bruising on her chest and arms that appeared to be recent, not old injuries. The pattern of bruising was consistent with someone being restrained or having pressure applied to them. The doctors also found evidence that contradicted Chad's story about Tammy's supposed health problems. Chad had told coroner Brenda Dye that Tammy had been experiencing fainting spells and seizure-like activity, but Tammy's medical records showed no history of seizures. There was no structural defect in her heart. She was a healthy, 49-year-old woman who had no business being dead. After thorough examination, including microscopic analysis of the bruise tissue, the medical examiners determined that Tammy Daybell had died of asphyxiation, specifically asphyxiation by suffocation. The manner of death was changed from natural to homicide. Someone had killed Tammy Daybell, most likely by smothering or strangling her, then positioned her body to make it look like she died peacefully in her sleep. The pink foam found around Tammy's mouth, which Coroner Dye had noted at the scene, is actually fluid that leaks into the airways during certain types of death, including asphyxiation. The fact that Tammy's body showed blood pooling consistent with lying on her back for some time after death suggested she'd been killed in bed, or at least positioned there very soon after death. Chad's story about her falling out of bed was likely fabricated to explain why he supposedly discovered her body. All of this evidence pointed to one conclusion: Chad Daybell had murdered his wife of 28 years, smothering her in their bed while she slept, so that he could marry Lori Vallow and pursue their twisted vision of leading the faithful through the apocalypse. But while investigators now had strong evidence of Tammy's murder, they still didn't know where Tylee and JJ were. Were they alive somewhere? Hidden away? Were they dead? If they were dead, where were their bodies? These questions tormented everyone working the case, and they especially tormented Kay and Larry Woodcock, who clung to increasingly faint hope that their grandson might still be saved. The breakthrough came from cell phone data. Investigators had been meticulously tracking the locations of Alex Cox's phone through cell tower pings and GPS data, and they noticed something significant. On both September 9th and September 23rd, 2019, the days immediately after Tylee and JJ were last seen, Alex Cox's phone had pinged for extended periods from Chad Daybell's property in Salem, Idaho. This wasn't just a quick visit. On September 9th, Alex's phone was at Chad's property for approximately 2 hours. On September 23rd, it was there for about 17 minutes. These time periods and locations corresponded with suspicious activity that would make sense if someone were burying bodies. In early June 2020, investigators obtained a search warrant for Chad Daybell's property. The warrant was based on the cell phone evidence, the suspicious circumstances of Tammy's death, and the fact that 2 children had been missing for 9 months and had last been in the care of Chad's wife, Lori. On the morning of June 9th, 2020, a large contingent of law enforcement officers descended on Chad Daybell's home in Salem. FBI agents, detectives from multiple jurisdictions, forensic specialists, and cadaver dogs all arrived to conduct what everyone feared would reveal the worst-case scenario. Chad Daybell was home when the search began. He asked to contact his attorney and then sat in his car, watching as investigators began marking off areas of interest in his backyard. He watched as they brought in equipment, as they carefully photographed every inch of the property, as they began the painstaking process of excavating areas where the cadaver dogs had indicated possible human remains. Detective Ray Hermosillo would later testify in chilling detail about what they found that day. The first discovery came near a tree in the backyard. They removed the top layer of earth, revealing grass that was shorter than the surrounding area, as if it had been recently disturbed. Beneath the sod and topsoil, they found 3 large, flat, white rocks. Under the rocks were thin pieces of wood paneling, and beneath that, a layer of black plastic. One of the crime scene investigators cut a hole in the black plastic. Beneath it was white plastic, like a bag, and inside that bag was the small body of a child. They could see brown human hair through the plastic. Carefully, methodically, they continued the excavation. The child was wrapped tightly in plastic, with duct tape binding the hands and feet. There was duct tape over the mouth, a white plastic bag over the head. It was J.J. Vallow. He was wearing red pajamas and black socks. His small body had been wrapped up like garbage and buried beneath rocks and wood paneling. The care taken to hide him, the layers of earth and stone and plastic, contrasted horrifically with the violence of how he'd been killed. His arms and legs were bound. He'd been suffocated, fighting for breath, scratching at the bag over his head, while his mother and her accomplices had snuffed out his young life. As investigators continued searching the property, they made a second, equally horrific discovery. In an area Chad had described as a pet cemetery, where Chad had supposedly buried a raccoon back in September, they found something far worse than animal remains. The excavation in this area revealed charred remains, burned bone fragments, tissue that had been melted by intense heat. As they carefully sifted through the burned material, they found what had once been a 16-year-old girl. Tylee Ryan's body had been dismembered and burned, her remains mixed with soil and ash. Among the burned material, they found a melted green bucket and a distinctive silver charm, the same charm Tylee had been wearing in the photos from Yellowstone on September 8, 2019. FBI Special Agent Steve Daniels testified that about 14 minutes after Alex Cox's phone left the property on September 9th, Chad Daybell had sent the text to his wife about shooting a raccoon for the pet cemetery. The spelling error, raccoon instead of raccoon, seemed almost insulting, as if Chad couldn't even be bothered to spell-check his cover story for murdering a child. The condition of Tylee's remains was beyond disturbing. Forensic anthropologist Dr. Angie Christensen received more than 100 bone fragments from Tylee's body for analysis. Major parts of the skeleton were represented: the skull, arms, legs, pelvis, but many parts were missing, presumably destroyed by the fire or still buried somewhere on the property. Many of the bones showed evidence of blunt force trauma. The body had been burned whole, not in pieces, based on the burn patterns, and there was no... The moment Jay's body was confirmed as found, someone apparently radioed Chad Daybell's daughter Emma, where Chad had been waiting. Detective Eric Wheeler testified that he saw Chad's daughter Emma approach the car where Chad sat handcuffed, crying as Chad told her how to access his bank account. "I'm sorry," he was overheard saying to her. Then Chad drove away from his daughter's house at a high rate of speed. Detective Wheeler pursued him and stopped him, placing Chad under arrest and informing him that Jay's remains had been found. Chad Daybell was taken into custody on June 9, 2020, and charged with 2 counts of destruction, alteration, or concealment of evidence. Additional charges, including murder charges, would come later as the investigation continued and more evidence was gathered. The discovery of the children's bodies answered the question everyone had been asking: where are Tylee and Jay? But it raised 100 more questions. Who exactly had killed these children? When? How? Had they suffered? Did they know what was happening to them? And most painfully for those who loved them, could they have been saved if someone had intervened sooner? The news of the discovery spread quickly. Within hours, every major news organization in America was reporting the story. The images of the small graves being excavated, the footage of Chad Daybell being arrested as he fled his daughter's home. The photographs of Jay and Tylee that had been displayed on missing persons posters for months, all of it flooded television screens and social media feeds across the country. The public reaction was intense and visceral. People who had followed the case from the beginning felt devastated but not surprised. There had been little hope the children were still alive after so many months, but having that hope finally, definitively extinguished was still crushing. Those who were learning about the case for the first time were horrified, struggling to comprehend how a mother could kill her own children and then go on vacation in Hawaii as if nothing had happened. The Rexburg community, where Chad had lived and where his property had become a crime scene, was shaken. This was a small town, a place where people knew their neighbors, where this sort of thing wasn't supposed to happen. Residents had to grapple with the fact that 2 children had been buried just yards from a home in their community for 9 months, while everyone went about their daily lives completely unaware of the horror that lay hidden beneath the Idaho soil. For law enforcement, the discovery was both vindicating and heartbreaking. The investigators who had worked tirelessly for months, following leads, analyzing phone records, building their case, had suspected all along that the children were dead. The cell phone evidence had pointed to Chad's property specifically, but suspecting something and confirming it are 2 different things. Finding the actual bodies, seeing the condition they were in, understanding the violence that had been inflicted on these innocent children. It affected even the most experienced officers. FBI Special Agent Steve Daniels, who had been part of the excavation team, would later testify about the process of uncovering the burial sites. The testimony was clinical, professional, necessary for the legal proceedings. But behind the clinical language, you could sense the emotional weight of what these investigators had experienced. They'd gone to work that morning hoping they wouldn't find what they suspected they'd find. And then they found it anyway. 2 children, murdered and buried, hidden away like they'd never mattered at all. Kay and Larry Woodcock received the news at their home. They'd known on some level that this was the likely outcome. As the months had passed with no sign of J.G., hope had faded. But knowing something intellectually and having it confirmed are 2 different experiences. When the official confirmation came that the remains were indeed their grandson and his sister, the grief that had been building for months finally crashed over them like a wave. Larry Woodcock would later describe the moment in interviews and court testimony. The sense of helplessness, of having tried everything to save JJ and failed. The rage at Lori for what she'd done. The questions that would haunt them forever about whether there was something more they could have done, some action they could have taken that might have changed the outcome. These are the burdens that victims' families carry, the what-ifs and if-onlys that can never be answered satisfactorily. Tammy Daybell's family also received confirmation that day that their worst fears were justified. Tammy's death, which had initially seemed natural, which they'd grieved as a tragic but ultimately unremarkable loss, had in fact been murder. Their father, son-in-law, brother-in-law, the man they'd known for decades, had killed her. And then he'd remarried so quickly, had carried on with his new life, while Tammy lay in her grave, had been living in a house just 50 yards from where 2 children's bodies were buried. The betrayal was unfathomable. In the days following June 9, 2020, more details about the condition of the remains began to leak out through court filings and law enforcement statements. The public learned that J had been bound and wrapped in plastic, his mouth taped shut. People learned that Tylee's remains had been burned and dismembered. These details, while necessary for the criminal cases, were agonizing for those who had cared about the children. It's one thing to know someone has been killed. It's another thing entirely to learn the specific, horrific details of how they died. The location of the burials on Chad's property also raised questions about who else might have known. Chad's adult children lived in the area and visited the property. Had they noticed anything suspicious? The pet cemetery where Tylee was buried? Had anyone questioned the story about the raccoon? The tree where JJ was found? Had anyone noticed the disturbed earth, the grass that was shorter than the surrounding area? Investigators would interview Chad's children extensively. The children maintained that they'd had no idea about the burials, that their father had kept them completely in the dark. Some of them initially defended Chad, insisting he was being framed, that there must be some explanation other than their father being a murderer. Over time, as more evidence emerged, some of the children would come to accept the reality of what Chad had done. Others would struggle with that acceptance for much longer. The property itself became a focal point for both media attention and criminal investigation. Aerial footage showed the entire layout: the house where Chad and Tammy had lived, the backyard where the children were buried, the outbuildings and grounds. Forensic teams would continue processing the scene for weeks after the initial discoveries, searching for additional evidence, documenting everything meticulously for the upcoming trials. Meanwhile, attention turned to Lori Vallow Daybell, who was still in jail in Idaho on the child desertion charges. She had now been in custody for about 4 months, having been arrested in February and extradited from Hawaii. The discovery of the bodies on her husband's property, while not immediately changing her charges, obviously pointed toward far more serious crimes. But building murder cases takes time. Prosecutors needed to analyze all the evidence, establish timelines, prove not just that the children were dead, but that Lori was criminally responsible for their deaths. Public sentiment toward Lori, which had already been largely negative, became even more hostile after the bodies were found. People who had given her the benefit of the doubt, who thought perhaps the children were alive somewhere, hidden away for reasons we didn't understand, now had to confront the reality that she'd been lying all along. She'd known exactly where the children were because she'd helped put them there. The smiling photos of Lori on the beach in Hawaii, taken while her children's bodies decomposed in an Idaho backyard, became symbols of her callousness and depravity. The legal process was moving forward, but slowly, as major criminal cases often do. Prosecutors were building their cases methodically. The evidence was complex: cell phone records, text messages, financial documents, witness statements, forensic analyses. Everything needed to be organized, authenticated, prepared for presentation at trial. And throughout this process, both Chad and Lori were being held in custody, unable to flee, unable to communicate with each other, waiting for the justice system to run its course. Part 6. More victims, more crimes. As investigators dug deeper into the history of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, they began to realize that the murders of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy were not isolated incidents. There were other suspicious deaths, other attempted murders, a whole constellation of violence orbiting around this couple and their twisted beliefs. On October 2nd, 2019, the same day Lori purchased a wedding ring on Amazon, approximately 17 days before Tammy Daybell's death, Brandon Boudreaux was driving home from the gym in Gilbert, Arizona, when someone shot at his vehicle. The bullet missed his head by mere inches, striking the car instead. Brandon was the ex-husband of Lori's niece, Melanie Pawlowski, The shooter was driving a Jeep registered to the now-deceased Charles Vallow. Brandon survived the assassination attempt, but it was terrifyingly close. Investigators believe Alex Cox was the shooter, following orders or suggestions from Lori as part of a broader pattern of eliminating people who were seen as obstacles or threats. Brandon had been going through a contentious divorce with Melanie Pawlowski, and prosecutors would later allege that Lori hoped to access Brandon's money through her niece Melanie if Brandon were dead. Then there's the death of Alex Cox himself. On December 12, 2019, just weeks after Tylee and JJ had been killed and buried, shortly after Lori and Chad had fled to Hawaii, Alex Cox was found unresponsive on his bathroom floor in Gilbert, Arizona. He was rushed to the hospital but pronounced dead. He was 51 years old. The Maricopa County Medical Examiner conducted an autopsy and extensive toxicology testing. The primary cause of death was determined to be bilateral pulmonary thromboemboli, essentially blood clots that had become wedged in arteries in his lungs. The medical examiner also noted atherosclerotic and hypertensive cardiovascular disease, meaning plaque buildup in arteries and high blood pressure. Based on this evidence, Alex Cox's death was officially ruled natural causes. Alex's widow, Zulema Pastens, whom he'd married just weeks before his death, along with other family members, issued statements saying they'd always maintained Alex's death had no sinister aspect. They seemed genuinely relieved that the medical examiner had confirmed natural causes, validating what they'd believed all along. However, many people following the case remained suspicious. The timing was awfully convenient. Alex Cox died before he could be questioned about the children's disappearance, before he could be charged with any crimes, before he could potentially testify against his sister. Some speculated that Lori or Chad had somehow poisoned Alex, perhaps fearing he would crack under pressure and expose their crimes. But the medical examiner's report was clear. The blood clots and heart disease were real, and there was no evidence of homicide. Sometimes, even in cases as complex and sinister as this one, people just die naturally. Before he died, Alex Cox had been given a patriarchal blessing by Chad Daybell on November 24, 2019. This recording, later found on Lori's iCloud account, featured Chad telling Alex that he had assisted Chad and Lori in ways that can never be repaid. Chad called Alex a prophet and a hero, predicting he would have a future as a messenger of the Lord. The blessing had no official standing in the LDS Church. Chad had been excommunicated and had no authority to give such blessings, but to Alex, it apparently meant everything. He died believing he'd done the right thing, that he'd helped his sister fulfill a divine mission. The investigation also revealed other suspicious circumstances. Joseph Ryan, Lori's third husband and Tylee's biological father, had died in April 2018 of what was officially ruled a heart attack. After Lori's arrest, police reviewed Joseph's death, particularly in light of the recording where Lori mentioned wanting to kill him, like Nephi killed. But investigators found no evidence suggesting foul play. Joseph's death appeared to be natural, though the timing, dying when Lori might have found him inconvenient, certainly makes one wonder. Prosecutors also examined the complex web of financial motives underlying these crimes. Charles Vallow's life insurance policy would have paid out $1 million to Lori if she'd still been the beneficiary when he died. Chad Daybell had increased Tammy's life insurance policy shortly before her death. Lori was receiving Social Security survivor benefits for both JJ and Tylee even after they were dead, essentially stealing money meant to care for them. The theft charges in the indictments reflected this ongoing fraud. And then there were the religious conferences, the followers, the people who bought Chad's books and attended his speaking events. Chad and Lori weren't just committing crimes for money or even just for each other. They were operating within a belief system that justified everything they did, a system where they were the heroes, the chosen ones, the people destined to save humanity. Part 7. The Trials and Verdicts. The legal proceedings against Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell would take years to unfold, involving multiple jurisdictions, complex legal maneuvering, and intense public interest. The sheer scope of the alleged crimes, 3 murders, conspiracy charges, insurance fraud, child desertion, meant the cases would be exceptionally complex. In May 2021, Chad and Lori were finally indicted together on multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder and first-degree murder for the deaths of Tylee Ryan, J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. They were also charged with grand theft for fraudulently obtaining money meant for the children's care. However, the cases would not be tried together. At Chad's request, and due to concerns about his ability to receive a fair trial if tried jointly with his wife, the judge severed the cases. Lori would be tried first, and Chad's trial would follow later. But before Lori could stand trial, there was a significant delay. On May 27, 2021, she was found incompetent to stand trial after mental health evaluations. The judge stayed her case, sending her for treatment at a mental health facility. This was a controversial decision. Was Lori genuinely mentally ill, suffering from delusions that prevented her from understanding the proceedings? Or was she malingering, pretending to be incompetent to delay her trial? Mental health experts disagreed, but eventually, Lori was restored to competency and deemed fit to stand trial. Lori Vallow Daybell's trial began on April 3, 2023 in Ada County, Idaho. The case had been moved from Fremont County due to concerns about finding an impartial jury, given the extensive pretrial publicity. Judge Stephen Boyce presided over the proceedings, which would last several weeks and feature testimony from dozens of witnesses. The prosecution, led by Fremont County Prosecutor Lindsay Blake and Madison County Prosecutor Rob Wood, laid out a methodical case. They presented the cell phone evidence showing Alex Cox at Chad's property on the days the children disappeared. They showed text messages between Lori and Chad discussing dark spirits and zombies and death percentages. They called Melanie Gibb, Lori's former best friend, who testified about the bizarre religious beliefs and about hearing Lori refer to her own children as zombies. They presented the autopsy evidence, including the horrific photographs of how JJ and Tylee's bodies had been found. The atmosphere in the courtroom throughout the trial was heavy with emotion and significance. This wasn't just another criminal trial. This was a case that had captured national attention, that had sparked conversations about religious extremism, maternal love, and the capacity for human evil. Every seat in the gallery was filled every day. Reporters from major news organizations documented every moment. And watching it all were the people who had loved the victims, family members seeking justice and answers. The prosecution's opening statement stood for everything that would follow. Lindsay Blake stood before the jury and methodically laid out what the state intended to prove. She explained how Lori and Chad had developed a twisted belief system based on Chad's teachings about dark spirits and zombies. She described how this belief system had been used to justify removing anyone who stood in the way of their relationship. She walked through the timeline, Charles Vallow's death in July 2019, Tylee's disappearance in September, JJ's disappearance later that same month, Tammy's death in October, and then the wedding in Hawaii just 2 weeks after Tammy's funeral. Blake pulled no punches in describing what the evidence would show. She told the jury about the cell phone data that would place Alex Cox at Chad's property when the children vanished. She described the text messages that would reveal the couple's mindset. She warned them about the graphic photographs they would see. Images of JJ wrapped in plastic and duct tape, images of Tylee's burned and dismembered remains. This wasn't going to be an easy trial to sit through, Blake acknowledged, but it was necessary if justice was going to be served. The defense's opening statement, delivered by Jim Archibald, attempted to create reasonable doubt. Archibald acknowledged that terrible things had happened. No one disputed that the children were dead, that they'd been found on Chad's property. But he argued that the prosecution hadn't proven Lori herself had killed anyone. He suggested that Alex Cox, who had conveniently died before he could be charged or testify, might have been acting alone or primarily responsible. He emphasized that believing in unusual religious ideas, even very unusual ones, wasn't the same as committing murder. The prosecution had to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Lori had actually committed these crimes, not just that she had bizarre beliefs or that she'd acted suspiciously afterward. The prosecution then began presenting their case witness by witness, building methodically toward the most damaging evidence. Early witnesses established the timeline and basic facts. Law enforcement officers testified about responding to Lori's apartment when Kay Woodcock had requested the welfare check, about how Lori had lied about JJ's whereabouts, about how the apartment had been hastily abandoned when police started asking questions. Relatives of the victims testified, their pain evident even as they tried to maintain composure on the stand. Charles Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock, described her efforts to maintain contact with JG after Charles's death, her growing alarm when she couldn't reach him, her desperate hope, even as months passed, that he might still be alive somewhere. Her testimony was heartbreaking, particularly when prosecutors asked her to identify photographs of JJ alive in happier times, and then the photographs from the crime scene. Kay broke down sobbing, unable to continue for several minutes. Colby Ryan, Lori's adult son from an earlier marriage, testified about the last time he'd spoken with his brother JJ and his sister Tylee. He described how Lori had lied to him about how Charles Vallow died, initially telling him it was a heart attack before the truth about the shooting came out. He talked about trying to reach his siblings after they'd moved to Idaho, about getting evasive answers from his mother, about the growing sense that something was terribly wrong. Watching Colby testify was perhaps one of the most poignant moments of the trial. A son forced to testify against his mother in a case involving the murders of his siblings. The complexity of his emotions was visible on his face throughout his testimony. April Raymond, who had been Lori's close friend in Hawaii before the move to Idaho, testified about how Lori had changed over time. April described the Lori she'd first met in 2015, a devoted mother who seemed to do everything for her children, who was patient with JJ despite the extra demands his autism placed on her, who appeared to love Tylee deeply. Then April described the transformation that began around 2018 to 2019 after Lori became involved with Chad Daybell's teachings, the increasingly bizarre conversations about zombies and dark spirits, the growing distance between Lori and Charles, the sense that Lori was becoming someone April didn't recognize anymore. April's testimony was important because it established that this wasn't a woman who had always been capable of murder. Something had changed, and that something appeared to be her involvement with Chad Daybell. Then came Melanie Gibb, one of the prosecution's star witnesses. Melanie had been Laurie's best friend during the critical period when everything fell apart. She'd attended the Preparing a People conference where Laurie first met Chad in person. She'd been staying with Laurie in Rexburg in September 2019 when JJ disappeared. She'd received the phone call from Laurie asking her to lie to police about JJ being with her. And crucially, Melanie had heard firsthand the language Laurie and Chad used to describe people, the references to zombies, to dark spirits, to people needing to be eliminated. Melanie's testimony spanned multiple days and covered extensive ground. She described the belief system that Chad had taught and that Laurie had embraced. Chad claimed he could see people's light or dark ratings on a numerical scale. People with higher dark ratings were supposedly possessed by evil spirits and had become zombies. Melanie testified that she heard Laurie refer to both Tylee and JJ as zombies, using Chad's language to describe her own children as no longer truly human. The defense aggressively cross-examined Melanie, trying to undermine her credibility. John Pryor, who would later represent Chad Daybell, questioned her about her own involvement in the group's beliefs. Hadn't she initially believed Chad's teachings? Hadn't she participated in discussions about dark spirits and demons? Hadn't she initially lied to police herself when Laurie asked her to? Melanie acknowledged all of this, but she was clear that she'd eventually recognized how dangerous these beliefs were, that she'd ultimately chosen to tell the truth to police, even though it meant betraying her friend, and that she deeply regretted not seeing the danger sooner. The forensic evidence was presented next, and this was when the trial became truly difficult to witness. FBI Special Agent Steve Daniels walked the jury through the process of excavating the burial sites on June 9, 2020. He used diagrams, photographs, and careful descriptions to explain what investigators had found: the layers of soil and rock covering JJ's body, the plastic bags and duct tape, the condition of the remains. Photographs were shown to the jury, photographs so graphic that they were blocked from the live stream and public viewing, visible only to those physically present in the courtroom. Larry and Kay Woodcock, who had attended most of the trial, left the courtroom during this testimony. They couldn't bear to hear the detailed descriptions of how their grandson had been found. Other family members stayed, but were visibly distraught, some crying quietly, others staring straight ahead with expressions of devastation etched on their faces. Agent Daniels also described finding Tylee's remains in the pet cemetery area: the burned bone fragments, the melted green bucket, the silver charm from Tylee's necklace, the sheer violence evident in how her body had been treated even after death. The testimony was clinical and professional, as it needed to be for legal purposes, but the horror of what was being described hung heavy in the courtroom air. Dr. Garth Warren, the forensic pathologist who had conducted the autopsies on both children, testified next. His testimony was perhaps the most difficult of the entire trial. Warren explained in medical detail what he'd found when examining the children's remains. For JJ, he described the plastic bag over the head, the duct tape over the mouth, the bindings on the hands and feet. He explained how he'd determined the cause of death was asphyxiation. JJ had been suffocated. Warren pointed out the scratch marks on the plastic near where JJ's hands had been, suggesting the boy might have been conscious and fighting to remove the bag, trying desperately to breathe as he died. Warren also testified about JJ's bruises on his wrists and ankles from the duct tape bindings, on his arms, and abrasion on his neck. These weren't injuries from disease or accident. They were injuries consistent with someone restraining a struggling child. The implication was clear. JJ had known what was happening to him. He had fought, and his efforts to save himself had been futile because he was a 7-year-old boy being killed by adults who were supposed to protect him. For Tylee, Warren's testimony was different because the condition of her remains made determining an exact cause of death impossible. The burning and dismemberment had destroyed too much evidence. Warren explained that Tylee's death had been ruled homicide by unspecified means. They knew she'd been murdered, but they couldn't determine precisely what had killed her before her body was burned. The toxicology showed no evidence she'd been alive when burned, which Warren noted was at least a small mercy. She hadn't suffered the additional horror of being burned alive. Throughout Warren's testimony, Lori sat at the defense table, showing virtually no emotion. She took notes occasionally, conferred with her attorneys in whispers, but never showed visible distress at the descriptions of how her children had died. This lack of affect, this apparent absence of normal human emotion, was noted by many observers and seemed to harden the jury against her. How could a mother sit unmoved while hearing clinical descriptions of her children's violent deaths? The prosecution also presented evidence about Charles Vallow's death and Tammy Daybell's death, establishing the broader pattern of people dying when they became inconvenient to Lori and Chad. Detective David Stubbs from Chandler, Arizona, testified about the investigation into Charles's shooting. He described the scene, Alex Cox's claim of self-defense, Tylee's statement supporting her uncle's version of events. He acknowledged that police at the time had believed it was self-defense, but that looking back with the benefit of hindsight and additional information, there were red flags they'd missed. Dr. Eric Christensen, the medical examiner who'd performed Tammy Daybell's autopsy after her exhumation, testified about finding evidence of asphyxiation. The bruising on Tammy's arms and chest, the pattern suggesting she might have been restrained, the pink foam around her mouth consistent with asphyxiation, the absence of any medical condition that would have caused natural death. Christensen was clear. Tammy Daybell had been murdered, almost certainly smothered in her own bed. The cell phone evidence was presented through multiple witnesses: FBI analysts who'd examined the records, law enforcement officers who'd interpreted the data. Maps and timelines showed Alex Cox's phone at Chad's property on September 9th and September 23rd, 2019, the days immediately after Tylee and JJ were last seen alive. The phone had remained at the location for extended periods, 2 hours in one case, long enough to dig graves and bury bodies, 17 minutes in the other case, long enough to kill a small boy and hide him under a tree. Text messages between Lori and Chad were read aloud in court. Messages sent while both were still married to other people. Romantic messages declaring their eternal love, but also more disturbing messages about death percentages, about dark spirits, about people being possessed. One particularly chilling exchange occurred shortly after Charles Vallow's death. About a month after Charles's passing, Lori's asking Chad, "Do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children?" Blake told the jury, displaying the message. "There is a plan being orchestrated for the children," Chad replied. "I was shown last night how it fit together again." This message, sent before the children disappeared, suggested premeditation. It showed that Lori and Chad had been discussing what to do about the children, that there was a plan, that Chad was claiming divine revelation about how this plan would unfold. It was exactly the kind of evidence prosecutors needed to prove conspiracy and premeditation rather than impulsive killings. Financial evidence was also presented. Records showing that Lori had continued collecting Social Security survivor benefits for both J.J. and Tylee even after they were dead. The amounts were substantial, thousands of dollars over the months the children were missing. This wasn't just murder, it was also theft, fraud, a betrayal of the children's memory for money. The prosecution argued this showed Lori's motivation was partly financial, that she wanted the children gone so she could be with Chad, but she also wanted to continue profiting from their deaths. Evidence about Charles Vallow's life insurance came in as well. The $1 million policy that Lori thought she'd inherit, but that Charles had changed to name his sister Kay as beneficiary instead. Text messages and conversations suggested Lori had been counting on that money, that she'd been furious when she learned she wouldn't receive it. This, prosecutors argued, showed another pattern: killing for money that didn't always materialize, but that didn't stop the killing. As the prosecution's case drew to a close, they presented their final witness, a summary witness who tied everything together, showing the jury how all these individual pieces of evidence fit into a coherent narrative. Then they rested, confident they'd proven their case beyond reasonable doubt. The defense's case was much shorter. They called relatively few witnesses, mostly focused on trying to cast doubt on specific pieces of evidence, or to suggest that Alex Cox, now conveniently dead and unable to defend himself, had been the primary actor. They pointed out repeatedly that there was no physical evidence directly linking Lori to the killings, no DNA, no murder weapons with her fingerprints, no witness who saw her personally harm the children. But this argument largely fell flat because the circumstantial evidence was so overwhelming. Lori didn't need to personally kill the children to be guilty of their murders. The law recognizes that people who plan murders, who conspire with others to carry them out, who help cover up the crimes afterward, are just as guilty as the person who physically commits the act. And the evidence showed Lori doing all of those things, calling her children zombies, lying about their whereabouts, collecting their benefits after death, fleeing to Hawaii, showing no concern about finding them when police came asking. Colby Ryan, Lori's adult son from an earlier marriage, testified. He spoke about the last time he'd talked to his brother J.J. and his sister Tylee. He told the jury how Lori had lied to him about how Charles Vallow died, initially telling him it was a heart attack, then never addressing why she'd lied even when he directly asked her about it. Watching Colby testify was heartbreaking. A young man trying to make sense of how his mother could have done such terrible things to his siblings. Kay and Larry Woodcock attended much of the trial, sitting through testimony about how their beloved grandson had been killed and buried. There were moments when Larry had to leave the courtroom overcome with grief. Kay's face throughout the trial showed the devastating impact of the case. A grandmother who had tried to protect her grandson, who had raised the alarm when she couldn't reach him, but who had ultimately been unable to save him. Lori's defense attorneys, led by Jim Archibald, had a nearly impossible task. The evidence against their client was overwhelming. Their strategy seemed to be to suggest that Alex Cox was responsible for the murders, that Lori might have known about them afterward but hadn't directly participated, and that the prosecution hadn't proven beyond reasonable doubt that Lori herself had killed anyone. But this defense fell apart under scrutiny. Even if Lori hadn't physically killed the children herself, the evidence showed she'd been complicit. She'd called them zombies. She'd lied about their whereabouts. She'd fled when police came asking questions. She'd collected their Social Security benefits after they were dead. And perhaps most damningly, she'd shown no emotion, no remorse, no grief. She'd gone to Hawaii and gotten married while her children's bodies decomposed in Chad Daybell's backyard. On May 12, 2023, after deliberating for about 7 hours, the jury returned its verdict. Lori Vallow Daybell was found guilty on all charges. 2 counts of first-degree murder for JJ and Tylee, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder for JJ, Tylee, and the courtroom was silent as the verdicts were read. Lori showed no visible reaction. On July 31, 2023, Judge Boyce sentenced Lori Vallow Daybell to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge imposed multiple life sentences to run consecutively, one for each murder, meaning even if one conviction was somehow overturned, she would still face life in prison for the others. Lori would never be free again. But the legal saga wasn't over. After her Idaho convictions, Lori was extradited to Arizona to face additional charges related to Charles Vallow's death and the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. These trials would take place in 2025. In the Arizona proceedings, Lori made the unusual and ill-advised decision to represent herself. Despite having court-appointed attorneys available, she chose to conduct her own defense, leading to multiple contentious exchanges with the judge and prosecutors. On April 22, 2025, after about 3 hours of jury deliberation, she was found guilty of conspiring to murder Charles Vallow. Then, on June 12, 2025, she was found guilty of conspiring to murder Brandon Boudreaux. At her sentencing hearing on July 25, 2025, victim impact statements painted a devastating picture of the harm Lori had caused. Colby Ryan spoke about losing his father, Charles, whom he described as generous and caring. Larry Woodcock, in an emotional statement, told Lori, "I will never call or speak of your name again, murderess. You are nothing." Brandon Boudreaux said he would never feel safe if Lori wasn't kept in prison. Judge Justin Boreski, before imposing sentence, addressed Lori directly, saying she had left a wake of destruction stretching across multiple states and that she should never be released from prison. He then sentenced her to 2 additional consecutive life terms with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Combined with her Idaho sentences, Lori Vallow Daybell would almost certainly die in prison. While Lori's trials concluded, Chad Daybell's case was still pending. His trial finally began on April 1, 2024, in Boise, Idaho, after being moved from Fremont County for the same reason as Lori's trial. Pre-trial publicity made finding an impartial jury difficult in the area where the crimes occurred. The prosecution's case against Chad followed a similar structure to Lori's trial, but with some key differences. They could present evidence from Lori's trial, including her testimony in her own defense, which she'd ultimately declined to give. They had additional time to analyze evidence and build their case. And crucially, Chad was facing the death penalty, which Lori had avoided due to procedural issues with evidence disclosure. The trial lasted about 8 weeks, from jury selection through closing arguments. Prosecutors Rob Wood and Lindsay Blake again led the case for the state, presenting the same methodical evidence: cell phone data, text messages, testimony from Chad's own children, autopsy results, and the terrible photographs from June 9, 2020, when the bodies were discovered. Chad's defense attorney, John Pryor, argued that his client had been manipulated by Lori, that she had created the person who committed these crimes. He suggested that Chad was fundamentally a good man who had been corrupted by his relationship with Lori. He emphasized that there was no physical evidence directly tying Chad to the murders. No DNA, no murder weapons with his fingerprints, nothing that proved beyond doubt that Chad himself had killed anyone. But the circumstantial evidence was damning. The children were buried on Chad's property. Chad had texted about a raccoon for the pet cemetery on the very morning Tylee was killed and buried there. Chad had increased Tammy's life insurance shortly before her death. Chad had married Lori mere weeks after Tammy died, and Chad had shown no emotion throughout the trial, never shed a tear looking at photographs of dead children buried in his backyard. On May 30th, 2024, after less than 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Chad Daybell guilty on all 8 charges. 3 counts of first-degree murder for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, and 2 counts of insurance fraud. His face remained largely expressionless as the verdicts were read. The trial then moved to the penalty phase, where the jury would decide whether Chad should receive the death penalty or life in prison. Prosecutors argued that the murders were especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. They pointed out that Chad had exhibited utter disregard for human life and had shown a propensity to commit murder that would likely constitute a continuing threat to society. In a stunning decision, Chad chose not to present any mitigating evidence during the penalty phase. He waived his right to have his attorneys present reasons why he should not be sentenced to death. No evidence of mental illness, no troubled childhood, no remorse, nothing. When Judge Boyce confirmed this decision with Chad, asking if he understood he was giving up the opportunity to present evidence that might save his life, Chad simply responded, "That is my choice." Victim impact statements were presented on Friday, May 31st. Tammy's father, Ron Douglas, spoke about his daughter being treated how she was and finding comfort knowing she was resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone and near her beloved mother. Kay Woodcock spoke about the immense pain the family continued to endure daily, about milestones JJ would never reach. Without any mitigating evidence to consider, the jury deliberated on Chad's sentence. On June 1st, 2024, they returned with their decision: death. All 12 jurors had unanimously agreed that Chad Daybell should be sentenced to death for his crimes. Judge Boyce formally imposed the death sentence on Saturday, June 1st, 2024. Chad showed no emotion as the sentence was announced, his face remaining blank as it had throughout most of the trial. He was also sentenced to 15 years for the insurance fraud charges. He now sits on Idaho's death row, the 9th inmate awaiting execution in that state. Both Chad and Lori have filed appeals of their convictions and sentences. These appeals will likely take years to wind their way through the court system. Idaho has a mandatory post-conviction review process for death penalty cases, and defendants can pursue additional appeals after death warrants are filed. Given that Idaho hasn't executed anyone since 2012 and that a recent execution attempt was halted due to medical complications, it's possible Chad Daybell will die of natural causes before the state executes him. Part 8. Understanding the Tragedy: Belief, Manipulation, and Evil. As we step back from the specific events of this case, we're left with difficult questions. How could this happen? How could a mother murder her own children? How could seemingly intelligent people convinced themselves that killing was not only acceptable, but divinely ordained. And perhaps, most importantly, what can we learn from this tragedy to prevent future ones? The case of Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell represents a perfect storm of factors that led to horrific violence. Let's examine each element. First, there's the role of fringe religious beliefs. Chad and Lori weren't mainstream Mormons. They'd gravitated toward increasingly extreme ideas, apocalyptic prophecies, communication with the dead, the ability to identify dark spirits, and the concept of zombies whose bodies had been possessed. These beliefs provided a framework that justified murder. If you genuinely believe someone is no longer human, that their body is merely a prison for their soul, that killing them is actually an act of liberation, then murder becomes not just acceptable, but necessary. This is a pattern we see in other cases involving cult-like groups or extreme religious movements. When people become convinced they have special knowledge, that ordinary moral rules don't apply to them, that they're acting on divine instruction, the normal inhibitions against violence can evaporate. Jim Jones convinced his followers to murder a congressman and then commit mass suicide. The Heaven's Gate cult convinced its members to kill themselves, believing they'd ascend to a spaceship. Charles Manson convinced his followers they were starting a race war. In each case, a charismatic leader with a compelling ideology convinced others to commit acts they never would have considered on their own. Chad Daybell positioned himself as a prophet, someone with direct communication with God. This gave him enormous influence over Lori and others who followed his teachings. When he declared someone a zombie, he was essentially issuing a death sentence. And Lori, seeking significance and special status, embraced this role enthusiastically. She wasn't just a suburban mom anymore. She was a goddess destined to save humanity. That sense of importance, of cosmic significance, can be intoxicating. Second, there's the role of romantic obsession. Lori and Chad weren't just religious partners. They were intensely romantically involved. They believed they'd been married in past lives, that they were soulmates destined to be together for eternity. This romantic obsession blinded them to reality and gave them motivation to eliminate anyone who stood between them. Charles Vallow was killed shortly after he planned to expose Chad and Lori's affair. Tammy Daybell was killed so Chad would be free to marry Lori. Even the children's deaths can be seen through this lens. They were obstacles to Lori and Chad's perfect life together. If Lori was going to run away to Idaho with Chad, what would she do with 2 children, one of whom required special care for his autism? The cold calculation is horrifying, but it's consistent with how people in the grip of obsessive romantic attachment can rationalize nearly anything. Third, there's the financial motivation. Multiple people in this case were killed or targeted for killing partly because of insurance money or financial benefits. Charles Vallow's $1 million life insurance policy, which Lori thought she'd receive. Tammy Daybell's increased insurance policy that Chad would receive. The Social Security benefits Lori continued collecting for JJ and Tylee long after they were dead. The attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, through which Lori allegedly hoped to access money through her niece Melanie. Money isn't usually the sole motivation for murder, but it certainly helps push people over the edge. If murdering someone not only removes an obstacle, but also provides financial resources to start your new life, the temptation becomes stronger. This is why insurance fraud charges were included in both Chad and Lori's indictments. The murders weren't just crimes of passion or religious fanaticism, they were also calculated Financial crimes. Fourth, there's the role of enablers and accomplices. Alex Cox was central to carrying out these crimes. He shot Charles Vallow. Cell phone evidence places him at Chad's property when the children were killed and buried. He likely attempted to shoot Tammy Daybell and definitely shot at Brandon Boudreaux. Without Alex's willingness to commit violence on his sister's behalf, many of these crimes might never have occurred. Alex's relationship with Lori was unusual. He'd attacked her husband Joseph Ryan years earlier. Based on his pattern of behavior, investigators believed he was utterly devoted to her in a way that went beyond normal sibling loyalty. Some have speculated about whether their relationship was inappropriately close, though this has never been confirmed. What is clear from the evidence is that Alex saw himself as Lori's protector and was willing to commit violence on her behalf. His death from natural causes in December 2019, while preventing him from facing justice, may have actually saved lives without Alex as their enforcer. Chad and Lori's ability to kill was substantially limited. There were also other people in Chad and Lori's orbit who didn't directly participate in crimes but who enabled their behavior through passive acceptance. Melanie Gibb heard them talking about zombies and dark spirits, but didn't immediately alert authorities. Zulema Pastenes, who later married Alex, was aware of some of the group's beliefs. Other members of their religious circle heard Chad's teachings and didn't recognize how dangerous they were. None of these people are criminally responsible, but their passivity allowed Chad and Lori to operate longer than they otherwise might have. Fifth, and this is important, there's the question of mental illness. Mental health experts who evaluated Lori came to different conclusions at different times. Initially, she was found incompetent to stand trial. Later, she was deemed competent. During her trials, she showed no remorse, no emotional response to seeing photographs of her dead children. This lack of empathy could suggest antisocial personality disorder, commonly called sociopathy or psychopathy, though no formal diagnosis was made public. There's also evidence that could suggest genuine delusion. Lori's behavior became increasingly bizarre, starting around 2018 to 2019. Friends described a dramatic change in her personality. She went from being described as a devoted mother to someone capable of killing her children. This rapid personality change could indicate a psychotic break or the development of a delusional disorder, though experts disagreed on this assessment. The truth is probably complex. Lori may have been predisposed to certain personality traits, narcissism, lack of empathy, a need for admiration and significance that made her vulnerable to Chad's manipulative ideology. Then, immersed in his teachings, she may have developed genuine delusional beliefs that reinforced what she already wanted to believe, that she was special, that ordinary rules didn't apply to her, that killing was justified. However, prosecutors successfully argued she understood the wrongfulness of her actions, which is why she was found competent to stand trial. Sixth, there were numerous system failures that allowed these crimes to occur. When Charles Vallow went to the police in early 2019, telling them his wife had threatened to kill him and that he feared for the children's safety, police took a report but didn't take immediate protective action. Charles was killed less than 6 months later. Could police have done more to protect him? Perhaps, though it's also true that domestic violence situations are notoriously difficult to manage, and police often can't act without clear evidence of imminent danger. When Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow, claiming self-defense, police investigated but decided not to file charges. Was this the right decision? In hindsight, knowing what we know now, it seems like a tragic error, but at the time, Alex's story was supported by Tylee's statement, and there may not have been sufficient evidence to prove it wasn't self-defense. Still, one wonders if more aggressive investigation might have uncovered evidence of premeditation. When Tammy Daybell died suddenly, the coroner accepted Chad's explanation and ruled it natural causes without an autopsy. This was a mistake, though an understandable one. Tammy's family declined an autopsy. Chad presented a plausible story about her health issues, and nothing immediately suggested foul play. But if an autopsy had been performed in October 2019, Tammy's death would have been ruled a homicide. Chad would have been arrested, and Tylee and JJ might still have been alive to testify against their mother. These weren't malicious failures. They were failures of training, of imagination, of resources, of protocols. Police, coroners, social workers, they're all dealing with countless cases, limited budgets, incomplete information. They can't investigate every death as if it might be murder. They can't remove children from their parents based solely on bizarre religious beliefs without evidence of actual abuse. The systems did what systems do. They followed established procedures, made decisions based on available evidence, and moved on to the next case. But the consequences of these failures were catastrophic. 3 people were murdered who might have been saved if someone in authority had connected the dots earlier, had taken the warning seriously, had looked deeper when something seemed off. Part 9. The Victims. Remembering Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. In discussing this case, it's easy to focus on the perpetrators, the twisted beliefs, the murders, the investigations, the trials. But we should never forget that at the center of this story are 3 innocent victims whose lives were cut short. Tammy Douglas Daybell was 49 years old when she was murdered by her husband of 28 years. She was a school librarian who loved working with children. She was physically fit and active, taking exercise classes and clogging lessons. She was a devoted mother to her 5 children and had been looking forward to becoming a grandmother. Friends described her as kind, helpful, and engaged with her community. Tammy's death was particularly cruel because it was carried out by someone she trusted completely. She went to sleep in her own bed next to her husband and never woke up. Chad Daybell, the man she'd built a life with, the father of her children, smothered her while she slept. The bruising found on her body suggests she may have struggled, that she may have woken during the attack and fought for her life. The terror she must have felt in those final moments is unimaginable. Tammy's family attended the trials and spoke about the impact of her loss. Her father talked about finding comfort in knowing she was at rest near her beloved mother. But no amount of comfort can erase the fact that she was murdered, that her husband betrayed her in the most fundamental way possible, that her children lost their mother years before they should have. Tylee Ashlyn Ryan was 16 years old when she was killed. She was a teenager with a sharp sense of humor, according to those who knew her. She loved Chipotle. She loved driving her Jeep. She was at that age where young people are figuring out who they are, what they want from life, what kind of person they want to become. All of that potential was stolen from her. Tylee's life had been difficult even before her murder. Her biological father, Joseph Ryan, had a contentious relationship with her mother. Tylee was caught in the middle of their custody battle, subjected to allegations and counter-allegations. When Joseph died in 2018, Tylee lost her father. When Charles Vallow was killed in 2019, she lost her stepfather. She witnessed Charles's shooting and may have been coerced into supporting Alex Cox's self-defense story. By the time Lori moved Tylee to Idaho, The girl had been through more trauma than most adults experience in a lifetime. And then, on September 9th, 2019, she was killed, her body dismembered and burned, buried in a pet cemetery like she was nothing. The cruelty of how she was treated, both in death and in the disposal of her remains, is staggering. Tylee's older brother Colby spoke movingly about her during the trials. Her best friend from Arizona, Vaisia Itaiho, talked about their friendship, about how she'd always hoped Tylee was alive somewhere, how she couldn't bear to believe otherwise. Tylee deserved so much better than the life and death she got. Joshua Jackson, JJ Vallow, was 7 years old when he was murdered. He was born with drugs in his system due to his biological parents' substance abuse and spent time in the neonatal intensive care unit. Despite this difficult start, JJ was adopted by people who were supposed to love and protect him. He was diagnosed with autism, which meant he needed extra care and patience, but people who knew him described him as a happy boy who loved to play and laugh. JJ had already lost so much by September 2019. His adoptive father, Charles, who truly loved him, had been killed. His sister Tylee had disappeared. He was in a new state, attending a new school, away from everyone familiar. And then, one night, he was suffocated, bound with duct tape, wrapped in plastic bags, and buried under rocks and dirt. The evidence suggests JJ may have been conscious as he was being killed, that he scratched at the bag over his head, trying to get it off, trying to breathe. A 7-year-old autistic boy, confused and terrified, fighting for his life, while the adults who should have protected him instead murdered him. It's a level of cruelty that defies comprehension. JJ's grandparents, Kay and Larry Woodcock, became the public face of the search for him. They never gave up hoping he'd be found alive, even as months passed, with no word. When his body was discovered, Larry could barely contain his grief in the courtroom. Kay spoke about milestones JJ would never reach: birthdays, first days of school, graduations, all stolen from him. In remembering these victims, we honor their lives, not just their deaths. Tammy was a woman who dedicated her career to helping children learn. Tylee was a teenager with her whole life ahead of her. JJ was a little boy who deserved love and care. They were real people with hopes and dreams, and people who loved them. They weren't zombies, they weren't obstacles. They were human beings with inherent value and dignity. And while nothing can bring them back, while no amount of justice can undo what was done to them, we can at least ensure they're remembered not as victims in a sensational true crime case, but as individuals who mattered, whose lives had meaning beyond the circumstances of their deaths. Part 10. Lessons and Implications. As we reach the end of this long journey through one of the most disturbing true crime cases in recent American history, it's worth asking, what can we learn from the tragedy of Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell? How can we honor the memories of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ by ensuring something like this doesn't happen again? First, we must recognize the warning signs of radicalization. When someone you know begins expressing increasingly extreme beliefs, especially beliefs that dehumanize others or that claim special knowledge that justifies harming people, that's a red flag. Chad Daybell's teachings about zombies and dark spirits weren't harmless religious enthusiasm. They were a framework for murder. If someone in your life starts talking about people as if they're not fully human, as if killing them would be justified or even necessary, that person may be dangerous. The challenge is distinguishing between unusual but harmless beliefs and genuinely dangerous ideology. Plenty of people hold unconventional religious or spiritual views without becoming violent. The key warning signs include dehumanizing language towards specific people, claims of divine authority to harm others, increasing isolation from friends and family who question the beliefs, and escalating rhetoric about taking action against those deemed evil or possessed. Second, we must take domestic violence threats seriously. When Charles Vallow went to the police in January 2019, telling them Lori had threatened to kill him, that should have triggered more intensive intervention. Domestic violence doesn't always escalate gradually. Sometimes there's a sudden shift, where someone who has never been physically violent before makes credible threats. Those threats should be taken seriously, investigated thoroughly, and responded to with appropriate protective measures. The problem is resources. Police departments are overwhelmed with domestic violence calls. They can't investigate every case to the degree it might deserve. They have to make judgment calls based on limited information. But Charles Vallow's case had specific warning signs: bizarre religious beliefs, threats of murder, concerns for children that in hindsight should have prompted more action. Third, we need better coordination between different jurisdictions and different agencies. The crimes in this case spanned multiple states: Arizona, Idaho, Hawaii. Different police departments investigated different incidents: the shooting of Charles Vallow in Chandler, the disappearance of the children in Rexburg, the death of Tammy Daybell in Salem, the shooting at Brandon Boudreaux in Gilbert. For a long time, no one was connecting these dots because they were happening in different places, investigated by different agencies. Better information sharing, better coordination, better systems for flagging when the same names keep appearing in suspicious incidents across jurisdictions. All of these could help catch serial offenders before they rack up multiple victims. This is particularly important in our mobile society, where people can easily move from state to state, starting over in new communities where no one knows their history. Fourth, we need to reform how we handle suspicious deaths. Tammy Daybell's death should never have been ruled natural causes without an autopsy. A healthy 49-year-old woman doesn't just die in her sleep without explanation. The coroner's willingness to accept Chad's story about health problems that Tammy's medical records didn't support, combined with the family's refusal of an autopsy, resulted in a homicide being missed. Some states have laws requiring autopsies in certain circumstances: sudden death of someone under a certain age, deaths in police custody, suspicious circumstances. Perhaps those laws need to be expanded and more strictly enforced. Perhaps coroners need more training to recognize red flags. Perhaps there need to be protocols that prevent families from refusing autopsies when there are suspicious circumstances, even if that interferes with religious beliefs about handling the dead. Fifth, we need better mental health intervention systems. If Lori Vallow was genuinely mentally ill, experiencing delusions that made her believe she was a goddess and her children were zombies, she needed treatment, not just legal consequences. But our mental health system is notoriously inadequate. It's difficult to get someone involuntarily committed for treatment even when they're clearly a danger to themselves or others. Privacy laws prevent sharing mental health information even with family members who might be able to help. Insurance often doesn't adequately cover mental health treatment. These systemic problems mean that people in mental health crisis often don't get help until they've already committed crimes. By then, it's too late for prevention. We're in the realm of punishment and incapacitation. We need a system that can intervene earlier, that can recognize when someone is becoming dangerous and provide treatment before violence occurs. Sixth, we must be more vigilant about protecting vulnerable populations, particularly children with special needs. J.J. Vallow was autistic, which made him particularly vulnerable. He couldn't advocate for himself, as well as a neurotypical child might. He relied completely on adults to meet his needs. When those adults decided he was an inconvenience, he had no way to protect himself or escape. Schools, doctors, social workers, anyone who works with special needs children should be trained to recognize signs of abuse or neglect. They should be empowered to intervene when something seems wrong. And the systems for checking on these children need to be robust enough that they can't simply disappear without someone noticing and investigating. Seventh, we need to address the role of social media and online communities in radicalizing individuals. Chad Daybell built his following largely through online channels, self-published books sold on Amazon, podcasts, online discussion groups. These platforms allowed him to find an audience for his extreme views and to connect with people like Lori who were susceptible to his influence. This isn't an argument for censorship or restricting free speech, but we should recognize that the internet makes it easier for people with dangerous ideologies to find each other, to reinforce each other's beliefs, and to create echo chambers where increasingly extreme views seem normal. As a society, we need to figure out how to balance free expression with preventing radicalization, how to allow religious freedom while stopping dangerous cults from forming. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, we need to rebuild community connections that might catch warning signs early. In older, more tight-knit communities, someone would have noticed when Tylee and J.J. disappeared. Neighbors would have known the family, would have asked questions, would have raised alarms. But in our modern, mobile, individualistic society, people often don't know their neighbors well. We can live next door to someone for years without really knowing them. This anonymity allows predators to operate. Lori could move from Arizona to Idaho, and no one in Idaho knew her history. Chad could tell neighbors in Idaho that he was marrying a woman with no children, and no one would know to question it. The community ties that once might have protected vulnerable people have frayed, and we're all more isolated as a result. Rebuilding those connections, knowing your neighbors, being part of community organizations, watching out for each other's children might seem old-fashioned, but it's also protective. It creates webs of relationship that make it harder for predators to operate undetected. Part 11. Where they are now and final reflections. As of October 2025, Lori Vallow Daybell is serving multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole in the Pocatello Women's Correctional Center in Idaho. She will never be free again. Her Arizona sentences, which technically allow for parole after 25 years, are moot given her Idaho sentences. She has filed appeals of her convictions, arguing that there were errors in her trials, but these appeals face long odds. The evidence against her was overwhelming. The trials were carefully conducted, and appellate courts typically defer to jury verdicts when proper procedures were followed. Chad Daybell sits on Idaho's death row at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution in Boise. He is the 9th inmate awaiting execution in Idaho, though the state hasn't successfully executed anyone since 2012. A recent botched execution attempt where officials couldn't establish an IV line to deliver lethal drugs has raised questions about whether Idaho can effectively carry out executions. Chad has also filed appeals and given the typical timeline for death penalty appeals, it's likely he'll be on death row for many years, possibly decades, before any execution could occur, if it occurs at all. Chad and Lori have both lost appeals to have their convictions overturned or their cases retried. The evidence against them was simply too strong, the trials too well conducted, for appellate courts to find reversible error. Unless the US Supreme Court abolishes the death penalty entirely, an unlikely prospect given the current composition of the court, Chad's death sentence will likely be upheld. Kay and Larry Woodcock have become advocates for crime victims' rights and for protecting children. They've spoken publicly about their experience, about the importance of staying vigilant, about never giving up, even when situations seem hopeless. JJ's remains have finally been released to them, and they were able to give him a proper burial with his family. Tylee's remains have also been released and laid to rest. Colby Ryan, Lori's oldest son, has had to process the unimaginable truth that his mother murdered his siblings and conspired to murder his stepfather. He testified against her, helping to ensure justice was served. He's spoken about the importance of remembering Tylee and JJ as the people they were, not just as victims of a horrific crime. Tammy Daybell's 5 children have been placed in an impossible position. Their father murdered their mother, and they've had to grapple with that reality while also processing their grief. Some of them initially defended Chad, believing he was being framed. Others came to accept his guilt more quickly. The family has been torn apart by these events in ways that may never fully heal. Melanie Gibb, who testified for the prosecution in both trials, has had to live with the knowledge that she was close to Lori during the time when these horrible plans were being made. She's expressed remorse for not recognizing the danger sooner, for not alerting authorities earlier. Her testimony was crucial in securing convictions, showing that even when it's difficult, even when it means betraying a friend, sometimes coming forward is the right thing to do. The case has had broader implications beyond the individuals directly involved. It's prompted discussions about religious extremism, about how seemingly normal people can become radicalized, about the warning signs of dangerousness. It's led to calls for reform in how suspicious deaths are handled, how mental health crises are managed, and how child welfare systems operate. The case has also become a cautionary tale about the power of delusion and the danger of believing you're above ordinary moral rules. Chad and Lori convinced themselves they were special, chosen by God, destined for great things. This sense of cosmic significance allowed them to commit horrific acts while feeling righteous about it. They weren't monsters in their own minds. They were heroes in a spiritual war against dark forces. But whatever they believed about themselves, the reality is simpler and more damning. They were murderers. They killed innocent people, including 2 children, for selfish reasons dressed up in religious language. And now they're paying the price, spending the rest of their lives behind bars, their names forever associated with one of the most disturbing family annihilation cases in American history. As we close this exploration of the Doomsday Mum case, we're left with profound questions about human nature, about how easily we can deceive ourselves, about how far people will go when they believe their cause is just. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell shows us the dark side of faith, the danger of charismatic leaders, and the tragic consequences when the vulnerable are left unprotected. But perhaps it also shows us something else, the importance of people like Kay and Larry Woodcock, who refused to give up searching for their grandson, like Melanie Gibb, who ultimately chose truth over loyalty, like the investigators who painstakingly built the case, and like the prosecutors who ensured justice was served. Evil exists in this world, but so does courage, determination, and the refusal to accept injustice. Tylee Ryan deserved a full life, a chance to grow up, to fall in love, to pursue her dreams. JJ Vallow deserved to be protected, nurtured, allowed to develop to his full potential despite the challenges his autism presented. Tammy Daybell deserved to grow old with her children and grandchildren, to continue serving her community, to die naturally many years from now. They didn't get what they deserved, but in making sure their killers were caught, convicted, and imprisoned, we can at least ensure their deaths mattered, that justice was served, and that their memories are honored not just as victims, but as human beings who deserved better than the fate